So, Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay, if that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts,
okay,
that left Earth,
right,
to go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So
Right.
So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's
I get
still
that.
low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
famous on the galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat. and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Mic check.
You good? Do you have a new mic? You sound different today.
I'm not going through headphones. This is just my my MacBook thing. Does this sound weird?
Okay. Yeah. Much better than much better.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
Yeah,
that's
it's just clean, crisp. Yeah, it's perfect.
Nice. Yeah, cool. So you don't need a fancy mic. Just use the expensive computer.
Yeah, exactly. Mac, man. So, got it all. Just pay the price.
So it's all gone quiet now after those Australian kids, is it?
Yeah. I get the feeling like someone is encouraging them to come over here to troll. You know what I mean? It has to be. It doesn't make any sense the way they came in and they all started trolling at the same time. One by one.
Gem Panda or Professor Dave or someone.
Yeah, who knows?
That question about the moon caught me off guard a bit earlier. And he said, so I think what he was getting at was, so he was basing it on like the horizon, like we see too far if we zoom in with a high power lens. And he was kind of saying, does that work on, if the moon is in half moon phase and you have a high powered zoom, can you like gain resolution for the rest of the moon? Almost like, can you bring the rest of the moon into view? I think that's what he was saying.
We can do that. We can do that for the sun.
Well, yeah, because
I don't know. I don't like. It's hard to see the moon. I don't even want to say that. Not many people see the moon come in. I've seen the moon come in from the horizon, and the very first time that I actually actively went out to do that, it was red. I don't know if on average you can actually see it. You know what I mean? Because the light doesn't penetrate the way the sun does. That's why it seems to disappear through the night. Like if it's high and then it's going to the west, and then it disappears long before it even gets close to the horizon, because the light, it doesn't get through the air.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you can see the background as well, like the one that's not lit up. Sometimes, depending on the conditions of of the sky.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he meant, like Elijah just explained, that like zooming in on the sun at the horizon, or if he meant when the moon was high in the sky and the dark bit that's not lit. That's what I thought he was on about.
I'm not sure what was.
That's why it threw me. It sounded crazy. So that's why.
What was the argument there? I didn't understand his point there.
I don't know at all. Because he eventually spiraled as well, didn't he? I think that kid, or didn't he? I don't know. He was the Canadian kid. I think.
Oh, he didn't spiral, but yeah.
Yeah, he's in Cogdis. Yeah, he must have spiraled. I think he played something.
Bryce you're talking about. But Bryce wasn't the one who was speaking about the moon, though, was it?
Oh, wasn't it? Oh, okay.
No, it was.
I wasn't really looking at my phone.
Different guy called Eric. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was a different guy. No worries. Yeah, it would have been nice, but explanation maybe behind that argument he was making. Don't know. It sounded kind of weird, though.
Yeah.
And he said he's been into Flat Earth a year back. Looking into the topic. I don't know. According to him.
Anyone got any requests of something to listen to?
Oh, I was going to request this playlist for select individuals that have a certain faith, but you mean to play now? No.
Oh, okay.
I want to request my favorite rapper, Eli.
Good morning, Chocolate. I'm not even going to be able to hear it because I'm about to get on the train.
Well, just freestyle, just throw some bars out there.
Eli's bars are fire, bro.
Takes one to know one, dude.
Yeah, Chocolate got some fire. Yo, What Is the World is still my favorite.
Truth Comes to Light is still my favorite.
I gotta make some new music. All right, I'm going underground.
CB's 12 command.
Do you have any of the ODD playlists?
Tracks. Good, Nick Chocolate. I heard you talking about that the other day.
You got any of the ODD
Sure,
playlists? Yeah. Okay.
I'll have a look.
Yeah, have a look if there's any.
Yeah, I think so.
The 10 Flat Commandments, that's what you talk about? Yeah, that's on it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's on this flyer.
Yeah, it's good.
Amongst others, I guess. He has some good ones.
I'll just queue up a couple, and if you want me to stop them, if anyone comes in or whatever, I'll stop them.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our sources ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
What
a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this.
Here's 2020. Chocolate saying it's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like road arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never seen. Please claiming flat earth is only arcade while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro? It seems profound. 2,000 years is still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, us really going 6 feet deep. Just the value of your radius is RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain, cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game, it's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane, the cartoon raw will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Does any hour play a next one from the list, or you have to manually?
Yeah, no, you can play a list, but I'm not sure. There is a list that goes off the YouTube kind of playlist, but it's a bit of a random mix of all sorts. So I'm currently compiling ones for each like artist or each genre or whatever, you know. But it's not quite ready yet. But I can manually load a few tracks in, you know, and I'll just play.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This Globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never Never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly, gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out the cog. This number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell them bounce.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums. No demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all. No specificity. Get with me. Get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please. With no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your more tonight. Or scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth. That's just terrific. My hypothesis. You know. Paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up. Like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons. Mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable. No physicality. Factually you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day. No containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest. No need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end the sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated. Finished unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best thing since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space time. a mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since I shit up and disappear without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. I'm about the speed of sound, 250 miles above the ground. To see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassau's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassau's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight. Cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Like, why, when you got one case for, like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, you know, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been questing. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? hood. The system is broke. Your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what matches. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just
Any moderator.
What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like Polly want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication. medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone to be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show, brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on, airplane mode when I buy my phone, if your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Check, mic check. Where did the music box go?
I'm here. I'm sorry it took me a while to answer. Sure is quiet in here.
No, you being quiet here.
No, not me. How dare you?
You.
How dare you say such a thing to me? I slap you. I asked somebody yesterday what a woman was, and I got a good answer this time.
Oh. What is it?
Well, I think the right answer to that question is if you have a womb and you can conceive a child, then you're a woman, right? Well, next to having a vajayjay. But, somebody said, now I'm trying to remember how they said it. Damn it. How did they say it? They said something about, they said that someone that has an overbalance or an overabundance of female hormone or something like that. And I was like, that's an interesting answer, but...
Well, if you don't go with the basic definition, it will be the appearance. And obviously there's other stuff you can, test and so forth. But yeah.
Well, with the exception
So
of
what happens when you
hermaphrodites,
say
right?
a woman has a banana, but she still look like a woman? What do you say then?
I don't say anything. I just turn the other way. That's how I work. Like, I mean, I guess I'm old-fashioned, but I mean, I don't care if somebody else wants to do or act a certain way as long as it's not harming me. But like, I don't have any personal issue with it. But my issue is the things that come along with all that. You know what I mean? It's not just about what you want to do with your body. It's about what you do in front of the world with your body too. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm heterosexual, but I don't make out with my wife in public, right? And I don't outwardly, with the exception of giving her a kiss or, hugging her or something like that, I don't accusation my wife in a sexual way when I'm out in public. I just don't. It's just never something I've ever done.
I think
there's a lot of people that do that, but
to answer that question, to be honest, for me, it's hard. So to say.
Yeah, I see. I mean, that's the whole idea of the question, right? Is to make you think and to challenge, your idea of the question when you first hear it, and then after you've talked about it and heard different people's side of the story or their experience with it, then you'll say, oh, well, maybe I'm wrong about that. Or maybe, maybe I was always right. Who knows?
Yeah. Who knows?
Somebody does. It got cold last night. It got really cold.
Cold. Oh.
Yeah,
I haven't seen her in a while. How you doing, Gina?
Yeah.
I'm not saying her name right.
I'm doing good. It's Yenna.
Yenna? All right.
Yeah, I haven't been on because I was distracted. I had a boyfriend, and I was like, oh. Yep. Well, we're not together anymore, so.
Oh, as a recent event or some sort?
Yeah. We broke up on Sunday.
Sad to hear.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, did you part?
Well, I mean, yeah, unless it was a bad relationship, then I guess.
Both understanding.
Oh no, we were only together for what, 3 weeks, maybe, almost a month, almost.
Okay.
So it wasn't like bad or anything like that. It's just he has things that he has to take care of, and he doesn't feel like he can keep up a relationship while working 14 to 16 hours a day trying to make money so he can get a place to live, because he's like on the verge of being homeless, I guess.
Wow.
And so he's like, I don't want to put you through that. And yeah, he broke up with me. And I was like, all right, cool.
Well, that was unexpected, huh?
Well, yeah, it was. But I guess if it makes him feel more like a man to be with me when he has his shit together, that's on him. But I told him, like, I don't care if you have your shit together or not. It's like, why can't we be together and you build yourself up? He's like, no, it's just not going to work because I can't tend to your needs while I'm working so many hours a day. Which is understandable. I am pretty needy.
Well, if you want my honest opinion, I think that's just an excuse. But, I don't know. I've just met you and haven't met him and all that.
Right. And I was thinking the same thing too. Like, it sounded like it was just an excuse. But I kind of know where he's coming from because I'm kind of in the same boat. Not really. I mean, I am sleeping in a one room with my kids, and I'm planning on getting a house, but I have to save up money to do that. And so it's like, I get where he's coming from, because I don't really want to be with anyone either until like I get my own house. And he still wants to see me though. He still wants me to come by. Nothing's changed really, besides I can't really get upset if he doesn't text me back.
Oh, I see what it is. I gotcha. So he still wants fringe benefits, but he doesn't want a relationship. Is that kind of like what I'm getting?
Yeah. Which I'm
That's
fine
kind
with
of
it.
shallow, isn't it?
I'm fine with it because I don't want to see anybody else either. But I do need my needs met too.
Right.
you
Yeah.
know?
Okay. So then maybe
Yeah.
maybe it's not so bad after all.
No, it's not. At least I don't have to go around like dating again, because I really hate dating. I hate that. What's your favorite color phase?
I know it does. Yeah, it can be tiring. I can relate to that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm okay with it. It's not like he treated me bad or anything. It's just he can't give me the boyfriend attention that I really want.
Well, at least you're able to say that. A lot of, well, I won't say a lot of, because I don't know. I mean, I haven't met every woman in the world, but I've had experience with women where they don't acknowledge stuff like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I don't know if it's because it's hard for people to say things that might possibly make them look bad. I don't know. I mean, for me, I'm just like brutally honest, which is another thing. I think that's why I scared him away.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because I am a woman of God. So I told him, I said, if I see a raccoon, I'm leaving you. But I was going to break up with him before he broke up with me.
Raccoon.
But yeah, it was something random, but it was a conversation I had between God. It was me and God, And I said, look, I'm not trying to waste my time. If he's not the one for me, let me know. But if he is somebody you want me to be with, then let me see a candle that's lit, or let me see a candle that I know is from you. And I saw both. I saw a candle with a picture of Jesus on it, and then I saw a lit candle in somebody's bathroom that I had no idea who that person was. He was my sister's friend, and we went out to Miami. And then I went in the bathroom real quick, and I saw the candle. I was like, wow, okay. It's just not the right time right now for either one of us, which is fine, because I felt like I wasn't devoting myself to God.
So can I
either,
ask you a strange question about it then? How does he feel about the shape of the earth?
Honestly, we
Or did you
kind of
never
talked
discuss that
about
with him?
it. No,
You
I
did?
never.
Okay.
Well, kind of like it was brought up, but he was like, "What? How?" And I was like, "Well, this is how I see it." And then he started talking about the moon landing being fake. And I was like, okay, and you didn't get any further than that? And he goes, well, Russians landed on the moon first. I was like, no, not really.
I was watching something about that last night too. I looked it up, the first mission or supposed spacewalk, and I was watching little snippets of the video, and I was like, man, this is just bad. It's just really bad. I mean, I can even tell how they did it. Like, and I'm not a photographer or a movie buff, you know what I mean? But I can tell you where all the problems with that video are, It's like Godzilla movie value, movie stuff and cartoons and CGI. It's pretty sad that they didn't put more time into it, you know, like make it more difficult to figure out. But I guess I should thank them, not be angry with them. You know what I mean? It's like,
right track. He was on the right track with the moon landing being fake, but kind of fell off. Like when he started talking about the Russians being the first one to land on the moon, and I was like, okay, well, like I didn't, because we barely were together for like 3 weeks when we were talking about it. I was like, I don't think I should go all out and just bomb him with all the flat earth, you know? Oh, but I had a friend, well, a coworker that we were arguing because he told me, well, my Bible says that the earth is a globe because he sitteth on the globe. And I was like, no, it says he sitteth on a circle. Yeah. And then
not a sphere, yeah.
he was getting so mad and so frustrated with me. He started cussing at me, and it was weird because he never talks to me like that. And we're like best friends. Like if he wasn't my coworker,
so that trigger still happened even though he's investigating that. Wow.
Yeah. So he got really super mad, and I was like, wow, you're cussing at me? He goes, no, I'm not cussing at you, but I'm sorry. Let me calm down and I'll come back. And I was like, okay. Well, he messages me over the weekend and he tells me, I'm sorry. I didn't believe you. And that was it. He didn't want to continue talking about the shape of the earth, but he did apologize and was like, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. And he said the earth is very beautiful. And I said, what? But okay, I guess.
That's good.
I didn't really have to say anything to him, but I guess because he's a man of God too, so I don't know if, you know, something happened with him to where he got to actually see it or not, but he apologized and was like, you were right. And I was like, thanks. And that's it. That was the end of the conversation. So what have you guys been up to? I heard you guys talking about a woman having a banana.
No, I think he was joking, but we were talking about what a woman was, you know, like I've been asking that question just because, you know, there's so much going on in the news about gender and all this, and you know, I don't want to sound like I'm in disagreement with all that. It's more me just seeing how it's going to affect the population and those of us that aren't so strong-minded. You know what I mean? And it's terrifying to think that, you know, children are growing up with this ideal that they're always a winner. You know, that they don't have to work hard, they don't have to try, they don't have to, you know, be the best at anything. They can just be normal like everybody else and still be accepted. Now, don't get me wrong. When I was a kid, I felt the exact same way. But as I grew older, I started to realize that reasonable amounts of acting like a kid are acceptable. But when it goes beyond that and it harms other people, or it causes a population to grow in a way that's not normal or that's going to affect it negatively, then we all need to sit down and think about exactly whose feelings are hurt and why in the hell we care about it, right? Because is it really worth it to sacrifice the children and training them to believe this ideal that's really going to cause problems down the road, regardless of whether or not gender is an issue or not? You know, that's not the point. The point is that when we embrace things like this without thinking about it, without analyzing the data and seeing how it's going to affect society, I think it's crazy and I think it's ignorant for us to act like we are and to put out the crap that we were putting on TV. It's just damn ridiculous. You know, it's like it's time for somebody to step up against that. You know.
Yeah, I kind of agree because, like, I mean, I'm the type of person now that if you teach me how to do something, I'm gonna learn how to do it until I get good at it. But when you sit there and you give participation awards to kids that did not win, is kind of like rewarding bad behavior, almost in a way.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, in a way, yeah, and exactly. And what does that do to the mindset? It makes you feel accepted, right? But it's a wrong kind of acceptance because it's a fake one.
Right.
You're just giving them that, right?
Yeah, and then they start feeling entitled. Like, well, I mean, I showed up. I should get something for showing up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't agree with that.
Everybody's
I don't
supposed to do that. Yeah.
Because I had a sister that was very mean to me. She did not have mercy on me at all. So I was 4 years old playing card games with her, like War or Speed.
Yeah, she just kicked your butt.
Yeah, she just kept kicking my butt. She was 4 years older than me. She's 8 years old playing against a 4-year-old. That's actually how I learned my numbers, was playing Speed with her, because I had to learn the orders of the numbers. And I mean, she kept beating me relentlessly until I got the concept of what numbers go where and how fast I can put it down. And then when I started getting faster and actually catching up to her, she didn't like it. But I didn't sit there and cry about it. I didn't sit there and was like, that's not fair.
It drove you to do better, right?
Yeah, it pushed me.
It made you want to get better at it and show her that you could do it, right?
I mean, at first I did. I did want to give up because I'm like, why do you want to play with me? You're just going to win anyway, right? But then I started noticing, I started getting quicker at it. And then I started noticing, like, I was one card away from beating her. And then I was like, I think I can do this. So, like, ever since then, I've always been like, you know what? I may not be good at it right now, but if I keep trying and if I get used to it, I'm gonna start getting better and faster and learn how to, you know, use my brain, like actually use it. And then I started beating her, and then she would get mad at me. She was a sore loser. But I didn't care because I worked hard to beat her. She's 4 years older than me. She has like that much more experience, you know? And for me to be able to beat her was very satisfying for me because it showed me whatever you can do, I can do too.
Yeah. And then when you do make those succeed, when you do succeed like that, right? Then that gives you hope, see? Because then you think, hey, I believed in myself, and look, I did something. That's an important part of growing naturally. That's a necessary psychological thing that has to happen to a child over and over and over in different ways for them to get it, you know, to understand that, hey, I can do this. And it took me I'm 48 years old, right? But it took me until just a few years ago to realize that I have potential that I didn't know I had, because I believed the output. I believed all the things that people were telling me, because whatever reason, whether it was because I talked too much or because I could remember things even though I didn't pay attention in class or whatever it was, people reacted to me because I was different, right? And and you know, I reacted to that, you know, like, even though I didn't like the way I was treated in school, you know, like I got picked on or whatever, the fact that I had to adjust, that I had to mentally change, right? I had to realize that there's something I'm doing outwardly that's causing me to get picked on, right? I mean, I know that kids will pick on a kid for no reason, but generally, there's an excuse. There's a reason why a child will choose to pick on one another one, right? It's whether they're having a bad day or maybe they got beat up before school, or maybe their parents are abusive. It really doesn't. It could be a million things, right? And the idea that kids could be messed up like that, you know, like and want to hurt me for no reason at all except for that I looked at them or something, you know, I was like, I don't understand this. Like, why would people want to do that to me? Of course, now I realize psychologically it was because those children were going through some kind of psychological issue, and they were responding to it, right? They didn't know how to respond to it, to the person or the situation that it came from. They felt like the only way they could express it was to express it through violence, right?
Uh-huh.
And I can understand that because I've been in that position. I've been angry and I've used violence against people for the wrong reasons, right? I've made that mistake. You see what I'm saying there? And it's like,
yeah.
I find it hard to believe that all of us, at least my age, or maybe even younger, I mean, I think everybody's probably experienced this. We've all experienced those things, right? And we weren't happy about it. It upset us, right? But that upset is what drove us to change ourselves, right? And without that drive, without that necessity or that feeling of necessity that I have to be better, I have to grow up, I have to be able to be responsible and take care of myself, that even though that's a stressful situation, it's a necessary element for you to grow into an adult, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we allow scientists or medical or any industry or any kind of government agency to come in and say that we're gonna change these things because someone got their feelings hurt, is the biggest crock of crap I've ever heard in my life. That's the most ridiculous, ignorant answer for why we're going to push this on TV. That's the dumbest reason. Who cares? I don't care about people's feelings, not personally. Now, if I say something in a conversation and I slip and I say something that's rude and I insult someone, I'll apologize to them because I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. But at the same time, if your feelings are getting hurt just because I am who I am, then you have the problem, not me. I can't change every detail about who I am to make you accept me or to make you feel accepted. That's not necessary, and it's not reasonable at all. It's not.
Yeah.
You need to change yourself. The world all around you is not going to change. It never is. The devil don't change. The devil changes you, right?
Right. It's all
People
about
know
perspective.
this. We all know this in our minds. We all know this in our hearts. So why don't we fight against it when we see that stuff? You know, like I'm in a daze right now because I don't understand why the world is just turning away from this. It's like they're hand waving it like it's not a big deal, and it's going to have a huge effect on America. Huge, and it's going to affect every government, every society. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I mean, for the end times, this was supposed to happen. Like he says, I mean, the Bible says that people are supposed to be easily offended in the end times. They're going to be self-lovers and
yes, yep. Oh yeah, I wasn't going to bring that into it, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
I picked up Revelation yesterday because of something got said on here, and I was like, wow, I gotta get back into that.
Yeah. I mean, everything is happening the way it's supposed to happen. I get why it's happening, but it's like I'm not going to change my ways just because it's happening. And like I don't so like okay, I know that not everybody, but the world is starting to become more I guess open to like transgender and all that stuff, but I don't want it pushed on my kids. Like, yeah, you guys do whatever you want to do, but don't sit there and force my kids to do that.
Well, actually, I think it's wrong to even bring it up at all because I don't think a teenage kid that's not even, I mean, yeah.
No,
I don't know. I think it's wrong no matter what. I think it's wrong to talk about sex with kids. I mean, sex education is a completely different story. You're teaching them to understand the body, to understand the parts of the body and how it works so that they understand how, that sex can cause marriage or cause children, right? That's really what we want to teach them, right? To be safe and not end up with getting AIDS or whatever. So we don't, that's not something that the school needs to do. It's really not. You know what I'm saying? Like we could have TV ads. There's all kinds of ways we can make sure that the children that don't have good parents end up getting that information, right? It doesn't need to be displayed for the world to see because that changes all kinds of other things that cause issues. It causes problems. It causes people to react. Now we're saying that, okay, well, your feelings are important now. Okay, I understand that our feelings are important to us, right?
But are they important enough that we need to change the world in order to suit it, right? That's not necessary. That's ignorant, because you're not considering how the rest of the world is going to be affected by that. If your feelings are more important than the rest of the world's, and that's always how you think, you're never going to change. That's never going to, and it's going to affect everything you do. It's going to bring out the bad parts in you because you're thinking about it as, well, they're mean to me and they did this to me, or I'm not accepted, or, you know, those men won't let me work and they won't let me get to the top of the ladder, or whatever the situation is. That issue is not really based in the world needing to change their attitude about what a woman is it? No. Because a woman's still just a woman, right? She bears children. We're supposed to work together here. But we've allowed these people to come in that aren't even doctors to start telling everybody what a man and a woman really is, or whether or not, you know, come on, people. What the hell? Where does this come from? Is this just one of those selfish situations where you want to be gay and you want to be accepted as gay, so you're going to try to force the world to be gay? What the hell does that mean? It doesn't make sense.
And then, like,
you know what I mean?
yeah, I
How is that
do.
live
I
and
do
let
know
live,
what
right?
you mean. But it's like kids in elementary school does not need to know about that. You know, like,
I agree.
I'm already being
My
told
daughter
by
knew about
my
it. I mean, I knew about it
right.
young too because other kids, but you know, like that could have been
Not because
avoided
of
just
the
by my mother
teachers,
not letting
not
me hang around
because
with the
of the
neighborhood kids, you know.
but it wasn't like, I don't know, I don't remember where it was, but I saw on the news where a mother got mad because, like, in front of her they would address her daughter as, you know, what her name was and what her gender is supposed to be, but then when the mother was gone they gave her a boy name and then made her do boy things. You know what I mean? So they were like trying to put it in her head that she was going to be a boy. So it's like, and this was in elementary school. I think she was in 5th grade or something like that. And the mother found out and got really pissed off and wanted to sue the school because it's like, why are you trying to like push that into my daughter's head? She's very like easily influenced right now because they're kids. Of course they're going to be easily influenced. That's how everybody, that's why it's so hard for people to let go of the globe earth, because they grew up with it for so long. It's
just
like
that
seeing a
crap
mom
they
and a
taught us
dad,
about
right?
bullying, yeah.
Right. It's like seeing a mom and dad your whole life together. When they split up and then they start seeing somebody new, you feel a certain way, like you're not used to it. You can't let go of that image
Right.
of your
And
mother
that's
and father.
that's a natural feeling, right? Of being
And
not
that's
accepted,
why,
right?
yes, and that's why people that believe in the globe earth are feeling that way too. They get defensive and they don't even know why they get defensive, because they grew up their whole
Because it
life
feels like the whole
thinking
world's
that
out to
Earth-
get you, doesn't it? I mean, it's like whenever you bring up a subject that's important to you, regardless of what it is, when somebody just attacks you right off the bat and they just like tell you, no, we're not going to have this conversation. It's like, what the heck just happened here? You know, like if I brought up, you know, that I had some kind of, you know, bump on my body somewhere that didn't belong, you guys would want to talk about it all day long and find out all about it. But I bring up the fact that we live on a flat plane and you guys lose your damn minds. It's like, what gives, you know, like, what did I say? You know, it's like,
But they don't seem to realize that we grew up the same way as well. It took me I think 6 to 8 months before I actually sat there and was like, the earth is flat. It really took me a long time because 25 years I've been seeing that the world was a globe on everything, like movies, TV, classrooms, maps, everything. Like you think the earth is a sphere. And then when you
yeah,
actually
it's the
sit
most
there
ridiculous thing in the world, though. It's just not, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, when you actually sit there and think about it, you're like, holy crap, I've been lied to this whole time. And then you want to know more about what you've been lied to. So you go deeper into the rabbit hole. And it just, I don't
Yeah, exactly.
know.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, take another sigh. Yeah, take a breath and take another breath, and then take 3 more, and then then decide what you're gonna do, because it's like, and it's all designed specifically. This is all a psychological operation, and you guys can say that I'm paranoid, and you can say whatever you want about me, but I'm telling you right now, this is a full-on psychological operation. This is deliberate, and it's being done in a way that you can tell that it's being done deliberately. They literally write their little names and sign their names to the stuff. It's just, this is another thing I want to bring in, because I think it's important to the whole conversation. When we have a society that will believe a storyline just because they saw it on TV, and even after 20 years after the incident supposedly happened, there's still no evidence to prove that anybody got killed or hurt or any of that. You have to wonder, what kind of people are out there that can just hand wave something like this when there's all this evidence to support that it wasn't really happening? It was a setup. Now, why is it that we can't have this discussion without worrying about getting taken off the internet? What the hell is this all about? And the fact that they're saying that you can't talk about it should tell you there's something not right, people. It doesn't make sense to me. We're all just ready. We're all sitting here ready to vote our freedoms away just because they claim someone's coming to get us or that something's going to get us. Give me a break, man. Since when has any of you ever really been afraid of the neighbor guy when he told you, oh, my brother's going to come over and kick your butt later? Yeah, we consider it, but we're not, come on, man. Like, we're going to change our whole world and stop leaving the house because there's a bully out there waiting to kick our butts? Come on, people. This is ridiculous. We're all acting like damn 2-year-olds. It's like, well, that guy's feelings got hurt, so he should get No, that's not how life works. You got to earn trust and respect, people. You don't just give it to somebody because their feelings are hurt. Stupid.
I told my son that because he started crying when I beat him in a game. And I was like, why are you crying? And he's all like, because you won. I was like, okay. And is crying helping you?
Nuts.
I was like, is it helping you? And he goes, no. I was like, okay, so it's unnecessary, right? He's all like, yeah. It's like, okay, so what do you need to do? He goes, I don't know. I'm like, try. Do better. Try harder. Don't cry. Crying's not going to help you.
There's two ways to attack that problem, right? It's either I want to win. I want to be able to win and say that I was better than someone else, because that's a desire we all have, right? To acceptance. Like, I want to see what it's like to be that person to go, yes, I kicked your butt. Blah, screw you, But the reality is, when you really sit down and think about it later, when you grow up and you're not thinking about just your feelings, right? Because that's what a child does, right? That's kind of what I think it is. I think it's more like, let's all just act like children and throw temper tantrums and throw fits until everybody listens to what we have to say. That's basically what I see when I turn on the TV now. It's like I see a bunch of little kids crying like babies and saying, oh, it's not fair. They're picking on me because I'm different. Well, don't be different if you don't like being different. It's not rocket science, people. If you don't like the way you're treated, then change your ways. You're never going to get the whole world to accept you just because you're an asshole. I'm sorry. It's not going to work out.
Yeah, like if you don't, okay, I told my son that because he would get mad at, like, everybody would call him crybaby because he cried all the time. And he'd be like, because Auntie told me I'm a crybaby. I was like, okay, what are you doing right now? He said, crying. I was like, okay, what do you call somebody who's crying? He goes, a crybaby. I was like, if you don't like being called a crybaby, stop crying. That's it. That's all you got to do. It's not that hard. If you don't like what somebody's saying, like my sister, she didn't like people talking about her being a stripper or a prostitute. She's like, keep my name out of your mouth. I'm like, okay, if you don't like people talking about you like that, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Like, stop whatever you're doing. If you want
you
to
know
be...
what? And a thief doesn't understand why people despise him. It's like, it's not personal, bro. You're a thief. If I can't trust you, then why in the hell would I want you to come anywhere near my family and my property, right?
Well,
I'm not going to waste my time.
Actually, this woman who worked in this industry,
they are being brainwashed by their bosses, aka those human trafficking people. They're being brainwashed to hate men, and they're being guided to get triggered whenever a man will call her a prostitute. They tell them that's the moment when you have to break loose, crazy, go nuts, you know. Do not allow anyone to call you by your job. Like when they call you that, they tell them, well, when a man says about a woman that she's a prostitute, he's actually saying that it's a woman without feelings, without any judgment, like the worst state of society, the lowest being. And that's actually not true, I read the Bible and I saw men are allowed to go to prostitutes. It's a contract deal, verbal contract, yeah. I give you money, you give me your services, these kind of services. So if it's a back and forth agreement, yeah, God is not upset about it. But for a married man which goes to a prostitute, he needs the agreement from his wife to go to this woman.
Well, why wouldn't God be upset about it if it's fornication?
No, it's not it's fornication when you don't tell your wife and you go to this woman.
No, that's adultery,
and you're
right?
lying
But
to your
fornication
wife.
is when you have fornication is when you have sex outside of marriage. So prostitution is
it's
out of marriage.
It's not when you have sex outside of the marriage. If your wife allows you to go to another woman, that's not fornication nor adultery.
Why would a woman do such a thing?
Yeah, there are some women who don't have a sexual drive, desire, but they have been educated that once you get in a marriage, then you have to unify with that person forever, for life. Yeah, I understand that. But that doesn't mean that if one person goes and have sex with another woman is cheating. If that person has the agreement of his partner, to go to, permission.
Like Abram and Sarah?
Yeah.
So I take it your wife allows you to do that kind of thing, or are you just saying in general?
There are many things that can happen to a woman. She can't have children, or the man can't have children. And maybe that's the only way to find out, who cannot have children, for example. But, when a man takes a wife, and they don't know which one is fertile, yeah. They prefer for the man to go and try with another woman, because the man should hold his wife as untouched, by someone else.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but I just don't agree. I think that that's the kind of attitude that's gotten us in this position. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, this is. We got into this position because we have not correctly been educated about this, how to treat this.
I don't think that we're ever going to be able to treat a society that thinks that that's all right to do, to just sleep around as long as your wife thinks it's okay. Because I think that's wrong, no matter what.
Well,
You make a commitment to somebody, then you keep
it causes problems because look at in the Bible, if you've read the Bible, between Abram and Sarah, when she had him have intercourse with Hagar, her maid, it caused strife within the household. She ended up sending her away with her son because she became jealous. Like in the Bible, it shows that you shouldn't be doing things out of the will of God, because when you try to solve things yourself, you cause problems for yourself.
Well, it was God that allowed them.
Because he wanted to show Sarah.
I think we should just
that
change
it
the
wasn't-
subject. I think we're going too far down that road. I think, and that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Let's go back towards the other part that we were talking. Because I don't want to make this a religious thing. I really don't. Because it's really not. I mean, I think I agree with the Bible simply because of my experiences in the world and how it made me feel. And when I read the stories in the Bible, they match up with that feeling, that realism and the instances that I've experienced in my life. That's why I trust the Bible. It's not got nothing to do with where it came from or who wrote it. It doesn't matter to me. The point is that when I read it, I find information in there that's helpful to me. That's simply the only reason why that I believe in it, right? And if it wasn't for those experiences, I wouldn't believe in it either. I would think it was just some guy wrote, or some people wrote a bunch of stories about with this or that, and it's meaningless. But it's not meaningless. It's helped me in my life. I've used it, and it's guided me, right? Whenever I've listened, of course. But let's move on past that, because I don't think. I mean, I wanted to bring up this issue. Don't get me wrong, and I do want to talk about the religious side of it. But I feel like if we try to push that here, then we're kind of like going way beyond like what we're really.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not taking it in a religious way.
Oh, I know
I'm
you're
not talking
not.
about it in a religious way. I'm talking about it in a social construct way. You know, it's about procreation, multiply. Yeah. The more wives you have, the more children you can have, and it's fulfilling the word. But this government tells us, actually educates us to practice actually the opposite of that.
Yeah.
To stick with only one person, and if that person cannot have children, then yeah, that's your bad luck. Keep it that way, you know. So it's messed up, you know.
It sounds horrible just hearing you say it like that, right?
Yeah. It's anti-life.
Yes.
So
and you know what? That's the one that pisses
the
me off
man
most.
and the woman. Yeah, both the man and the woman need this sexual and life education, which you know,
getting in a natural
what they
way,
teach
right?
us in the school, what they teach in the school is not education about life. It's not social life. Nothing.
No, it's imposing the wrong kind of thoughts and ideals into the young mind, so that it makes more mistakes, right?
It makes you only a simple
Nasty, mean,
machine,
horrible
you
stuff.
know. Yeah.
God, it's being.
And they tell you, oh, when someone brings an input like this to you, then you give this output, you know. It programs you how to react and to respond, you know, to all sort of
exactly
life events.
And it just keeps repeating that stuff over and over in situations on TV, so that you'll
And they tell you, if you do other way, there is no other way. And if you do any other way, then that's the moment when you are broke, messed up, antisocial, you know. And yeah, you're not going along with the herd.
It still goes back to perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all still goes back to perspective.
Yeah, I believe in a God of life, you know. That's where I like to start from. You know, that I believe in the God of life. And everything that is pro-life, it is good for the man's life path, then yeah, I do it that way. If anything goes against life of man, then I do not stand for that. I will ask, I will take books to read to find out more about it, you know, other ways. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm just reading this article, and I was looking up how many abortions have been performed last year. I know this is a touchy subject, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. It says that more than 1.2 million abortions have been performed in 2021, just in January and February. Just January and February. 1.2 million kids were murdered. That's a real good thing.
How many of those abortions have been made because they were because of a rape?
I don't know, but I don't think it really matters.
Well,
I think those situations should be dealt with one-on-one.
It matters, you know. When it's rape, I'm okay with abortion.
Well, yeah, I might be able to consider that.
Yeah.
But my personal opinion is no, it's wrong. But yes, there are cases where yes.
It's
but
not
beyond
a good
that.
thing. It creates monsters, you know. Yeah.
Yes, it does. And regardless of what your feelings are on which side of it is, it's wrong.
Yeah.
Period. It's wrong. Murder is wrong. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why, you know, in Romania we had when we were having these wars with the Ottoman Empire, they often invade us, and they were raping Romanian women. And then the woman, they were going and giving birth in the forest, and they would kill the child. And no Romanian was allowed. We had a law that when you saw a woman doing something like this because she was raped, no man was allowed to accuse that woman as being a murderer or anything like that. If you were caught doing that, then the society will be very harshly punish you, you know, because that was a trauma, a very bad trauma that woman went through, and like she got caught by the enemy. Yeah, they messed her up for life, and now that she survived and she's back into among us, we have to send her away like she's a worthless cloth, like not a living being, you know. And especially a wounded person, you know, because that's a wound, it's a trauma. So yeah, people were very, very empathic.
Well, you know, like the Georgia Guidestones, right? You know what it says on the Georgia Guidestones, right? And I'm not saying that I believe that the Georgia Guidestones are legitimate or that any particular group of people put it up there just to, I don't know. But let's just say that the Georgia Guidestones are legit and that there really is a group of people that think that they need to keep the population down to 500 million, okay? Let's think about this, okay? Now, let's just say that there really is a group that really believes this, okay? Now, how are they going to accomplish eliminating billions of people? How are they going to do that without getting a war started or getting people to start fighting back against it, right? How would you do that? And you would do that by psychologically messing with people's head. Start putting these ideas in people's head so that they make slight decisions as it starts out, and as it grows, it gets worse and worse and worse until it's so torn up and everybody's feelings are so more important than the rest of the world and everybody else's lives that we're murdering each other for stupid reasons.
Okay.
Stealing from each other and killing each other. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. In regards to the legitimacy of the Georgia Guidestones, if I go there and start working on demolishing them, what do you think will happen?
I don't know. Let's find out. They're protecting.
Am I gonna finish what I start, or police is gonna come and arrest me?
Right. Yeah. Okay.
That's the question.
Regardless of whether it's put up there, if that's what really their ideals are, then they're going to do that regardless of whether they wrote it down on a piece of paper or on stone, right? It's not going to change. I mean, tearing it down isn't going to change that they're still working on doing this, right? Yeah. I think what we need is we need someone to get a group of people together that are really smart enough to figure out how they're doing all this and catch them doing it on purpose. That way we can show the world the value of it and the actual truth of it. And it's not just us saying this is true and we're just paranoid. Because I don't believe paranoia has anything to do with it anymore. If you're not paranoid nowadays, then there's something wrong with you. You know, people are murdering each other. They're getting lost. They're filing lawsuits so they can murder their family members. It's just ridiculous. Like, what in the hell's going on in this world? And no one seems to realize that it's time to get off the couch, people. It's time to do something to change that. Change yourself. Do something. You know, like maybe you can't go out and put up a sign and say, you know, that you're against something. Maybe all you can do is change what's in your heart. You know what I'm saying? Change the attitude that you have about the situations, or just not make decisions based on your feelings. Think about what you're doing. Don't just respond because something makes you angry, because that's not necessarily, I mean, that's how they get us. That's how they trigger us. That's how they get us on TV, and then they anger us, and then we get all mad, and then we can't think straight, and then we make mistakes, and then they make fun of us for it. It's all set up. It is. It's a complete setup. But damned if I can get anybody to listen to that. You know, it's like, what's going on? You know, like, did they put some kind of like special thing on your ear so you can only hear certain words, or what? It's terrifying. It's like I show someone getting murdered in my neighborhood and they're like, yeah, so? I'm like, bro, a man died because of something stupid. Like, you don't think, if it was somebody you cared about, would you not be angry about that? Well, yeah, but it ain't hurting me none. So? How long until it does, bro? How long until this stuff really starts affecting everything in your life? It'll be too late to change it then.
Your neighbor, neighbor is you.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But I guess let's change the subject, because I don't want to, I mean, I'm not trying to make things bad. I just, I think we need to start thinking about these things more often. And we need to stop being afraid to talk about it. At least hinting to it. I'm trying really careful to beat around the bush and not say things that'll get us in trouble. But
the way their response is, if they say that your claim is not scientific, then it means that you don't love science. That's what they do.
Right, yeah. You're a science denier. Yeah. Well, show me the science and show me how they got the answer and show me how they were, convinced themselves that it was absolutely true, and then I'll believe it. But if you don't have any evidence, you don't have any data written down, it's like, it's like with gravity. You go looking for proof for gravity and all you find is a bunch of philosophy and crap. It's worthless to you.
Well, for them, the government position, mindset, when it's dealing with civilians, with ordinary people, the government knows that the people have no damn clue what science is. They know that for a fact from the IQ tests taken and recorded.
I can fix that problem.
America, the world, everybody listen, I'm going to tell you what science is.
Yeah.
Science means that you study something and try to figure out how it happens or how it works.
Cause and
That's
effect,
what science
yeah.
means. You don't need to be a lab coat carrying, degree carrying asshole just to have that. It's not necessary. Just like you don't need to be a rocket scientist to play with rockets. Come on, people. This is ignorant.
Well, for them to be a rocket scientist, it requires to go to MIT University and study that, you know. And when
Considering we
you
don't
get
use
a
rockets
degree,
except in certain instances.
that's
what
when
is the
you're
point?
a scientist, you know, a chemist or whatever. But actually, those are the most useless jobs, you know. They create, it's a job of actually doing nothing, you know, and hiring you for life in their government.
Yes, and paying you good
position.
money, and so that
Yeah.
builds that confidence that you really believe
Yeah.
that what you're teaching and understanding is actual reality. It's a
And once you are in that job position, you're never gonna do what you want. You will always do what you are told. Regardless it is scientific or not. And I've seen this.
The reason why you deny.
Yeah, I've seen this chemistry university teacher. Yeah. He was the guy who was filling these authorizations, licenses, yeah, for factories to function and work. Yeah. And those factories actually paid very, very big, good money, yeah, to get that license. And what this guy was doing, yeah, there were all sorts of chemicals and samples and, you know, stuff. And he was just taking those and put them in a closet, you know, and write that paper, yeah, license for this factory, what they are doing is okay, you know, and that's it. There was no lab experiment, nothing done, nothing. And that factory was actually, you know, making beer, yeah. So they sent a sample, a pack of 24 beers, yeah. And he told me, hey, Alex, you want to, let's do this test to this factory beer, yeah, to see if they make good beer. So what do you think we did? I took the beer. The teacher told me, what do you have to do now? And I took the beer. I went in the lab, you know. I saw that installation there and spectrometer and stuff. And I said, well, obviously I have to start somewhere here, but I have no clue where. It was my first year. And he said, well, first thing, you need to open the beer. And then he opened one beer and he said, cheers. And he started drinking. And I had to start drinking too. So that was the test for the beer. Yeah. And then we gave license to that factory to function, to produce beer. Yeah.
Supply and demand.
Yeah. So I was like, well, we have to check the pH. We have to check so many things, you know, like spectrometer, all this stuff, chemicals that are inside. He said, man, are you crazy? if you start doing that to alcohol, you're never gonna finish what you start. Because, yeah, there's so many kinds of molecules of alcohol, everyone different one from another, just like the ice crystals of snowflakes, you know. You don't find two identical. And he showed me, yeah, when you put beer on the spectrometer, yeah, you see many kinds of alcohol. You know, it's like when you're watching ice crystal. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh yeah, have you seen the test that guy did on water when he was freezing it? He talked to it and it made the shape of it change, the way it froze changed. I haven't tested that out. I'd like to, because I really want to know if that's really true. If that's true, then that tells us a lot about how we're not being open-minded enough about what's really going on in our bodies. And this is another thing that terrifies me. It's like, you know, the human body, it puts off a lot of things. Like we put off energy, we put off signals, we put off magnetic fields. All this stuff is true, but no one ever talks about it, except for maybe some of the new age people that are, you know, doing yoga and whatever. They, you know, people are starting to realize it, but no one takes it seriously. And I think the reason why is because they put it out as fear. You know, religious people, they put stuff out deliberately to make them fear it. It's like, oh, they're going to come and try to take our religion away, you know?
Yeah.
It's literally setting people against each other. So when you see something on TV where, like, let's say you see a news article tomorrow that says some guy hurt some group of women for whatever reason, okay? To me, before I even consider that there's any evidence to prove it, I'm going to look at it. Does it make sense? Does do normal people do these things? How often do odd people do odd stuff like that? What are the odds that it's really true, right? Then I look at the evidence. I'll look at, okay, where are the dead people? Who's dead? What are their names? Where are their death certificates, right? This is a natural reaction if you're trying to find out if something's true. But when that evidence and that information gets taken away and you can't search it, what does that tell you? It tells you you're being duped on purpose. And if you can't see that, then I don't know what else to say except you're going to end up getting stepped on, because eventually that group is going to come in and start calling it out, and they're going to set it all into order. And you're going to be one of those people that's going to be going around and trying to attack everybody else instead of fight what's actually hurting you. And that's ignorant.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it frustrates me when I see this happening in all these different conversations and situations, and no one seems to realize it. It's like, hello? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And how do you explain something like that? You can't without sounding paranoid, right?
No, it's not.
Right, No, it is, but I mean, it's a natural thing.
You still have that childhood feeling. I had it too. It's a gift which children have. You see, I went with my mother at her work, and there was a lady, she was a manager, but on a different side, there were like not just one factory in there. And she was on a different factory. But yeah, we went to visit her, and when I saw that woman's eyes, I knew that she's not healthy. I was like 4 or 5 years old, you know, and the way I saw her, that she's not healthy, she doesn't smell right. You know, when you are a child and you are holy, untouched, you feel these things. Not that you don't just see them, you also feel them with your senses, like smell and taste. So when I entered her office, I felt a different smell. It's actually not a smell; it's a stench of the disease. It stinks. And I saw that her eyes are dark in her head, like the tint of the skin, the tint color is very, very different than the rest of her body skin. Yeah, I saw all sorts of spots and stuff on her skin. So, yeah, I can tell this person is not healthy, and I shouldn't be having any physical contact or fluid exchange with this kind of person. But that's what I felt when I was a child. Nobody provided me any kind of education in this direction. Yeah. And when you grow up, you in school, like 8th, 7th grade, when 12, 14 years old, that's when
the issues start coming.
Puberty starts, and children start to have this, touch a girl or the other way around too. So, you make a girlfriend, kissing and stuff like that. And without that kind of education, many children are just driven by the metabolical impulse, like the hormones and stuff. And they ignore, they don't see these things anymore. They don't have it anymore because their bodies, they also have been damaged by feeding them on cow milk, which is not a milk for human consumption. Cows don't make milks for humans. Cows make milk for cows.
Finally! Finally, thank you.
Yes, and that's one reason why when you drink too much of it, it makes you fat like a cow.
Yeah. And
I agree with you on that. I completely agree with that. It sounds crazy, but
I'm okay with orphan children being breastfed by another woman or being fed with cow milk. Yeah, that's okay. It's an exceptional case, but this shouldn't be a normal practice. We shouldn't have ads on TV advertising milk or whatever. Even flesh food. That has to be always a choice, an option. But the food industry and the medical industry, they work hand in hand.
No way.
The food industry creates patients for the medical industry, and the medical industry drives those patients to the pharmacy industry, where you will be totally enslaved, for life. And for life, that means 10. That means 10 or 20 years. They will give you pills for 10 or 20 years, and then you're gonna die for sure.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
what were you saying?
Can I give the best health advice that anybody has ever given anybody? Or you should eat this. You should eat this. How about you don't drink and you don't eat, and you start fasting for days and let your body fully regenerate for itself. I fasted last 2 weeks. I fasted 7 days. Prior to today, I fasted another 5 days. You literally all you need to do is stop drinking, stop eating, Start doing dry fasting for a few days, and your body will regenerate and heal every single fucking thing.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
No diet bullshit. Stop eating. Stop drinking. Stop being a fat pig. How about that?
Yeah. School taught me.
But most people are addicted to food. Most people are addicted to food, like alcohol, like drugs, like mainstream media. Stop fucking eating yourself to death. That is it. That's the secret. I've gave you. That's the secret.
Give your body a break to recover. Yeah.
Well, I think it's a little more complicated than that, but yeah, I agree with you in a way. You know,
it's not. No, it's not.
Stop having sex unprotected, and stop running around the neighborhood and banging everything you find, and then we won't have all these extra kids that we have to get rid of, right? I mean, it's a simple way is to just conduct yourself properly.
Stop ejaculating in general. Stop sex. Stop masturbation. If you want to spiritually awaken, stop it altogether.
Yeah.
That's it. I stopped masturbating years ago.
Things like cancer or diabetes, these are not illnesses.
Diseases?
Which,
yes, they're not.
Yeah, these are not illnesses which happen in one day. They are built up in 20, 30 years of life.
Years.
Yeah, decades.
Listen.
And then
exactly.
You want to follow a therapy, and in 2 months to be clean. Dude, it took 30 years for you to get broken, damaged, filthy, 30 years of filthiness, and then you want to wash everything in 1 month? No, that's not going to work. Your fasting is going to need at least 10 years.
Yes. Can I give you guys a story? My mother, I'm 33 years. Thank you. I'm 30 because you sound like you know exactly what's going on, and I love it, and I respect it, and I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
I'm 33 years old. No problem, mate. You're awake, and I love it. I'm 33 years old. My mother died at 35. My father, 2016. My father died in 2021 at June 6th last year at 78. They never fasted. They never changed their diet. They kept eating microwave food. And to the point where I told my dad, you just start fasting, you just start somewhere, but he was too late. The thing is, we have divine vessels, okay? We are intelligently designed. Our bodies are divine vessels. And the average age of cancer is between 70 years old. And if you haven't fasted, you haven't detoxed, you haven't flushed out the toxicity of your body by 70 years, that's your own fucking fault. And my parents died from cancer. And I have admitted to myself that is their own lack of knowledge and their own fault. I'm 33 years old and I fast so regularly that most people, you would not believe, food, I don't even need food. I do not need water. None of that bullshit. None of it. Go on.
I'm telling you, it's something very interesting for me. I've been to prison I got 40 months, but I spent only 20.
What did you
do? Well, it was for hacking and stuff like this.
I see.
Which I did before, but then in prison I read the Bible and I found out that I was in 2013 30 something years, 32 or 33, and I spent
longer than I've been alive. Jesus.
My punishment was 40 months, and when I calculated all those years of my life, I calculated how much of those years I was supposed to be fasting. And I came up that actually those 20 months which I did, were actually half of my fasting period time. So God was very generous with me. He gave me only, half. That's how I perceived it. Yeah.
Compared to most people, God fucking loves you, and God has got God has got future aspirations for you, mother.
Yeah. And then I started fasting, and for me, the first month was not easy, but I was convinced that I have to do this, reading the Bible. I figured that, I have to do it, Yeah. First month was hard. I felt it. It's hard. Okay, I'm going through a hardship. And I was okay, I didn't expect it to be something easy. But second month, I was already used, and that became my normal. And when I saw how good I'm feeling, and I said, no, I'm not going back. So I will stay as a vegan, and stuff like this. And I saw that my teeth are not decaying anymore, I don't get any pains or what, and stuff like this, So I said,
bingo.
When I came out of prison, I went to the dentist. I fixed all my teeth, like cavities and stuff like this, so I don't have any open cavities. And I lost a few teeth, but then continuing this lifestyle, I saw after 10 years no other bad tooth, I was mind blown. But then after about 7 years of fasting, of being vegan, I was like, okay, maybe I can start having a little bit of meat once a month, or cheese, I tried, and 2 months later, what happens? I get a cavity to a tooth when I ate meat and cheese. So then I said, no, fuck it. I'm not going back forever. No.
Dude, I still eat. I am on my way to veganism.
Yeah.
I still hear and there.
You do realize they may have put that in there.
I realize the power of fasting.
Yeah.
You do realize that it's possible somebody put a chemical in the meat and the cheese in order to make it do that to you, so that you would fear meat and then hurt you in the first place.
Well,
definitely. There's no denying that's possible.
This cavity, it's something small. It's a demon. It's a bacteria infection, something, in the human body.
It's not natural.
It gets transmitted from person to person by blood contact.
Right now, it's a fungus.
Maybe fungus, Candida also, And once you take it, it's like it has a code. It's being triggered, inside you. And from that moment, when you eat normal meat, dairy and stuff, these things will affect your teeth. They will damage your teeth. And you cannot undo it. I mean, I haven't found a way yet to undo it. I've seen like coconut oil therapies, like flushing mouth with coconut oil, and it has very good beneficial effects.
Some say you can regenerate your teeth, some say you can't. But I'm still on that path of realizing what you can and can't do, and blah blah. But you're right. Who knows, right?
Yeah, I even seen these YouTube videos where they were showing before the censorship. There were a couple of guys who had videos, and they were showing how you can regrow your tooth. With this coconut oil.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
You can do it, but I don't personally know how to fully yet.
Yeah. I've seen it on YouTube, the video. I started consuming olive oil. It's very good. Also, not just for the teeth, but for the guts, It's so much better than sunflower oils or, any other kind. Yeah.
Well, the whole paradigm we have is most people don't realize we have a second brain in our gut.
Yeah, that's
most
actually
oblivious to that.
That's a bigger brain than the head. There are more. There are more. There are more neural cells in the human stomach than inside the brain. Yeah. So.
And also, if you're bald and you're trying to grow your hair back, now, number one, I've never tried to grow my hair back because my hair grows so fast. It's amazing. My genetics, blah blah. I hate it, right? But if you're bald, start pissing in a cup or a bottle, and then start putting on your head. Bingo! There you go. Done.
Yeah. Washing with this is urotherapy. Yeah. And
if you ever get bitten by a snake, I'll put fucking some urine on the snake part of it. If you get bitten by a snake and there's no hospital to help you out, drink your own piss, and guess what? You're cured. It's gone.
Huh.
Rookie, put that cup down.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You just did you just piss in a cup, ready to put it on your head?
What?
Dude,
wait a second.
Last time, yes.
Oh, you missed
last
it.
time I did bodybuilding before the last time I was bodybuilding before they shut the gyms down in Australia. I'm about 75 kilos now, but I was 88 at the time. I drank my own cup of piss, a whole cup one day every morning, and I bulked up the fastest I've ever bulked up my entire life. Oh, I'm not kidding. I bulked up, ripped out the fastest with 1 cup of urine every morning before I worked out a day, and I couldn't believe how big I got. I could give you a video to prove that. I could give you. Do you want to see the video? My before and after. You would not believe it, but I have it. You would not believe it. I have it, but you not believe it, but I have it. Exactly.
Well, to discuss about this kind of therapies, it's a bit, taboo and stuff like that.
Well, it's taboo for the unenlightened. I agree. The unenlightened, the uninitiated to the cult of Freemasonry. You can even say that. You can even say that.
Yeah, the thing is that the medical industry actually pushed the educational system to.
It's brought paid for.
They pushed the educational system to teach us
the indoctrination system. Okay.
To perceive it like it's something disgusting. It shouldn't be done. you know. But I know for a fact, when I was a child, my grandparents, they had a donkey, and a crazy man set that donkey on fire. He threw gasoline and, you know, he set the animal on fire. And now the donkey was very hurt, you know, and my grandfather got a cream which was made from cow urine, and he was using this cream to smear all that burn part of the donkey so he wouldn't get infected and die, you know, to survive, to recover. And that cream worked very amazing. And I know the smell, even now, I remember the smell of that cream. It had this urine smell, you know.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Is there any place we can put links to videos in this chat?
Yeah, in the live stream voice text, you should be able to post links. Yeah.
I'm trying to find it because it says you can't attach, you can't stream it. Oh, that's different. Which one? It's which is the voice streams? Which
live stream voice text is right above this channel, the live stream voice channel where you joined.
Okay, sweet. I got it. Okay, guys, I'm about to post a transformation, which I did after many drugs and many bullshit. It took 8 months, and every single day of that 8 months, I drank a whole cup of my own piss. And here is the transformation: over 10 kilos of muscle.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll post the video.
Mm.
No, it's not going to change anybody's view on drinking piss, or because I worked hard and ate lots of stuff. But I still did it. I still fasted. I did intermittent fasting the whole time, which is I ate about 8 hours a day. The rest fasted, blah blah. It doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is, your own urine is so much more valuable to your own body than you think. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. The human urine is known to have a lot of antibodies, which actually fought the battle inside your body. So, if you take them back, they are much, much stronger than ordinary antibodies in your body. Because these antibodies, they have already been in the battle, you know. It's just like when you train soldiers to go to a war, but they never been into a war, so it's their first time. Now, after they fight the war, those that survive, you keep training those soldiers, and then you send them again to a war. They will fight much better than the previous time, because they have experience in fighting now. It's the same with the human antibodies, and yeah.
Are you saying the human body? Are you saying the human body is incredibly intelligently designed?
Yeah.
That goes against mainstream atheism.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Right.
You're crazy. You're a crazy kid.
We're all crazy, but that's beside the point.
I know how
I'm
many.
joking, obviously.
I know
you see, the first who actually told me about urine therapy was my grandfather. He didn't teach me to drink.
Good on him.
Yeah,
Sasha, I
he
did
didn't
ask
teach
if
me
you would
to
please
drink
change the
my
subject
own,
about that, please.
my own stuff. But he said,
Sasha is not
I
speaking.
saw that when he used that cream, to treat the
Can you hear me?
wounds of my donkey. Yeah. And the second was when I was reading books of yoga. So, yeah.
Yoga, fantastic. Well, Jesus Christ preaches yoga, so why you can't get it wrong, mate?
No.
Well,
that's
the
a false
problem
statement.
is it has to be taboo because...
Get.
Yeah.
Stop talking.
Okay.
Scotty. That was a false statement. Please don't talk about things that you're not having knowledge on.
A yoga? Yeah, is that what you said? Are you talking about yoga, yeah?
No.
You're on?
Wait, which one was the first false statement?
Which one exactly, buddy?
Jesus never talked about yoga. Okay, it's bad enough that you all are promoting urine as a consumable material. Okay, but once you start talking about Jesus falsely, I'm going to speak up.
Here we go.
So stop the conversation about urine.
Coming in.
Stop the topic about urine consumption. And also, let's not talk about things that Jesus never talked about.
So creatine isn't in urine. So creatine isn't in urine. Are you yes or no?
Whatever, man.
It wasn't a request.
Yeah.
It wasn't a suggestion. It was a demand. Do not talk about urine consumption anymore. But even more so, don't make claims about Jesus that are false. Move the topic back to the purpose of the server.
I don't like.
I don't want to hear any more
about this
whatsoever. Nobody else does either.
Yeah, there is literature about it, and I recommend people go take the literature, study the therapies and stuff on their own. We don't have to discuss it in here. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know a lot of people like to talk about stuff like that, but I just don't think it's necessary. If it was like helping conversation, I could understand it. But yeah, I think we can move on. Thank you.
In other news, because weather is always the benign topic that people like to talk about. It's white outside, and we're having a massive blizzard. So far, I'm only up to like 6 or so inches where I live, but just about 2 hours down the road from me, there's people that are already in excess of 20 inches.
Holy crap.
Is that normal for where you are, Gus?
Well, oddly enough, exactly 366 days ago, 366 days ago, a storm of a similar proportion hit this area. Not quite the 20 inches of some locations, but yeah, like last year, this time we got like 10 inches or something like that. So yeah, fairly normal. There's There's been snow in every month of the year.
That's for the whole year, though, right?
In North Dakota.
Of snow in a whole year.
No. 2 hours away from me, they've gotten 20 inches of snow in the last 30 hours.
Wow.
In the mountains.
No.
That's a lot of collapsed roofs, bro.
North Dakota's super flat.
Oh,
no mountains.
But
it's a blizzard. It's a blizzard.
How you mean it's snowing also in July and August?
It has snowed in every month of the year in North Dakota at some point in time. It doesn't always happen.
I understand now. Yeah.
North Dakota has a record of the highest and lowest temperature. So the highest temperature in North Dakota was 120 degrees. The lowest temperature ever in North Dakota was negative 60 degrees, both Fahrenheit numbers there. And that happened within 12 months of each other.
Holy crap.
Or actually, technically, within 6.5 months of each other. It happened in the same year. The highest temperature ever and the lowest temperature ever happened in the same year.
Which parallel is North Dakota?
I believe I'm in the 48.
Near 50. Yeah.
Yeah, let me double check. Make sure I'm saying that right. I believe I'm at 48. Yeah, 48.9 is my lat, but the latitudes that are having more snow are at 47, 48.
Yeah. I'm pretty much. I'm very close to that too. Romania, the 45th parallel crosses a place very close to my city. Yeah.
Yep.
So I know. And it happens also that we had snow like in summer, But it doesn't happen every year, like once in 10 years or something like that. My grandfather was telling me when I was a child, he was, when we were on the land plowing or doing the job, he was telling me about the seasons when we plant and seed and harvest, and he was saying that, look, when it's the season to start plowing, to prepare the land for seeding. While you do this job, you have to pay attention to the wind. Which direction is the wind blowing from, and to follow the crows in the sky, like the directions they are flying. And he was telling me these signs tell you how the weather will be this year and how much harvest you can get, And
I want to share, you mentioned this thing about clouds in the sky and stuff. I'm going to post a video real quick. I want you to notice something. Hold on, just.
Oh, but I didn't say about clouds. Crows, those birds, black birds, crow. Those birds always fly together, and they follow a certain direction. And according to which direction they are flying in springtime or autumn, which season is coming. They tell you when winter is coming, when it's going to be snowing in a couple of days, or, They are migrating birds. And yeah, when in winter time, they fly away from the country.
Did you ever see what birds doing before the rain?
Well, they shelter vast majority before the rain.
I'm telling some of them, I cannot remember. They're flying so low, you know?
Yeah. Also that, yeah.
Yeah. And after that, it's coming rain. I don't know why, but every time. I don't have scientific method for that.
I know.
What, really? We changed the subject from you know what, and everybody gets quiet? Come on, guys. Don't tell me we're all that shallow, man. Come on. I'm disappointed here. Help me out.
Earth is globe, huh?
If you say so. I can argue with you.
Earth is a rolling globe.
It might be a donut.
Oh my God!
It feels
jelly
very
donut.
fast, doesn't it?
All right, guys.
Brenda space time, huh?
Here's the video.
Oh no!
Notice the balloons and notice the clouds.
Yeah.
Tell me if you notice anything peculiar or unusual, unexpected. Maybe might be the best word.
Huh.
Is this a test?
No, it's not a test. I was just watching this video yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, that's not what I would expect."
I'm just teasing you. I was just...
Nothing yet.
Yeah, I've got the clouds don't seem to be matching the direction of the balloons. Is that what you're getting
Yeah.
at? Yeah, that's strange.
Significantly so, and oppositionally so.
Well, hold on. Not necessarily, because the upper layers of cloud layers move differently. The jet streams move differently, so it is possible that that's not really so. But yeah, I see where you're coming from, though.
Yeah, I understand the explanations for why. It's just not always what you would expect.
True, I agree.
And I also found it interesting how the balloons don't move in unison.
And now question is,
that's what I thought you were going to say.
Which one is moving with atmosphere, clouds or balloons?
So do they have any way of choosing their own direction, or do they have to go, like, do they have like little boosters on there to direct them at all? You know what I mean?
I don't think they have lateral.
No, I didn't think they did either. But
well, they have little things, blast holes that they pull open on the sides of the balloon that actually do allow hot air to escape, and it does kind of make them move left to right. So they do have somewhat
so it could push them in a direction.
Yeah, slightly. It's not much. That's why they always do it in low winds. But I don't know a whole lot about the. Like I said, I'm just a rookie. But yeah, I'd say look it up. It's
I was thinking
investigation.
So they do balloon rides near me in Bristol, in England.
Yeah,
and you can go up, but then you get dropped off back in the same place. And I was always wondered how do they manage to do that? Yeah, you'd think you just blow wherever the wind's going.
I think it's because those areas happen to be an area where it's easy. You know, there's a light enough wind and effects that you can actually maneuver with the balloon. You know what I'm saying? Like in Napa, they do the same thing here.
Right. So maybe if it's high winds, they won't let you go up or whatever. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought it was
just saying because of what they are, there's a lot more to them than you would expect. So yeah, check into it. You might learn something.
I want to hear from this highly suspect person, Fief. Or Feeful. Hello, Feeful. Oh, sounds like they're vomiting.
Oh, that's pleasant. That's very pleasant. Sorry, buddy. Need me to hold your head for you?
I thought it was hair. You actually hold somebody's head while they're doing that thing?
Well, if they can't keep it in the bowl, yeah.
Oh yeah, good point.
It's either that or clean up the mess later. You know,
it's a really disturbing thing.
This is beautiful.
It's disturbing that I even said it. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
It's okay. People, I'm gonna probably just remute you unless you're able to say hello, or Fifi, or I guess those are two Fs. Man, my eyesight. Sometimes gotta. Oh well. Thief.
Don't worry. When it finally goes, you won't be missing much.
Yeah. Uno, dos, tres. Un, deux, trois. All right. We'll just mute you again anyway.
Un, deux, trois.
Arenio. Hello. Welcome to the voice chat. Arenio Hall? Is that your name? Arenio Hall. Does anybody even know who Arsenio Hall is?
I do.
Of course I do.
Dave.
He was a very, very funny bug-eyed comedian with
my references. You get it, too. Cool. I relate much more to the people within the 20 to 40 years older than myself than I do the people 20 to 40 years younger than me. Is it? Oh, maybe is that I guess that's fairly normal, right? That's kind of usually the way it is.
I think so, somewhat.
The older you get, the less you relate to people that are younger you. That's just I think that's a fairly normal phenomenon. The older I get, the more it becomes really evident, though. Hey, I did post these words that I think are worth researching. I'm going to be doing a lot of research on this topic because there's something that's going viral right now, involving a slithering animal. And these words are neutrophil extracellular traps. And on that topic, I am going to be doing lots of research because I think that there is another distraction, deception type viral topic that's getting disseminated that's going to make a lot of people look like fools. And I think it's bait. I think it's, speaking of trap, I think it's a trap.
I'm glad you brought that up because I.
So, it's like this. If it walks like a duck, if it talks like a duck, if it tastes like a duck, whatever, it's probably a duck. But if it only sounds like a duck, but it actually doesn't walk like a duck, it doesn't taste like a duck, it's different in all these other ways. If a bunch of people say that it's a duck, even though it only has relationship in regards to the way it sounds, well, maybe it's a duck call, right? A duck. If you have a duck call in your hand, it's not going to taste like a duck. It's not going to waddle like a duck. It's not a duck.
It might quack like a duck.
But it might quack like a duck. So in the analogical way, there seems to be this viral messaging going around right now at extremely fast rate, referring to a fanged creature and its correlation to recent history. And it's becoming quite apparent to me very quickly because of how I do my research that something might just be going on. Why does this get posted so frequently? Sasha, are you just trying to brag about your olive bread all the time, or?
It's not olive bread. If you want all others. No, it was the sound of the farmer, and I said I sound like a baker, not because of...
You just posting a metaphor?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just didn't get it, that's all.
Yeah, you share this picture all the time, and I'm like, is there something more to this?
Oh, yeah. Do you want more?
Well, no, I don't want more. I'm just wondering if there's if this bread is a euphemism for something.
I think it's more he's expressing himself in his baking. His baking
on the list. It was easier to post,
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, that wasn't the answer I was expecting.
So, anyway, heads up to the people that are seeing a certain host of videos circulating around, and do some research on neutrophil extracellular traps, and recognize the cause of neutrophil extracellular traps. Look into the documents, the research that has been done on what causes those, and recognize the fact that there are many causes for neutrophil extracellular traps, and not just a singular cause, such as is being propagated.
Are you talking about moving water molecules?
Viral videos. What's that?
Oh, I'm confused about what the subject was.
I lost. I think I wasn't listening good enough.
It's in relationship to a handful of viral videos that are circulating on the topic of a fanged, FANGED creature, and its correlation to recent history. And
wow. We have to tell people those aren't real.
So there are literally millions of people believing that more than likely synthetic material was created, and or the creature itself and its material is being disseminated. And I just want people to do research on neutrophil extracellular traps and all of the potential causes for NETs, neutrophil extracellular traps. It's a fascinating topic. It's probably super boring to a lot of people, but if you develop a little bit of discipline and patience, you can learn all sorts of things. When you if you get away from buzzwords, when you do your research, and try to find less weaponized terms for what you're researching.
Yeah, beat around the bush, because when you hit the bush, what spills out is going to be all the propaganda. Yeah,
100%. Great way of putting it.
Kind of like if you just type in flat Earth into YouTube and without any history, you're going to get 2,000 videos that are not about any evidence at all.
Yes,
every one of them are just hit pieces on flat Earth people.
You got it. And if
that doesn't make you wonder a little bit, then something's wrong.
Beat around the bush a little bit, and you say, okay, I'm going to research proof of globe. Proof of globe. Let me do that.
If you want some initial evidence, just look up photograph and image, and look up, read the definitions, and then go and look for photographs of the Earth from space, and you'll find that they change that word to images instantly. It's a disambiguation that they don't even mention. Kind of odd.
Yeah, for sure.
And the reason why that is because they never took any photos from space, people. They just don't exist. I looked and looked and looked and looked and looked and looked and looked, and every single one of them says image. Once you get to the page and look at it, it'll say image right at the bottom. It's like, I wonder if that's deliberate. I wonder.
And here I'll post, because I am prone to post etymologies and meanings of words. Image.
An image is a falsie, or a human version of what they saw. That's what an image is. Just like a painting is considered an image.
Yep. Now there is such a thing as photorealistic art.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make that art a photo just because it's photorealistic.
Right. A photo requires a plate or some kind of physical structure that takes the picture and puts it permanently onto it so that you can make copies of it. That's what a photograph is.
And guess what does the writing or the graphing? Light.
Yep. And sensitive chemicals that react to it. And I realize that we now have digital cameras, and those are still photographs, but there is a slight difference, because when you take an actual camera, a lens, and you take and allow that light to pass through a lens and into the digital camera reader, it reads every little colored pixel on the page, and then it makes a rendition of what it sees. That is still considered a photograph, because you're actually taking a copy of what the camera sees. You're not changing it. You know what I'm saying? You're not
restructuring it. Now, once you add effects and filters and all that, then you are changing it. Therefore, that's why they're called images, because you've changed something. You've filtered it or augmented it in some way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't. It's fine. I was distracted by Sasha's post again.
Even the actual task or the operation of taking a photo, you are directing the shot. So you're editing the image before you've even taken it. Do you understand what I mean?
You're choosing
what to leave.
I'm just saying that I agree that a digital photograph is still a photograph. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it necessarily needs to have that.
I would reframe that, Flatty, to a photo doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah, that was my. I was just backing that up.
Like they say, a photo tells what's that saying? A photo tells 1,000 words.
Speaks 1,000 words.
Speaks 1,000 words. Yeah.
Speaks 1,000 words. And you would follow that up with, but everything else tells or speaks 1,000,000 more.
Yeah.
I agree. No matter how good photography gets, it'll never be actual what you see. You're right. I think 35 millimeter was probably the closest to the human eye when it comes to aperture or perspective or whatever, but we've long gotten rid of most of those. So, and nowadays we have all these digital stuff where steadying and all this stuff, and it does affect the actual photo, or it does affect the images that you end up with.
It's 19 degrees.
But I believe that NASA claims they took Polaroid photograph or regular camera film up on the moon landings and took photographs of stuff. I believe that they have said that many, many times, but I've never seen these actual photographs. And if they existed, why wouldn't they be at the top of the list of photographs from space? I mean, you're just going to have to make reasonable. Somebody that argues with this is going to have to give me some reasonable answers to those questions before I'm even going to consider it. You know what I mean? It's like,
Jimmy,
to me, this is an obvious scam. You know what I mean?
19 Celsius?
I never realised I was unmuted. Sorry, guys. Just driving there, I was like, oh, it's 19 degrees. Sorry.
You were just hot micing. No, it's fine. Are you meaning 19 Celsius?
Yeah, it's nice in the UK today.
Oh, gee, yeah, it's -6 Celsius where I'm at.
Oh.
Cold. Sun shining, birds singing.
Nice.
Yeah, that's another question I have. Why is it that in America we talk about Fahrenheit until it's freezing, then we say it's below zero? Does that make any sense to you? Those of you who live in America, I still cannot figure out why the heck they do that.
Fahrenheit's a contrived measurement. Fahrenheit's messed up.
Right, and everything about it tells me that someone deliberately did it just to deceive people, or at least to make it difficult for them. And why did they do that? I really don't know.
I'm not really aware of. I know some of the details, but it's
when we came over here, we just decided to start driving on the wrong side of the road and writing everything differently and changing all this stuff just so we could be original. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I wonder what the actual origins of the different side of the road thing. Because I wouldn't say that one side of the road is right or wrong. That's
but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
My thinking is,
I agree with you,
because it's not really like we were taught that people were getting away from Britain and they wanted to be a separate country, didn't they? But we've also found out now that America is a corporation of Britain. So I think they just planned it and they said, yeah, let's make everything opposite, just so it seems like we hate Britain.
Yep, and probably Britain had all along planned to actually do what they were going to do, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly I'm starting to second guess all history, just simply because of some of the stuff that I've learned the last few months. It's just like, I don't know. It seems like the farther down the hole I go, the more I find out that I'm lied to. It's like maybe I should just throw it all out and start it over, you know?
I feel the same way about history. The history books are written by the winners of the wars, is a saying, isn't it?
It's a saying.
Well, I'm not sure it's the winner of the wars that's changing. I think it's our school districts in general. But yeah, there's somebody at the top making those decisions for sure.
It is a saying. Although it's a slippery slope to thinking that all of history is a lie of some kind, that we can't know anything about the past, I think is a really dangerous.
Yeah, that's a deception too, right? Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I'm generally untrusting is what I mean.
It's fair. Expected. Danny is back. Little known fact, the Fahrenheit scale. So Fahrenheit fixed the scale so that he lived the temperature would rarely have. Fahrenheit fixed the scale so that where he lived, the temperature would rarely, if ever, be outside of a 0 to 100. Yeah.
You know what? That sounds like an actual true story. It does, doesn't it? That would make sense. He was just.
it's what's described as
it's ridiculous, but
yeah, that's what they say about the Fahrenheit guy and how he did what he did, and so I don't have any reason or purpose for disputing that, and I think it's probably the case. The issue is, regardless of why the scale was made in the way that it was made, it's still far more arbitrary in feeling or experience, or less intuitive, I would say, than Celsius. Less intuitive.
I feel like a dummy. I just had to look up what arbitrary meant again.
No, that's fine.
But I wanted to make sure I understood what you meant.
I'm always trying to choose the simplest word, but
it's weird that way, isn't it?
Well, I recently got some feedback from some IRL people that it's better to use simpler words, especially when engaging with certain people. And I think I certainly have no reason to show off. But every now and then, it's not about showing off. It's really hard to choose words that go away from the meaning that you're looking for.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
When you know that a word matches exactly with what you want to convey, but then
the person doesn't know what the word means, so it makes it.
That's most of the reason why I talk slow sometimes. It's because I'm scanning 15 different options.
You're gonna stop doing that to yourself, bro.
Of the best word. Yeah, self-filtering is normal. Not everybody has a good filter, but the more of a filter you impose on yourself, the harder it is to talk super, super fast. I know that much.
Yeah, try talking in a calm manner when you get triggered. I think that's the most difficult one. Is trying to remain respectful and not show, not let it sound like you're angry or frustrated in your voice. It's difficult to do that sometimes.
my compassion usually kicks in when I'm triggered. Like if somebody says something that I find offensive or terrible in some kind of way, then I'm usually concerned for them.
Right.
And try to depersonalize the offense. It's a tactic. It is less intuitive to people who have not used it as much. Most people in the U.S. find the Celsius scale to be less intuitive. I don't know why that would be, Danny. 0 for freezing and 100 for boiling as the two primary. It's all about water, and then everything else in between, you just learn to associate. I don't know what would make Celsius not intuitive. 32 and 212 just feels contrived.
32 and 186, I thought it was.
No, 212.
Oh, that's right. I'm thinking of something else.
Is he trying to tell us something with this, or just throwing it out there?
I'm not sure. I think we kind of I think it got twisted.
I know that's the case, Danny, and people are, usually reject things that they're unfamiliar with. Probably could go into metaphor land with that comment. People rejecting things that they don't understand.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that'd be great. Alrighty then. Danny, I think I had the opportunity of asking you that. Yeah, I know I did. I asked you that question yesterday of what would be suitable falsification of the globe belief. You said it was a good question. I asked you, and I asked a bunch of other people yesterday too, and everybody gave me the exact, almost perfectly verbatim response. That's a great question. I'll have to think about that. I asked 3 other people besides you.
Which one?
And they all said the same thing. That's a great question. I'll have to think about that. And I find it confounding that no one would have an answer.
Was I there? I don't remember what the question was.
Maybe disconcerting would be more appropriate. I don't know. It was over the course of the entire day, so I asked 4 different people yesterday this question and got the same answer.
I was just wondering if you asked me. I was just wondering if you had asked me or not.
No. I was asking specifically the believers.
Gotcha. Well, I am one of those, but
no.
I'm kidding. It's okay. I'm just.
Well, science is falsifiable, right? So if it's a question of science and falsifiability, and somebody's putting forth the idea that what they're claiming is science, then there needs to be some sort of falsifiability.
Well,
if it's
here's the thing,
regarding the shape, if it's regarding the shape claim, right, that's not necessarily a question of science. But
hold on, Napalm. Not to say that you are off track, but let me just point out: if I buy a truckload of 2x4s, comes in on a flatbed truck. Let's say I bought 500 of them. Okay, and I bought a load of 6 foot 2x4s. I don't know why 6 foot, but let's just say 6 foot's what I bought. Is it falsifiable whether or not I received 500 6-foot-long 2x4s?
Yes, you can count
and that's not
measure.
A question of science.
Correct.
Unless you take the dependent variable to be the measure itself, could you abstract that into pretending that that's science? Or
no, it's a question of really. I don't even know how I would phrase that, like what category I would put your example under. Really, it'd be an example of
measure or
measuring
maybe
or auditing the claim, right? Like, sorry, I'm an accountant, so that's where my brain goes, is auditing.
Well, Danny brought this whole category up yesterday: metrology, the science of weights and measures. Not meteorology, metrology. And he was defending the idea that metrology, the science of weights and measures, as a science.
What is the science involved in weights and measures? It's
a good question. But this goes back to how we're defining words, in that science at its root meaning is referring to knowledge.
Right.
So,
and typically a cause and effect relationship, right? Not,
therefore causing that whole thing, right?
Correct. And that's why other adjectives may be necessary, like natural sciences or whatever.
Well, you could say that science means to study, but it's not quite just that, right? There's more to it.
Well, that's
how people use it nowadays, but I don't think that's the correct application of the word, in my opinion.
I think it's science. It's the study of something under guidelines that make you see the truth of it, right? Or at least that's the whole idea of it, right? Is to prove things out and not have to, argue and actually have evidence. Yeah.
Oh yeah, AI has a good question for you, Napalm, in the chat.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Would you accept a quantity of 2x4s or financial books off by 2 orders of magnitude?
No, that's way outside what we would call a material difference. So, yeah, in accounting, we can have things that are off slightly, but it needs to be immaterial, meaning it has such a low impact. So say I'm dealing with somebody whose taxable income is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're off by $2 in certain things, we'll chalk that up to immaterial, because in the grand scheme of hundreds of millions, $2 is an immaterial difference that's just not paid attention to.
For sure. And in the analogy of the 2x4s, if some are 6 foot, 6 foot and 3/8 inches, some are 5 foot 11 and a half, and there's this variance of plus or minus half an inch. That too would probably be, depending on what you're doing, it may be even an acceptable variance. But if some are 2 foot long, and some are 11 foot long, and some are 17 foot long, and some even other ones are like 14,000 feet long, which is just implausible in the first place. Like, what tree did that come from?
Yeah, certainly.
And all that would seem normal until you get a tree that's like 500 feet long, right? And then you're like, well, wait a minute, something's not right here.
Mid-sentence, rookie, mid-sentence.
Certainly the immateriality of something with, say you're auditing the boards, you would have to, it would be subjective, right? What you would accept as a, acceptable variance or immateriality to what you were trying to, or alleged to receive. But yeah, I don't think anybody with any sane mind would accept anything 2 orders of magnitude off from what they were promised or were told was the case.
Yeah. And in regards to building materials, it would be much more inconvenient for them to be shorter than longer.
Exactly. That's why
inconvenient.
They would set that in their business. I'm sorry, I cut you off again.
No, it's fine. You get a box of toothpicks.
I was just saying, I would accept anything that was 6 feet or longer if I was building something that needed to be at least 6 feet high, right? Like walls and standing up walls. But if they were a little bit over, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Matter of fact, that might actually work out to my advantage, because I might not use all the wood eventually if I'm making lots of cuts, right?
Well, in this case, the claim is 6 foot 2x4s, and reality is basically like a box of toothpicks. In the orders of magnitude of incorrectness of the claim. Imagine ordering 500 2x4s of 6 foot length and receiving a box of 500 toothpicks, and everybody acting like you're the crazy one for having anything to complain
about. But they were all 6 inches long, so maybe it was your mistake.
Well, I could see the Globers accepting the toothpicks, because then they could just build a model. And, as long as they have a model, it's reality. Model house.
Well, it was to square, or it was to scale.
Touche, good sir. That was a beautiful, man. You took the building materials I gave you, and good job. That was excellent. That was a deep burn. But yeah, I mean, go ahead, Dave.
Weird-looking globe made out of toothpicks.
Yeah, good point. But that is the main issue.
That makes sense. They get a flat Earth and make it into a bar.
I think next time someone mentions, that you can curve the adjacent, you ought to hand them a box full of those little triangle tiles that magnets it together and say, "Okay, build us a globe."
Oh, I'm sure that they would be okay.
And watch them sit there and go, "What?"
Yeah. That is what we have with our observations is the repeated invalidation of the claim. And my purpose in asking people what is a suitable falsification is not for everybody else, but it's rather for the person I'm asking to expose to themselves how they are unwilling to embrace truth.
Yes. Because that cognitive dissonance will make them not really see that if you don't point it out. You're right.
Hey, Gospel Bearer, have you talked to Reno? Arenio?
Yeah, I always try to address the people that are new in the chat, and they just ignore me sometimes. Not always, but this time, Arenio Hall refused to say hello.
Yeah, we said hi to him a couple times.
I mean, I do I do have fun with people's screen names. Maybe that offends them, and then they feel like not talking. But I do that really as an icebreaker to get the conversation rolling.
Yeah, or to impose myself into the conversation. Right.
Yeah. So.
If I could agree with you real quick, Gospel, that's an excellent question because you're getting the person to actually examine their own rationalization processes of what they accept as truth. So that's an excellent question to ask people. I agree.
Well, at the age of 14, I started to ask myself the same questions in regards to what I understood to be true and what, how many years? 22 years later, I still understand to be true, even in a richer and deeper way than I did 23 years ago. So I always embraced this concept of challenge. I engaged in conversations with those who were hostile against God and those who claimed to be atheists and those sorts of things. So when it comes to other topics of truth and things that can be validated or invalidated and all that sort of thing, and when you find a category of something that has been invalidated, falsified, like I've said before, you shouldn't be afraid. And then the people that are claiming that they still believe and hold true to the thing that has been falsified, I mean, everybody has different techniques in working with those sorts of people, but yeah.
Well, I find that the majority of people will not let go of a falsified claim unless there is a replacement claim.
Mm-hmm.
People have a very hard time letting go of an incorrect, let's say, model or an incorrect claim without some sort of placeholder to fill that in that they feel is sufficient.
Yeah. Well, the intro.
Good morning. No, I was saying good morning.
Oh yeah, good morning.
I am on one. What are you guys talking about?
Orders of magnitude, falsification, how people hold on to their beliefs. The
Let's talk about. Well, maybe we probably. No, shit. Okay, well, if Ahmad wants to stop me, so be it. I rarely do anything wrong in here. I would like to talk about the damn Bible, man. That's what I'd like to. Should we go somewhere else? I want to go deep, man. Like, who's willing? Let's blow this pop stand.
It depends. It depends on what topic and how we talk about it, I think. My opinion. So, what's the topic?
Okay, any year before the 1400s, 1500s, actually, any year before the 1500s is irrelevant, and no one wants to hear a globe earther try to marry their thoughts about heliocentrism and geocentrism. That's already out the window. That's already out the door. You're not arguing for that. You're not arguing for what the Greeks argued. Just sit down. Right? So we're left with why some people believe in a heliocentric universe. People like Matthew Learns, who will say he's a Christian, right?
Yeah.
I would expect him to think what the Protestant Reformation is about or was about.
All right, so can I give you a dangerous analogy?
Okay.
Everybody just recognize that what I'm about to say is only a hypothetical. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm not implying anything. I'm not instructing anyone to do anything with their life in a different way. This is a hypothetical situation and just a conversation about the psychology of an action and our response to an action. That's my preface. So Elijah, you're walking down the street. Somebody coughs in your face as they walk by you. Like they look at you, but then they accidentally like cough, maybe a halfway sneeze. Particulates hit you in the face. What are the different things that go on in your mind as a consequence or as a result of that action?
Well, seeing as that happens all the time, and I have like direct experience of doing and having it done. For example, like I'm riding on my bike, I go to spit, and it goes right in someone's face, and vice versa to me.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'll just take it after, like in the context of these times, because of this whole pandemic and my research on things, and then remembering
I want you to answer. I want you to answer.
I'm about to.
More like a 20. Hold on. More like a 2019, Elijah.
More like a 2019. Well, it would still be the same.
Okay.
Which is initially my first response is, ew, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
And then whenever I have these instincts, because I've typically just led with them, and it's been not great. So now, immediately after that, I check myself and go, but did I die? It's just spit. Am I really going to get sick after this? No, because it's happened before. So am I going to start a fight for something that someone did by mistake? No, I'm just going to move on. I'm going to say, good day, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sorry. It's a little spit.
So a different way of looking at this, I understand your experience, and you're in a highly populated area, so your response may not be the norm. It may be the norm. I don't know, and I'm not saying what is right or wrong, but let me give you a different answer of something that I would have said at a certain point in time, and I won't specify what point in time, but I would have been like, ew as well, right? That's a natural, in my opinion, that's a natural response. But also, oh my gosh, I wonder if, fill in the blank. And my point is, the way that you think about something, how you conceptualize reality, how you respond to different stimuli, doesn't necessarily directly correlate to I was going to say to your morals. It does and it doesn't. I don't think that every action we have, you can make a moral judgment against. I'm like rubbing my eyes right now, for instance. The behavior of rubbing your eyes, passing a moral judgment against that may sound insane to some. Maybe somebody could rationalize a reason why you would pass a moral judgment against somebody that's rubbing their eyes. But people do different things for different reasons, and it's not always something that should be criticized, because there's presupposition. I know it's like a roundabout way of getting to my actual point. Presuppositions. And there are narratives and propaganda and stories that have been conveyed throughout time that lead people to believing certain things about reality that may or may not be true. And the nature of the surface that we live on is not the only thing that falls into this category. There are other extremely relevant, uniform, across all people, culture, language issues, the boundary crossing issues that are relevant to every person that's alive. That are deceptions that are carried out, or hypothetical deceptions, depending on your personal perspective on what is true and what is not. So I think that a lot of people can be quick to judge, so to speak, a perceived hypocrisy. It's only it's only hypocrisy. Let's just say I think that people can be hypocrites and not know it.
Okay.
Was that really convoluted, or did it make some sense?
It makes sense. But what did I say that triggered this?
So your question was about how in the world can somebody like Matthew rationalize between these two competing concepts and be okay with it. And my response...
Well, no.
I misunderstood.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I may be like a basic level follower of the way, right? But there are scholars. Matthew, I would consider a scholar, I suppose.
Of math, maybe.
Yeah, of math, but he also is against evolution, and that doesn't even have anything to do with his faith, but he's espoused his faith. And I guess I just assume certain things, like things that he should know that I'm only just finding out. Okay. Not just finding out, but remembering, oh yeah, I remember being in school and hearing about this, right? So again, I'm talking about Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is because I'm like, oh, wait, there's a problem here specifically because of what the Catholic Church was doing. Which was what? Well, Copernicus, whom I didn't know until today, and I won't say no, but I think, based on what was told, and I would have to fish out the information, but if it is as I've seen it, he was a priest as well. I had no idea. Nobody's really elucidated that fact. That most people that believe in the globe and believe in heliocentrism and all of this, there's no connection to religion whatsoever in their mind, which I don't get, because Copernicus, who is or was a priest, is the person who first, historically speaking, put the idea into motion that it is us traveling around the sun, which ultimately led to a change, a real change. What change was that? Well, the changing of the calendar year. These are real world changes
Yeah, before you go too far, can you explain what that change was?
A change from, I guess there were many different people who followed a different calendar. Like, for example, today, the Chinese calendar is different still. But I guess that was more of a thing. Everyone having their own. I don't really know, but I do know that the Gregorian calendar is the one that we all now, for the most part, most civilized folk follow, right? And the reason we follow this specifically is based on the fact that we're traveling, based on the presupposition, I'll say, that we're going around the sun. So a real world change happens specifically because of a worldview that involves moving around the sun. Now, on top of that, I mean, seems to be strategic moves in which they wanted people to lose faith in the word. And as I understand it, the Pope is more important than the word anyway for a Catholic. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? Can anybody confirm that?
No, a Catholic would claim equality, not hierarchy.
Equality, fair enough. Okay. But it's okay, so you have people like Martin Luther and I guess this guy by the name of John Calvin who specifically speak against this idea that we're going around the sun, and you can imply based on the context of their statements that this idea that we're going around the sun and that the earth is moving instead of the sun being instead of the sun not moving and us moving, but of course they do say it moves because it's in an orbit around the whatever. But to say that the movement that we see is due to the rotation of the earth is separate from scripture. So why would people like the Pope sanction someone like a priest who believes this, something that goes directly against scripture? Now, this is the argument at that time, specifically around this idea and the changing of the calendar. And if that's the case, and if the problem is, well, this heliocentric idea goes against creation and against Genesis and scripture, why would Matthew justify his belief in heliocentrism? Why would he malign himself? Like, I'm wondering, is he ignorant to all this?
There's a lot of head in the sand response.
I would say no, but I don't know.
I did post some dates in correlation to what you were referring to. So 1517, Protestant Reformation. Copernicus's life, 1473 to 1543. And then the Gregorian calendar was introduced in 1582. So 39 years after the death of Copernicus.
Yes, and then that he had a stroke and he was paralyzed, and this is when they wanted him to publish his works, because he actually also was in opposition to sharing this, the thing that they were trying to push.
Yeah,
probably because he knew what it was going to do.
The interesting thing is what these people were playing with, information-wise, really got them into Joe Rogan ville. And what I mean by that is they became fanatics. And Newton, Isaac Newton would be a really good example of this. where he wrote millions of words on, about stuff, supposedly on the topic of theology. I believe that the claim is that he wrote over 2 million words in regards to theology. The issue is that sounds like, it's really neat, cool. What he was writing was,
Go ahead. Sorry.
What he was writing was correlated to the mystery school religion teachings, of which he was a student of. But so were all these other people who were looking to these ancient teachings for inspiration. But then
Good morning.
They didn't become mouthpieces for it exactly, but they were obsessed with it at the same time. They're always like fringe, is what I'm trying to say. Even I know that people are like, well, Joe Rogan's super popular, blah blah blah. But he's still fringe.
He's still fringe, but he's also still, I think, agnostic. I'll give him that. I'll say agnostic, right? But he's definitely one of those, right? Like a Kyle Kalinske, who's straight up believes he's atheist. That boy, I don't know. Either I've evolved or he's just went off the deep end. I don't even know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, but here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing. I'm going to make this connection for you guys because that's what I do. I'm not the most technical, but when it comes to seeing connections and putting it out in a way that people can understand, I think that I can do that. And I think this is an important connection to make. People have been saying for the longest time, we have been saying for the longest time, they, quote unquote, are trying to separate people from creation and God. And for some reason, people poo-poo that, right? And it's like, what's the significance of that? Even if that's true, who's they, this, that, blah, 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 blah. Here's the thing. That's evidence today. And I'll prove to you why. Because history, repeats it. The proof is in the pudding. So, these people were fighting back then, specifically because, what is the Catholic Church doing? What are they teaching? Why are they going against what the word is saying? They are trying to separate people from God. Okay? So, fast forward today, sometime in my lifetime when I was going to school, Supreme Justice ruling came down that we are not going to be having Bible talk or Bibles in school anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I still learned about the heliocentric model that came from these folks, though. Where's the separation?
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. I hear you, Elijah.
Where's the separation?
There isn't one. One's a cult, and one's a religion, and they throw them together. Yeah,
hold on.
Listen. What's in the minds of people like me and everyone else that is ignorant, but on a surface level accepts evolution and accepts the heliocentric model on a surface level, because there are physicists who do know that God is at the end of the glass. We've heard that. But the point is, most people's takeaway is, you're religious. You believe in a sky that this, that, and the third, right? That's what they believe. That's what they say. So obviously in that context, they do not believe, we learned all this stuff from men of God, and surely some of this all ties in. Well, if it did, then the takeaway wouldn't be people like Joe Rogan talking us down in the name of science, this thing that these Catholics have presented as an idea at one time.
All right. To sum up what you're saying, it seems that there's a deep irony in that alleged men of God were the proponents and potentially the originators of these ideas, and yet at the same time, the basis on which they allegedly founded these ideas is also rejected. But in reality, this actually just exposes, for those that are discerning, it just simply exposes the fact that the origins of heliocentrism and all the other related ideas are not from God, but rather they are from the mystery school religion teachings. Right?
Right. I don't understand how Christians today, as a matter of fact, you know what? There are a lot of things that people don't know. There are a lot of things that I've done in my life that people have followed. Just mundane stuff. Maybe a move on a court. Maybe the way I wrote something, when I did my music. But no one does anything till you do it first. And perhaps the problem really is that I'm not doing enough. Perhaps I need to send a message to Matthew, and I don't mean this in any nefarious way. Like, perhaps I should truly, and because I say all the time, I really like Matthew. I don't like people disrespecting Matthew. I don't think Matthew is a liar. Say this all the time. And so, isn't it upon me to actually take it away from the spectacle of the live stream and actually send a message to him, ask him, hey, when you have time, can we get on a phone call and actually talk to him for hours without an expectation of winning a point in a short amount of time?
Yeah, I would say that's a loving thing to do.
This is why the live stream can be difficult sometimes, because there's that line of that, there's that cross between the two, and it's easy to spill over on one side or the other and make things difficult,
Yeah.
So I actually really enjoy talking to Matthew because he's non-combative, and he will, for the most part, be honest with you, and he'll let you know when what he thinks is just a belief, and I can respect that. And I've actually been on other servers having candid video calls with Matthew, and to me, he's a respectful gentleman. So I give Matthew respect back because respect is earned. And I enjoy having him around. Yes, I agree.
I vote that statement is the statement of the day.
So I was right back then when I say, let's keep him. Well, Crackville asked that question months ago.
Somebody needs to go knock on that guy's door.
Yeah, where is he, by the way?
Yeah, I'm seriously concerned about him. I've sent him text messages over and over and over and over, and nothing.
Who?
Crack.
Oh, Crack? Okay. I feel like he's
Dre says that he's heard from him since I saw him, but I'm sorry, I did that already.
Yeah.
I asked Bozo about him. Bozo's quite close to me, and he said he has heard from him, I think. Or he said he's about, so...
Okay.
I don't know. I'll ask again.
Yeah, he told me the same thing,
Yeah, I'd be happy to drive down to wherever he is if anyone... Because he got doxxed once before, didn't he? But I'd be happy to go check in on him if...
All right, Napalm.
I don't think this is the first time that he's gone on a month or two hiatus from Discord, so...
Correct. He does that.
I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah.
While we're on the subject, has anybody heard from Platypus recently? By any chance, I know he's a Glober.
I saw him on another channel yesterday or the day before, but I haven't spoken to him.
Yeah, he's been around.
Okay, good. Because he used to be a lot more regular, and I haven't seen him around in a while. And I know last time I talked to him, he was concerned about job loss and things like that. So just wanted to make sure he's okay too.
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully all are well.
Think you're hot micing again there, Elijah.
Not hoping that all are well.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, me too, because I know there's a lot of things that go on in our lives that we may not be aware of, that they go through in their struggle. So it's always nice to, when they come back and tell us, we can look out for it in the future. Looking out for each other is important, that.
Yeah. Yeah. So to this whole point, I know what this server is not. I know that, but at the same time, understanding everything that was just said now, like everything that was said lays at the foundation of where or the origin of where this takes place. It's now going to be hard for me to have a immediate reaction to say, hey, you know what, we shouldn't be talking about this here. We can't be talking about this here. We should be talking about empiricism and measurement. When, yes, that's true, but the problem really is that people think that they're separate. Their ideas are separate from religion. And how could you not talk about religion when that's what all of this is?
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Level Up.
I was just going to say that's a basic axiom. I think everybody can agree on that. Everybody, no matter how unbiased and impartial they think they're being, is operating from a worldview that they take on faith, no matter who it is. I don't care if they believe in God or not. They're taking some basic assumptions on faith at the most fundamental level that they may not even be conscious of. And so there was no such thing as a completely dispassionate science discussion. There just isn't. And so we have to recognize when we throw around the religion canard at ball earthers, we need to remember that old adage that if you point to somebody, there's four fingers pointing back. It's no less so. And I've noticed this years ago when I first was in the community, how much
Can I mention? Sorry, I just want to mention that the thing that you take issue with in your statement is far from what I'm talking about doing. If you understand that, then that's fine. Please continue.
Maybe I don't know. But I was just going to say that when I was early in the community, I noticed right away that there's this striking parallel with the stages the community went through with Christian history. It's an uncanny parallel. I mean, you start out, you've discovered a brand new truth that has changed your life, right? And then you form communities and everybody's, singing around the campfire. Everything's great. And then disagreements happen and things crop up and people disagree on basically theology or cosmology. And they split off into factions. There's bad blood. There's feuds. There's, parting of ways. There's a desire to form a canon of some sort of truths that we believe as a community that are not, say, this cult over here, the Flat Earth Society. And you see where I'm going with this? I mean, and now it's a more mature movement in that we're more philosophical about what we believe and why and how to spread it. There's street evangelism is the same. I mean, it's all the same, which is, years ago, I'm like, I can tell you where this is going to wind up. But we have to recognize that this is your worldview is a very big part of anything, even the most quote unquote scientific thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to make a point off that, but I can't. I don't anything that you've said. I find it interesting that I would like to say, but this shouldn't be a theological debate. Like, really, we should just be informing people of a debate that was had. But then that's already what we're trying to do when we say, no, you're looking at this book in the wrong context. Actually, why don't you just look at the goings-ons? Because there's a point to be made. But they can't even do that with that. So the irony of me saying, well, we should just be pointing them to the history. It's not a debate between us and them over facts, but rather, here's the conversation from this person, here's the response from this person. That puts into context the very premise that you guys think is ridiculous or you guys argue against, which is specifically that that it's silly to think that all of this came about because they're trying to hide the Creator. But that's exactly what happened, historically speaking, if you're just reading exactly the words of the people.
And I also I had typed it out in the chat that a few minutes ago before I joined, is that the farther back in history you go, the less of a line there is between what we would consider science and what they would consider all truth as part of religious belief. There was no distinction really before. So we shouldn't be surprised that any kind of science movement, so-called, would come from a religious organization. It's the historical norm. Science as a supposedly dispassionate study is relatively new in history. So I just wanted to urge caution in trying to go too far with, well, this came out of the Catholic Church or that came from there. It can wind up being a genetic fallacy or something similar, where we're poisoning the well, where we think, well, because this current science idea originated in a church, then we must be suspect. And I think there are times when we need to consider the origins of something and times when it really doesn't apply and might lead us astray, actually. That was all the point I was trying to make then.
Yeah. I guess the reason that I brought up what I brought up, because I wasn't talking about Globers in general. It was actually because of I was thinking of my conversations with Matthew, who is also a believer. And given, and I've made a few assumptions. I've assumed, well, he has the information I have, and he's actually sat down and thought about it. These are the assumptions that I've made, and it's the reason that I'm asking why would he still say that he believes in this thing and say that, this model has nothing to do with the separation of God and creation and yada, 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 when that's what the conversation was about in the 1500s.
Right. And there's a lot more to it than all that, of course, or just doing a very simplified historical summary in some way. But one thing I know about people, regardless of topic, is they can go through life very happily believing contradictory things. And there's no cognitus problem because they don't see the disconnect. They don't see how it conflicts, and they don't care and they don't want to know. And there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, you can urge people to look at something and consider it, but most people on average don't care. They just don't care. So we have to know our target audience, so to speak, whether we're talking about spreading faith or spreading the observations about the earth we live on. there's a great wisdom. Again, I'm going to draw from my experiences in my faith where Jesus said, "Don't throw pearls to swine." And he said it because he chose swine because they're the kind of animal that he said would turn and attack you. They don't appreciate your kindness. They don't care about what you're offering. They don't value it. And all they'll do is tear you up. And that's what I think is a problem in the Flat Earth community is this. We've developed collectively a love of the battle and screaming obscenities at people to prove that we're right somehow, when all we're doing is beating our heads against brick walls and we think it's fun. I don't include myself in that, but this is why I don't participate a lot, because I don't want to be a part of that. I'd like to reason with people, and I understand at the same time there are people who don't listen to reason. So you just have to get to know, size somebody up and say, is this person open? Do they care about science details or whatever it is which we want to talk about? And then proceed. But in any case, unless we're running a fight club, which isn't going to fix the world or make anything better or spread truth, which allegedly are our goals, I mean, it's just counterproductive. I mean, there's too many people who won't debate Earthshape because of that kind of fight club mentality. And I can't blame them. And these people that don't want to do that are the kind of people who are in positions of influence that we really need to reach.
Yeah. I agree with you 1,000%. Yeah. That's why I typically ask people, why they're here, what they want to know from me, and I'll tell them, keep in mind that I might not be able to help you. Sometimes I let things trigger me, and I like that to happen a lot less because I'm not really here to argue. Like, I don't even know what the point of arguing is. Unless you're arguing about whether or not a song makes you feel good versus someone else who's like, it's complete garbage, or I like the color red. Well, I don't because actually it bothers my eyes or something. I don't know. Like, those things, fine, but I don't get arguing about literature that is. To say, no, it doesn't read the way it reads, I'm not here for that. And so when we're talking about the globe, that's all I'm doing is I'm reading what's available, and I'm looking at the methods available to determine whether or not what is being stated is true or false. And instead of somebody, going along and doing the same thing, they'd rather say, I don't know, anything that's absolutely non sequitur to literally discovery. It's like, well, how about we talk about how some other aspect must be wrong because of how I think about this thing? And it's like, why are we fighting? Why do we feel the need to argue? Like, so even over in the house, and you'll ask them to have the debate, and you want to show them how silly the tenets of their globe is. And it's like, why do that? They don't know anything. Why are you asking them anything? Only reason you should be asking them questions is to know what piece of information you should be given.
Right. And we have to. There's another illustration of where there's a bunch of newly hatched turtles near the sea, right? And they're trying to get to the ocean, and the birds are coming along and scooping them up to eat. And a little boy comes along and starts picking up one turtle at a time and taking it to the water to try to save some. And an older person comes along and says, that's not doing much good. Most of the turtles are going to be eaten. And he says, it matters. The boy said that it matters to the ones I save. And so we have to understand, I know the outrage that is the root of the screaming obscenities mentality. But at the same time, we have to recognize that we're not going to save everybody, that all we can do and all we're responsible for is what's within our reach. The people we can talk to. And we can sit all day and complain about the sources of lies. That's the world. I mean, it's a world of lies. And it goes on for, it's gone on for thousands of years. We're not going to fix that anytime soon because you have to fix human nature. But what we can do is the people we encounter and try to market or advertise, to use words I can't think of any better at the moment, but that we are selling a product, so to speak. We're trying to get a truth out. And we need to make people aware of it who aren't looking, right? But at the same time, we can't be enraged at how many people have been fooled by the lies. We can be enraged at the people who promote the lies knowingly, knowing that they're lies. And that's the thing, is we use the word lie a lot without recognizing that there has to be knowledge of what the truth is and saying the opposite. And a lot of people don't know what the truth is. So what we try to do is make sure that our message gets out, but also recognize we're not going to save all the turtles, and we can't get mad and start throwing shooting at the birds for eating the turtles. What we need to do is just pick up as many turtles as we can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people come in here and act like advocacy has to improve, and we're not doing enough, and they act as though the only enough is for basically the entire world to know the thing. This somewhat impossible standard is the only way. That's just not how it works. Well, it's weird how often people point towards impossible standards, and I say that a little bit facetiously, but that's what was happening with PAZA, and that's what happens when people attempt to answer that question that I asked them about what would be suitable falsification for you. Impossible standards seem to be the only thing, because people don't want to be wrong. They don't want what the implications of certain truths to be relevant to their lives.
And I would say that, boy, oh boy, we already discussed the they, so you guys know the context. They were successful in the thing that most people will argue us down about. They were successful in people not understanding the connection. Like there's literally no connection between. You know what? How do I want to put this? The thing is, ultimately, they believe what they believe because of hypocrites. At best, at worst, straight up liars and people who are in sheep's clothing.
Yep.
For lack of better terms, because you couldn't have been believers. You couldn't do this and then do something that results in people actually not understanding that you did that when people point it out. That's how deep it is.
Mm-hmm. There's something very appealing about, and this has always been the case, there's something very appealing about any message that puts you as an equal with the creator. And when you deduce or reduce the creator to nothing, then anything and everything is the creator, because nothing is everything.
Everything gets reduced to nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Instead
feel
of
like
lifting yourself up, it's bringing it down to your level.
But even you're bringing your own level down to a degree, right? So you're just a random speck of dust in a meaningless, cold, heartless, infinite universe, and then you just bring everything down to that, and then everything's equal.
Yeah.
Kind of disgusting when you think about it.
Yes, and it is my personal belief that there's a particular character who has been perpetrating that message since the beginning of mankind, and he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I feel like one of the final nails in the coffin to getting people into this mindset was really around the creation of the idea of relativity, right? And kind of the divorcing of the physical and the metaphysical when it comes to scientific inquiry. I understand you can only really do scientific inquiry into the physical, right? But I think around the point in which relativity was coming into the consciousness, or for lack of a better term, of people, is when we really got divorced from the idea that there is anything at all to a metaphysical existence, meaning it was almost eliminated. And I think that was the biggest turning point, at least in modern times, that we can point to within academia, intellectualism, to where they really were able to pull people away from the idea that there is a metaphysical aspect to the world in which we live in.
Which posted. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, which, kind of gets people in the mentality or the mindset of this moral relativism, right? Everything, nothing really matters. We're a speck of dust in the middle of nowhere, right? In this godless universe. I think that was really the largest turning point, right? And now we've gotten a few generations past that point, and we're starting to see the rotten fruits of that tree.
I mean, that they try to explain what the stars and all that stuff are doing, right? Which is kind of what the Deuteronomy says. Deuteronomy. Oh my gosh, Deuteronomy says, which is don't look at the stars and yada yada yada, because it might lead you astray.
Interesting.
Who's Kravitz Flat? Have you guys met him before?
Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed he came in.
Yep. Napalm, I posted a video and pinged you there. I just listened to that this morning, and it, interestingly enough, has a lot of parallels to what you're talking about. And this rejection of the metaphysical by reappropriating it and distilling it down to non-metaphysical. It's very interesting, and Jordan Peterson is one of the salesmen of this ideology. Carl Jung was what do they call them? Progenitors? Progenitor. Just making sure that's the right word.
So within the statement I made, would you say that my statement aligns with that of Jordan Peterson and Carl Jung, or is it
opposition to?
Okay, good. I'll have to watch that.
Sorry, I'm still thrilled, because as many times as someone when we all have different answers for why would they lie, we say we don't have an answer, a definitive answer.
That's nice, Elijah.
Putting
I don't
this
think that's
into
a true statement.
What do you mean?
I don't think that people are honest when they say that they don't have an answer. I think everybody has an answer in mind, and that for the sake of niceties and not wanting to offend or not wanting to be strawmanned, they don't give an answer.
No. But that's because of ignorance. It's why I would dispense with the niceties, right? It's because of ignorance. Well, that's what I'm here to do. Yes, I am. I'm here to destroy anyone's excuse to not tell the truth in complete context. The answer to that question, why would they lie? Who lied? You believe in heliocentrism. That lied. Oh, the reason that they lied was to hide the creator. That is the singular reason. How do we know? Well, that tree has bared fruit, and this is what we have today. People that don't even know that the people who've given them their worldview were supposedly people of the church. Of the highest order, mind you. That's the only answer, and I didn't know that.
Yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree. The issue is you point to these people, you start looking at their lives, and you're, well, they were part of the church. Well, how is it possible that they would want to be hiding the creator? Well, here's the thing. All you have to do is read the story of Solomon to understand how romantic and appealing certain ideas and doctrines can be. To know that regardless of knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, prowess, wealth, status, or any other thing, romantic ideas can take you away. That's what happened to Solomon. Maybe you or other people don't know the story, but the man was the wisest man on earth, and this is axiomatic because of, you either believe it or you don't, but according to the book, he was the wisest man on earth ever. And yet he was deceived, led astray by being super prolific with many, many people in his life, but specifically wives and concubines. And it wasn't just the fact that they were part of his life, although that's a component of it. It was the fact that they were worshiping other things.
I mean, well, he was led. He did. I mean, he could have all the wives and concubines. It was that he was not supposed to have wives and concubines from other places, right?
Well, I'm not trying to get into those details. I'm drawing an analogy here in that regardless of abilities, knowledge, status, or any other qualifier, regardless of those things, there can be romantic ideas, appealing ideas. And regardless of how special Copernicus or Isaac Newton or Galileo or any of these other people may have been, they were provably romanced by, and I know I'm like beating a drum, a broken record here, they were all, not like, 4 out of 5. All of these special characters were influenced by the teachings of the mystery schools of Babylon.
Yes, and you can see in their if you look at some of the context around, like the conversations that happened around or indirectly, and even some conversations directly, like certain letters, then you do realize, well, yeah, they had these teachings like we have these teachings. Sometimes they'll show a little hint of resistance. Like Newton did, like Copernicus did. I mean, for God's sakes, his stuff got published after he died. They started talking about it after he had a seizure. Wow.
And it's all sun. I mean, and if you look at the Catholic, I mean, you can definitely tell that all their symbolism with the sun and with the moon, with all the other gods, quote unquote, that that influenced it, right? So, and that's what they like when they said that the sun has to be the thing that we rotate because the greater has to be. How can we be the greater thing has to be whatever, it was just it was a metaphor to say the sun was greater than the earth, which
you can't even do that Because if you're a person who's hiding and saying, no, I'm with scripture like you. No, I'm a good Catholic, right? Like, well, the word talks about not only the sun stopping, but the sun and the moon going in reverse. No talk about the earth spinning in the other direction, though. There is talk about the earth being fixed. There is a talk about foundation, like the foundation of a house or something else in that context that has foundation or needs foundation to be propped up. I mean, this stuff is like super no-brainer. It insults me. It also hurts me. It hurt the sentiment you shared yesterday, Gospel Rare, about being hurt. I think that's what it is. Mm-hmm. That's why I get angry sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I just posted four good videos on the topic for anybody that hears, Mystery Schools of Babylon and scratches their head and goes, I keep hearing this thing. I don't know too much about it. I'd like more evidence. I'd like more of an understanding about this common thread, this common denominator of all of these different messages throughout time and how they all correlate and originate from this one particular thing. There are the four good videos on the topic.
You just blew my mind. Co-relate. Shut the front door.
Yeah, that's what that word means.
Duh.
Not, I'm like that because of my etymology stuff, man. Like, you just keep working on understanding words and their meaning, and eventually you start saying words differently because you understand their meaning to a higher degree. And yeah.
You mean like overstand? No, I'm just kidding. That's different. That's different. I know. I'm annoying you.
No. Overstand is pretty funny stuff. It's like the anyway, I won't even get off track. There's a saying that the Hindi or Indian people will say. They'll call people that are being sarcastic or smart Alex. They'll call them being over smart. And it's so funny, such a funny way of saying it. You trying to be over smart? But anyway, 4 really good videos, guys. Each one's anywhere from 15 minutes to half an hour. Take your pick, watch them all, whatever. But the dude's a really great communicator on these topics, and
I'm going to definitely check them out.
Yeah,
probably today, because you know what? I I keep hearing about it, and I'm like, I get it. I know enough. All right, the context. Yeah. I get it. Now I'm interested because again,
it's good to know the details, and I don't know enough.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. I don't know. Well, let me put it. I'd like to know more. I'd like to be able to rattle off a coherent 3 or 4 sentences that make people go, oh, wow. But at this point in time, I don't have enough details at the forefront of my mind to go this, then this, then this, then this, then this, then this. Therefore, do you see it? And the sad part is, if you go back far enough, you can actually, if you're going to talk about proto-Babylon, before Babylon, and you're going to, where did their ideas come from? There's an answer to that question. You don't have to talk about it, but if you want to, the answer to that question is there were extra-dimensional beings, call them what you like, that had relations and disseminated not just their genetics, however that works, I don't know, but they disseminated knowledge. And the result was a bunch of human hunters. People who hunted humans. That was the consequence. Just think about the context of having a child, and because of who you are, your child is no longer interested in farming or building or doing things. They want to hunt people. What would it have taken to have that kind of shift in behavior?
You'd have to be heavily depraved.
Yeah. So,
and we were just talking about examples of that in the Bible. Not that it was being condoned, but the lowest points of man is used as an example of how depraved you can be.
Yeah. And that's what the Nephilim were when they, a lot of people will read the words, great hunters of old. That didn't mean that they were really good at killing deer or antelope. Like they were just super good at it. It's actually taken to mean something quite different, that they were hunting humans. And there's a whole, you can look into the word studies and why that is the proper understanding of what's being said there. But that's
so you have
some
these
special stuff.
So you have these stories of giants, right? And then you have these kind of stories that have been passed down through kind of children's ideas, children's books and things. So there's the phrase "fee fi fo fum." I smell the blood of an Englishman, right? Referring to a giant. Would you consider that fee fi fo fum some sort of like incantation?
That's a good question. When was it written? And by who? Sure. I don't know either. A lot of children's stories have really unusual or rather unexpected origins. If you look into the origin stories behind The Little Mermaid or Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs or any other Disney-esque fairy tale story, the original stories that they were based on are nightmare fuel and not child friendly in the slightest.
Yeah, lots of them are.
I would say that that's like me. Battle cry.
Correct.
So then, yeah, it would be a battle cry.
Well, let me see something real quick.
Well, look at Rockabye Baby. Why would you sing that to a baby, to a child?
Well, I'll tell you what the point of a battle cry is, because it disengages your logic, and it is for you to be overtaken by an emotion specifically, directly related to that word. So I'll give you an instance, a real world instance. So my father, somehow I'd learned that I needed to scream Allahu Akbar when I got into a fight with someone, because I needed to strip myself of any sanity to survive this fight. And I had to be as upset and as enraged as I possibly could be. And uttering this one word is the one thing that put me in that mental state, because I was conditioned to do so. I was conditioned to do so. And I think that is the point of a battle cry. That's why you teach it to children. That's why they send children to war all over the world. Because the child is going to be in fear, obviously, but he's going to utilize this word, this battle cry, to strip himself of any fear so that he can do what he has to do. That's how I thought about it. That I can't see any other reason that I would have had a word that I would use every time I had to go into quote unquote battle.
1734, Benjamin Tabbert.
Yeah, so just a quick look up. It looks like the Fee Fi Fo Fum first appeared in print in 1596 in a pamphlet written by Thomas Nashe, who mentions the rhyme was already old and its origins obscure. And then there's somebody by the name of Charles Mackay, who claims that within Gaelic etymology, this might actually be a string of coherent words in a phrase. Fa being behold or see, fee meaning food, fi meaning good to eat, fo meaning sufficient, and fum meaning hunger. Behold, I see food good to eat, sufficient to probably satisfy my hunger. Interesting.
Yes, that is interesting, and that sounds like a very neatly wrapped up story to explain that phrase.
Yeah,
I'm not doubting it, but it's so neat and tidy. That's interesting.
To me, it reminds me, when I think about it, it reminds me of almost like a spell or an incantation.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that, especially because of the alliteration. But the fact that the alliteration leads to a coherent sentence is, I would say, unusual, but that's only because
That's
I'm
what a battle cry is.
English speaker.
And don't forget, I brought this up in reference to, it appears in Jack and the Beanstalk, where we're talking about giants, and we're talking about giants eating people, right?
Yeah.
See, but again, okay, so I used to read this. Anyway, if you're into Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, like, let's take the dwarves, right? They have their dwarven god and their battle raggers. Like, they go off of rage, and they will use a battle cry, or they will use song, anything that'll get them into this emotional state for battle. And those words could be anything. It could be a ode to their creator, or the one that gives them strength. So it's always going to mean something, but it's still a battle cry. It sounds like, because they're going to do something that any rational person wouldn't do, probably. That's what it sounds like.
Apparently, Jack and the Beanstalk was an oral tradition story that eventually was written. So that too lends to the there's several versions of the story that date back to possibly as many as 5,000 years. I mean, you might be onto something with that, Napalm. That's
yeah, I just feel like,
that's freaking crazy. I mean, we know that the Nephilim were people hunters. That's weird. I would say that exceeds the coincidence theorist threshold into something beyond coincidence.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these truths are hidden in children's stories, right? So that's a child's story nowadays. But it seems like it has such a long oral history, and we put so much weight on written history, right? If it's not written down, it's not necessarily true. But you have to understand that there were many civilizations that operated on oral tradition, even up until the 17 and 1800s, when you talk about the Native Americans here in North America. So to just kind of hand wave dismiss things like this that were oral traditions that may encompass a story that may be slightly askew from specifically telling the details, but tells an overarching message. I think to dismiss these things, I think, is kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And yeah, I feel like this might be an oral tradition that goes back to accounts of the Nephilim, at least in my opinion.
It's plausible.
So you're telling me oral tradition means I can be my own citation?
No, Zanuck. I'm just playing. But I think, from what it appears, or, things that I've heard regarding civilizations or societies that were steeped in oral tradition, those that were allowed to propagate the oral tradition it was not just any average Joe in the tribe, right? These were people who were specifically trained and studied and understood and remembered the exact oral traditions to have them passed down, right? So to say you could be the citation, I would say that would only come with many years of training and expertise in the tradition of propagating oral traditions or oral accounts of history. I don't think it was just the average person who, I think it was less of a practice in Chinese whispers or the game of telephone, as it's sometimes called. I think it's less of a tradition of that and more of a tradition of the orators of these things were apprentices and trained in understanding, remembering, and being able to reiterate these traditions over time.
And there are also techniques in oral tradition that have been identified across languages and cultures, techniques that were used to ensure the integrity of the message, so that in such a way that it would be almost inconceivable for distortion. Alliteration, for instance. If you got a bunch of A's, just for example, A at the beginning of all the words, and then all of a sudden there's like a P in there, it's obvious that something is wrong. Just giving just a singular example of how this is done. But chiastic structure is another one. Repetition, patterning, utilizing the alphabet to tell a story. There's a lot of different techniques, and these have been seen many, many times. So yeah, oral tradition has quite a lot of validity. And I'll just leave it at quite a lot. Anyway, I thought we had some Globers. They must have run away. No big surprise. Maybe they rolled away.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to derail the conversation into... It was just something that popped up in my head, and I wanted to say it before it left my brain.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks for sharing. It's an interesting speculation. Hey, look. Thief is back. with the detention role. How do you have a detention role and join the VC? This confuses me.
Magic.
Were they dragged here?
Did our incantations of fee fi fo fum get Fief back in here?
Hey, those are my pronouns. Fee, fi, fo, and fum.
Oh, nice. I mean, what are your adjectives?
Handsome and well hung.
Fair enough. Yeah, because I don't
What's up, man?
I don't want to misgender you, so I'll have to describe you as handsome and well hung in future.
I probably could have waited at least 10 seconds after you said that, but yeah. Hey.
Can you define women?
I'm sitting here watching, not Top Gear, but Grand Tour on my couch, relaxing.
So, yo, look, now I got two admin listening, probably. I know India was somewhere, and you're there. And also a lead mod crypto, which I think already was here. Look. Oh, man. Call me back now? Sorry.
Oh my god, I have a 4-year-old attacking me.
Do you need help? I can play Peppa Pig on the mic if it helps. No.
You're just in the car with Crypto Simulator.
Oh yeah.
An awkward silent journey.
Well, I thought I had disconnected.
Just listen to your indicators and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Bit of shuffling.
I can do it in a Welsh accent if it makes you feel better. Better.
More better.
More better. And here I am driving through. Fuck's sake! Do you say driving or driving? Driving through. Now I'm going Scottish.
Oh, you Scottish driving through.
Driving
through.
Driving through London.
London.
In my car. That's really hard to do. Actually.
Car. I can do most of the southern accents in the United States.
Driving through London in my car.
Yeah, that's like a middle Georgia, Alabama accent.
I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, that's very distinct. It's a very distinct one, though. That's like I would say is the typical southern accent. Then, of course, you've got the Savannah. That's where I'm from.
So I didn't sound like an English person doing a shitty Southern American accent.
Yeah. An Englishman doing a shitty Southern American accent basically is a Southern accent. Just like the Northern Carolina, Southern Carolina, they have slightly different accents. They're not quite dandy. Like Savannah's just pure dandy accent. If you get the old along with all of its English words. We travel over yonder. Might come to see something.
Something. Try to do a Welsh accent, me.
Oh, I can't remember Welsh. Let's see. That's kind of the country English accent, isn't it?
No, that's more Devonian. Welsh is
Do you want me to,
different.
do you want me to speak? All right, but this is the Welsh accent, man.
I've got an English client, and I nailed her. She was from. I didn't nail her. I'm sorry. I nailed her accent. She just London. I said, "Are you from London?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, I recognize that one." It's like the easiest one.
You sound like Crypto.
I can recognize Northern England, obviously Scottish, because it's just a mess.
Yep.
It's a great big mess. Can all Scottish people roll their R's?
Yeah, I think it's actually a requirement for getting a passport in Scotland is to roll your R's.
I love in here in the U.S. when people see two L's, they pronounce it with two L's, even though it's probably Spanish, and it would be a Y.
Yeah, or a J if you're in certain parts of South America.
That's right, J.
Yeah. Or more of a j sound than a just sound.
Yeah.
Two L's. That's in Wales.
A what?
Like a
Really?
like Llewellyn. Yeah. So the name Llewellyn.
Oh, I didn't know
It's a weird one.
that.
I didn't know. Is that a like from the Welsh language or just Welsh accent?
I think it's from the language.
Okay.
But it spills over into English, kind of.
That is
English-ish words. Yeah.
Welsh and Gaelic are some of the wildest languages I've seen.
Yeah, I don't speak a word of Welsh, so.
I think Welsh is Gaelic, isn't it? Like you get Welsh Gaelic and you get Scottish Gaelic, isn't it? But I might be wrong.
Celtic.
I wasn't sure if
Gaelic, yeah.
languages or just different dialects.
Well, I don't know. Can a person speaking Welsh speak to a person speaking like Irish? I don't know.
Nobody can speak to an Irish person.
Well, I've got a friend from Belfast, and he says he doesn't understand drunk Belfast people. Like it's not that I couldn't because of the accent. It's just that they become so they just become unintelligible once they're drunk.
It's like trying to listen to Eddie Vedder sing.
Nothing to do with my anus, let's just clear that up.
Where's P Mac when we need a drunk Irishman?
P-Mac's so drunk sometimes I couldn't tell what part of the UK the British Isles.
I love the fact that there are like entire YouTube videos now dedicated to educating Americans on what the difference between England, Britain, the UK, the British Isles is.
Now, isn't it true when a Scottish person invents something really great, the English adopt him and say he's an Englishman?
No. What Scottish people say about famous Scottish people is that when they do something good, they're British, and when they do something bad, they're Scottish. When what's actually true is that really you're looking at two types of English people. You've got the cuck English, who don't want to offend anyone, and Scottish people are always British people. And then you have the non-cucked English who don't give a fuck.
I see.
Like if someone's Scottish, basically, if someone wants to be called Scottish, I'll call them Scottish. If they want to be called British, I'll call them British. I don't really care. But you get you get a certain type of Londoner who's like, oh, like Andy Murray's a great example because he was a really good tennis player. Like they'll always refer to him as British, always, because it's the BBC, right? I personally don't really care if he's British or Scottish. If he wants to be called Scottish, I'll call him Scottish. That's up to him.
Yeah.
Yo.
But I heard it called Andy Murray syndrome.
Yeah,
and
that sounds about.
Who the hell is Andy Murray?
Well, to be fair to Andy Murray, like you've got basically the 3 best tennis players of all time, all in the same generation, which is ridiculous. And Andy Murray managed to win Wimbledon twice in that period. So, to be fair to Andy Murray, I think if he was in a different generation, he would be considered one of the best tennis players, like of all time. Well, maybe not of all time, but certainly a very good tennis player in history. It's just that he's in a generation with 3 ludicrously good tennis players that people don't really talk about him in that way.
Okay, I have I know nothing about sports ball in general, so.
Fair enough. I do have an interest in sports ball, but I don't consider it to be like part of my identity. You know?
Yeah. Whenever I get into anything, it's always racing, and that's about it.
Is that because you're a racist?
Right. My least favorite race, Talladega.
It's like, yes, I am part of the superior race, the 400 meters.
Daytona, and fun.
So, Crypto, Arsenal or Tottenham?
I mean, how very dare you?
I don't appreciate the I don't appreciate the appropriation of that laugh while calling him racist, because you specifically went ha 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 like a Chinaman.
Oh my God, right. How culturally insensitive of me.
Oh, I can pull my trump card on this. You can't use the word cultural appropriation because you're doing it in my language.
Imagine me thumbing through my beard.
Oh.
You know, like in the karate flicks, the long white beard. All right, whatever.
You're being a great shame.
You have dishonored my family.
West Ham was the answer to Napalm's question, I think.
No,
is it Crypto?
Definitely not West Ham. Yeah, I'm a
mathematics class.
I'm a filthy gooner for my troubles, for my sins.
Fulham? It's Fulham, isn't it?
Arsenal.
Arsenal, okay.
That's why I was offended that you'd even suggest that I like Tottenham. Like, what's wrong with you?
Suggest that you.
How weird that Ryan Reynolds bought a Welsh team, though.
Did he?
Yeah, he owns Wrexham with Rob McElroy. McElroy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Rob McElhenney.
Yeah, that's it. Mac.
I love.
So I might have to agree with West Ham just for the fact that the colors of their kits are one of my favorites.
Yeah, they bought Wrexham.
Yeah, Claret Blues. That reminds me, actually, because everyone seems to be having trouble saying McEnany or whatever his name is. I remember seeing one of these like Whitey is bad videos where they were talking about how white privilege is something to do with being able to pronounce white surnames and not like black surnames or whatever. And I remember thinking, I can't pronounce any Polish surnames. What are you talking about? Like, you just see a bunch of Z's and S's, and I've got no idea what's going on.
I can't pronounce any Dutch names. Is your name Reggie or Reggie? It's Reggie. What?
Roger.
And that's just another type of white privilege. Your inability to pronounce Polish surnames. That's definitely white privilege.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so they kind of tie themselves in knots trying to make you bad, which is quite funny. Like, why are you so obsessed with me being bad? I don't understand. Like,
I'm on the lowest IQ social media platform, TikTok, that there is. It is the lowest IQ social media. And there was a Spanish girl on there. She was Latino. I'm sorry. She was from Mexico. And she was saying, all of us people of color, we got to stick together. All through the comments, it was, you do realize you're Caucasian, right?
Yeah.
Your descent is Spanish. You're European. Because she was bashing Europeans. She deleted her video.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these people, they just want to feel special, don't they?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm special because I'm not. Like, what? Because you're not something else. Like, you're not special because of that. Like, I just think it's a bit weird to, like, you set your identity as being not something else.
Yeah. Okay, well, what are you? It's always presented in the, I'm going to tell you what I'm not. It's like asking someone what a banana is, and then they describe how they're not an apple.
Yeah, literally. It's just weird.
Well, what are the traits of a banana? Well, let's talk about an apple. An apple has red skin, sometimes green skin, is really crispy. That's what we're not.
Yeah.
Like, what are you, retarded?
Hey, it's my lunch break. Can you continue talking about people who are, sorry to use the word, retarded? Because I see a lot of that. So hearing it from you would be great. Or anyone else. So they're describing everything that it's not. In what instance were you saying?
And when they're trying to create an identity or special snowflake, like terminology themselves, yeah. Themselves, they're creating a category in which things that they are not. Like if I told you I love Souls games, that would tell you everything. I love Souls games. If I started telling you all the games I didn't like, it would take me describing everything that I didn't like for you to even start to narrow in on what could possibly be the negative of that.
Well, that's what they were told to say. So who's telling these people these things is what should be figured out, right?
I don't even think it's what they were told to say. I think it's the way they've been taught to think.
Whoa. Now that's what I want to talk about.
So they don't think in terms of positives or in and I don't mean like in like feel good. I mean positive as this is something I can claim, something I can say as a definitive. They don't think in those terms. They just think in terms of what they aren't. And that way it really steals any real identity they do have. I don't mind people having an identity, but have it. Have an identity. Don't just say everyone else is what I hate. Have an actual promote that identity in any way you see fit. But
wouldn't that be a bigot?
But promote it as special for the reasons that you give, not reasons against something else. So if somebody said I wanted to open a black only college, I want to educate, I want to get into the black community, and I want to help all these kids who are in this particular area who are all black, I'd be like, go for it. But if they opened up a school and said, I want to educate everyone who isn't white or Asian, I'd be like, well, you're just a dumb racist.
So would bigotry be a correct term to use to describe these people? I mean,
present the negative of everyone else. Yes, I would. But like someone who's like someone who is just promoting their identity and what they think, I don't think I would call them a bigot, even if they had
no.
Even if they had separatist views, like black separatists. I wouldn't say they're bigots. They're just highly promotional of their particular values.
Exactly. And I admire that. That's fine if that's what people want to do.
And as long as they're not presenting their identity as a negative impact or as the negative of something else, I'm fine with it. And with anybody doing that. Just like me, I'm going to create a Discord just for this one game. And we're going to promote that game, and we're all going to talk about that game, and we're going to trade tips and hints about that game with each other. It's the exact same thing. Why would I create a Discord and say, this is what it's not? You know?
Yeah, I suppose if you're looking at, say, like music genres as a good example, you might say, okay, this Discord is for metal fans, or is for R&B fans, or hip hop, or whatever. And you might even have like offshoots where hip hop might be related to R&B in some people's, way of looking at music, whatever, it doesn't matter. But you wouldn't say this Discord is only for non-pop fans. Everyone is welcome, but pop fans are bad, right? At that point, it starts to look like a weird agenda.
It looks like a cult at that point.
Yeah.
Like when you're othering people to promote yourself, there's a big issue.
Drive through a door and the 12th century.
Exactly. It should be that your own kind of standpoint can stand on its own merits anyway. So to use like the metal analogy again, I'm a big fan of rock and metal, and I think everyone here knows that, or at least a lot of people know that. But I think that the music speaks for itself. So if I can produce good quality tracks, I think people will want to listen to them without talking shit about like another form of music.
Right.
I mean, I personally don't like pop, but I'm not going to go on about like how rubbish it is 24 hours a day or whatever. I'm just going to produce what I think is good and put it out there and hope people like it.
Exactly. It's always the information of what you are talking about rather than attacking something else to make it to make what you it's almost passive aggressive in a way, where you attack something else, but it's like the inverse of it.
Well, there are a lot of covert narcissists running around, so that kind of falls in line with that, what you just said, in my opinion.
They all gravitate towards promoting themselves in the negative. Hating
And we need the super specialists. You know what I mean? We always need those super special guys. We got to go get that special group we're at war with so we can get their information and see how smart they are, you know what I mean? And bring them over and let them run stuff. You know what I mean? Forgot about that. You got to find that special group, you know what I mean? That retard group that's like you're at war with. And then you like say, hey, tell us how to do science.
Ooh, I saw a great meme. Sorry to jump in, Democ, but it's so smart people are being silenced, so dumb people aren't being offended. That's what we live in now. That kind of encompasses it all. I mean, if you don't agree, there's a fight. I mean, go ahead, man. Thank you.
That's anytime you have I hate to sound like a broken record, but that's what democracy is. It's always been like democracy has always been a tool of the like oligarchy or the elite, whatever you want to call them, to keep stupid people in control of smart people.
Yeah, it keeps them in line, because they think they should feel ashamed. Oh, I don't know. I could speculate a long time on that. You guys go ahead. I'm going to be here just another minute. Yeah. Enjoying the conversation, everyone.
It's the conundrum of the demos in that you would have to take away the voting rights of a lot of people in order to have a real functioning democracy.
So for those of you that may not have your finger on the pulse of the corporate world that we live in these days, or at least corporate America, it has come so full circle as far as concerning not discriminating against people, that people are actively being promoted solely based on their race, skin color, and gender, right, as not to offend or discriminate against people for their race, gender, or sexual orientation. but they're actively being promoted solely based on this criteria, which is kind of ironic, if you ask me.
Yeah, we've gone meritocracy to identocracy, or whatever you want to call it. So instead of this guy's good at what he does, or this girl is good at what she does, or this artist is great, or this musician is fantastic, or this engineer is brilliant, it's what color are they? Who do they like to orgasm with?
Wow.
That's the funniest thing to me. It's making decisions based on how you like to have an orgasm. That's all this is. Like,
dude, I so appreciate that, because you know my motto, KISS. Wow, I'm going to take that and run with it when I see the opportunity. Thank you. Making decisions on how you want to have your orgasm. Wow.
Because everything like sexual identity and all this other stuff, and it's like, well, that's really just about what? What's it about? It's where you're sticking your thing, who you're sticking it in, and where you're getting off. That's all it's about. And it's like, that's what they want right now. That's what the demos wants. Because the demos is stupid.
Pretty primitive.
It is. It's extremely primitive. It's just like we used to say, colored people, that was an insult. It didn't start off as an insult. Then it became an insult. And now what do the
I don't know what the correct word is.
They say they want to be called people of color. It's like, that's the same thing.
Wow. Oh, man, you're blowing my head off today. Thank you, meme. Dang. Wow.
Mindgasm?
Yeah. Thank you. I just had one, like 2 in a row.
Yeah, so going back to the corporate world, right? It's in order to make sure that we're not discriminating against people based on their race, gender, or sexual orientation, we need to be sure to promote people based on their race, gender, and sexual orientation, as long as one of those things comes from a historically suppressed or oppressed. Yeah. Exactly.
Damn.
So it's complete doublethink. It's ridiculous.
We're not the consumers. We're not the consumers. We're the product. We're the end product.
Oh, yeah.
Like in the factory.
They make us think we're the consumers, though.
It's like we're using resources to mold society, and they got us thinking that we're the ones using all the resources.
Right.
When in reality, we're the ones being molded and changed, and we're the end, and the end product is what they want.
I have a crazy speculation theory of my own. Okay, and I got a good reason to think this. I think some of the products that we produce wherever on what we consider Earth are sent to lands unknown. And I'm not talking about underground. And it just, because the reason why and I could be off base here, but I used to work in a factory and we manufactured hydrostatic transmissions for zero-turn lawnmowers. And every shift we would make 500 per line. And it just seemed like a lot to think that people in our country and other countries, like every second of the day, people are buying those machines. And like I said, I could be way off, but, they make us think that we're the consumers, but we're not. Like Meme says, we are the product, or tagged and numbered. I mean, what else do you need?
Well, I'm a consumer of a zero-turn lawnmower with hydrostatic motors, and thank you for reminding me that it's time for me to change the fluid.
Oh, okay, but I used to work on the bottleneck station and install the brake sets. So
I think there used to be 10 times more people.
What?
So I think there used to be 10 times more people running around.
I don't know, man. That's just my feeling, my wild thought. But I mean, we're producing more than what we need, if you ask me. And, we all know that they're having some shenanigans right now with what we think is our products.
Right. Have they ever ran out of a natural resource? I mean, I don't really think they ever will, ever.
So anyway, thank you everyone for a lovely conversation at lunch. I wish it could have been longer, but TTFN. Bye, everybody.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I think the only way you can run out of a natural resource is if like the people take so much that it's not produced. You know what I mean? To the extent that we're taking it. I don't think we're taking it that fast yet.
Is there anything that supports the current number of the population that's being officially shown?
The number of what?
It's an international
Population of Earth.
Oh, I don't know, but I'm telling you, man. When you look at the past stuff, like all the streets are filled with people, everywhere, like walking everywhere, just full.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, how can you tell, right? Like,
yeah, people lie on the census too, right?
Yeah, and we're definitely being set up for a decline in population with tempting people into non-people producing relationships, right? And things of this nature. So, yeah, we're definitely being set up for a reduction in population.
Well, think about it. The more the public there is, the more people they have to, go against and combat. So keep the numbers small. It's easier to control your cows.
Yorkshire. Have you been to Yorkshire? I've had Yorkshire.
And it doesn't matter what it is. We'll put it in a zoo. From a gorilla to a lion to an elephant to an ape to a squid to a turkey to a turtle to a duck to a giraffe to a we'll put any animal, any beast, any whale, I don't care how big it is, we'll put it in a cage.
First, I actually love the zoo.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, but I'm just saying people will do that. So what makes you think that people aren't doing that to us?
Yeah.
So you're saying it's Prison Planet?
Zoo Planet, Prison Planet, whatever. I mean, Zootopia, Prison Planet. We've seen that. We've seen like the little ant.
Who would be the best zoo in the galaxy?
Yeah, I mean, personally, if you don't watch television and you ignore everything, it's actually really great.
I'm telling you, the globe idea is the best roller coaster ride in the history of time. Like, you know what I mean? Like anywhere in the idea of any imagination of anything, going through space, no resistance, light speed, faster than the speed of light. Like it just breakneck, like just the crazy statistical amounts of the anomalies and the phenomena that will happen on this ball. That's a water ball spinning through space. You know what I mean? In orbit, flying through space. Like, it's the greatest ride ever. Like, there's no ride in the world that could ever outdo what we're standing on right now if we were on a globe spinning through space. Nothing. It'd be the greatest slide. It'd just be awesome. You know what I mean? Like Orlando, Florida's got nothing on the globe, Like no ride they got would compare. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, think about throwing a string out. Throw a string off any other object, it's going to take itself and it's going to put itself away from the object, right? And it's going to hold itself rigid, right? Why doesn't anything do that on the earth? Well, it just doesn't make any sense. I know they got stories and everything, but real physics, no matter what the story is, You get real physics right here on Earth with real physics. So. And back in the day, how did we aim everything? Like, we'd take rocks, put it in a little pouch, a slingshot, swing it around, flick it, and hit the target. Coriolis wasn't messing with no guys with rocks or nothing. I mean, what do you mean? Come on now. They were hitting birds out of the sky. They were hitting them with boomerangs. They were hitting them with rocks in a little leather pouch. Fling it, fling it, fling it, flick it. Boom. Hit the bird, hit the animal. Lunchtime. It's not crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, to be a caveman, pick up a rock, swing it around with on the end of a string, and hit something so far away, perfectly accurate, while it's flying or running or moving. Come on now. We didn't even need math for that.
We just need yards.
Hey, I've seen a 0-hit run in 9 minutes. I believe it.
Yeah, everything you see would be some magical phenomena, but we don't see magical phenomena everywhere. Like on a globe, you would see so many things that would blow your mind in front of you physically happening. You'd be like freaked out. And we don't see any of this happen. Isn't that weird? Like, as the people on the supposed thing, right? You're on a supposed ball, but you're not experiencing anything that supposed ball's doing. It's just weird. You don't experience all the water coming up hills, coming back around. You don't experience no tilt. You don't experience nothing. Just close your eyes. You're blind. You don't see anything. Fly away, little bat.
We're getting close to a foot now.
You seen that video I sent you?
Which one? Oh, the one blowing off the roof?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. No, the wind hasn't been. I mean, it's windy like crazy, but yeah, it's still snowing.
Oh, it's snow.
Mm-hmm. It's supposed to snow until tomorrow, and we're not even getting the worst of it where I live. But different parts of North Dakota are almost to 2 feet.
What about global warming?
Oh, hey, North Dakota represents global warming really well too, with a record temperature high of 120 degrees. But
Yes,
of course, that was back in 1937, I believe, when that happened. So
that part of the fastest temperature change in history. It was like where it went from over 100 down to like 25, and then back up to like nearly 100.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I do know that the record year in North Dakota, the same year, also had the record low, -60 Fahrenheit and 120 Fahrenheit, all in a span of like 6.5 months.
Is the Midwest just like Earth hell or something? Like no one's really lived there, but we
what
do.
What they say is that the water drastically temperizes or creates temperateness or something along those lines. So, for instance, Iceland, much higher in latitude than me. Like I'm at 48.9. And Iceland is in the 50s, I believe, even as high as the 60s, I think, in some spots. Let me just double check here. Akureyri. Oh, yeah. Akureyri, Iceland is 65.6. But at the same time, you'll almost never, if not never see -60 Fahrenheit in anywhere in Iceland. Now it's cold in Iceland all the time, but it never gets that cold. It's really interesting. And that's the whole thing about the weirdness of the North versus the South. All this water. Yeah, anyway. So what is that? 15 times 16.7 times 16.7 times
compression and the compression of the air when the heat comes up and it heats it or cools it is what helps to it too. Certain areas, elevation, for the high to low and the hot to cold.
1,150 miles more north than I am here in North Dakota is Akureyri, Iceland, which is a northern town of the island of Iceland, and yet we experience far colder temperatures always. And by always, I mean during winter. On average, our winters are always more cold than Iceland's.
Which one's more dense, the desert or the Antarctic? The cold or the heat? Which one's more dense? The air in the desert or the Antarctica? Or do they equivalate at a point in time?
They're probably about, I would guess, because Antarctica is the driest desert on Earth.
Right, that's what I was getting at. I think they equal out. Magnetism, you got the two opposites, and then they'll equal out towards the center of what it is. Kind of like a straw. If you take a straw and cut it, it's still a straw, every section. Same with a magnet. Isn't that weird?
You just say
it's weird if you think
it's desert.
Do what?
What's desert?
Yeah, I said you can be freezer burnt or you can be desert burnt. Yeah. Just
somebody was roboting.
Someone was roboting.
Who was that?
Did somebody ask about Antarctica again?
Yeah, I think that they were confused that you.
Yes,
scratch.
Antarctica is.
Am I still roboting?
Yes, you're still roboting. Did you say Did you ask if Antarctica was the driest desert?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Some serious roboting. The board got you.
Scratch. Yes, that's what he said, and it's defined as a desert because
of precipitation.
It's an abyssal plain also. They also describe it as an abyssal plain, Antarctica. They describe it too that way.
Abyssal plain.
Just like last night someone was talking about an abyssal plain that wasn't Antarctica, which was pretty cool. But yeah, they do that. That's one too. It's just weird.
And then
dry, super dry.
Air humidity, I believe, is the other qualifier. And what's interesting about that is if you live in a place where it gets very cold, you also know how dry it is when it is super cold.
Yeah. It's just like the girls after Dimmock talks to them. Completely dry.
I think that's the other way around. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
That's right. Anyway, yeah, Antarctica, I think it receives the least amount of precipitation because we don't call things rainfall anymore. We say precipitation because there's different forms of it. Of any other than like the Sahara.
Sahara Desert versus the Antarctic. Oh, it's just weird how temperature, you know what I mean? You can have the hot, you can have the cold, but then you can still get the same.
With the global warming morons. How does the Sahara exist?
I don't know.
Clearly, and how come there's so many dry lakes everywhere? And how come there've been so many droughts and destructive things in the past? I like it boggles my mind.
Water ball.
Stupid-brained mongrels, these donkey brains, have never thought for like more than 2 seconds about this. They've never thought more than 2 seconds about it, ever.
Well, now they're talking about all the whale bones that they're finding in the Sahara, and they're suggesting that. Well, I guess they suggest more than one thing. I've heard conflicting stories.
Look,
but
even
one of their stories is that these whales were just land dwellers, but
they were land whales. Yes, that's right. Yeah. You know what's funny is I was going to say even the ancient aliens people have like gone like, okay, yeah, there's a flood, and they just call it the flood. That's it. Because you know the only reason they exist is because they want to avoid some obvious conclusions. And at the same time, they're like, well, we have whale bones in the desert, and these are not cows. So, I mean, we have to say there was a flood.
Yeah.
It's one of my guilty pleasures. I never miss those episodes. I love that show, Ancient Aliens. It's like, it's complete bonkers. I love it.
Yeah, for me, when I watched that show in the past, it was like, come on, tell me already. Tell me. I couldn't. I fell asleep every time.
Well, you know, what's funny is, like, I remember 20-something years ago, I read Chariots of the Gods. And I think the intonation was that he was talking literally about the gods themselves and was not trying to frame it as like aliens. He was saying the astronauts and aliens were the angels and the gods. That is literally what he was saying. Which is funny, then that's what Graham, what's his name? Crap. Graham,
Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock, yes. Yeah.
Hawk in hand.
He doesn't use the word aliens. He says fingerprints of the gods, right? He's not talking about like these strictly physical beings or anything like that. So, and you've got George Tsoukalos, which has that Babylon 5 hair. He's more of the it was aliens. Maybe it was the aliens.
Some people know the ancient aliens by another name.
Anunnaki.
Another name.
Aki.
Starts with an N, and it ends with FLM.
Green lizard men.
Nephiel. The flesh?
Nephilim.
The fallen flesh?
Nephilim. That's a different.
No. You're crazy. It's not the same story at all.
Different word, though.
Yeah. I heard that Bigfoot were the spirits of the Nephilim. I watch a lot of crazy stuff, though. I love it. Like the more bonkers, the more entertaining it is. It's like this could be like a great X-Files, you know.
Why are we talking about the methylam?
Meth?
Methyl-lith?
Why are we talking about
the methylene?
That's the alligator Florida man.
Yeah, I was about to say, man. How many trailer parks did they fly in? The methylene.
What in the world?
Methylene.
The snuffleupagus.
Napalm isn't here anymore. Napalm said something.
Mephistopheles?
Mephistopheles?
Aristophanes? Aristophanes?
No. What about my favorite Greek god, Hermaphrodite?
Speaking of Hermes, I tell you what, that guy or whatever, speaking of another person that probably didn't exist, Hermes.
Yeah.
And the Hermetic principles. Hermeticism.
What's the Hermetic calendar?
I'm not interested. There probably is one, but
everybody's got a calendar. Like every.
Yeah, I posted a bunch of them earlier.
Wasn't there a Russian lady in the woods and her calendar read like 5,942 or something?
You're not talking about the old believers. It's very possible that there's a group of Russians in the Siberian wilderness. They call them the old believers.
Yeah, that's them.
Yeah, I saw that interview. I was like, man, this lady's really legit.
And I think the Chinese old calendar, it's like just like a few decades difference almost. Mm-hmm. So it's like, But for me, it's all pointless anyway. It's like, what do you need it for? Unless you're trying to calculate something, and I'm not. I'm just trying to calculate this cash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Word up. We got Seth the Seventh in the voice.
Seth.
I'll unmute. Seth, say hello.
Hello? You guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Hi. I usually just...
you might need to get closer to your mic, though.
Okay, yeah, I'm in a car right now. I usually hop in while I'm driving for work, listening to some of the discussions.
So you've been here before, but under a different screen name?
No, I've always had the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, last time I was here was probably like a month ago, though.
Ah. Yeah. What piques your interest?
Getting into the whole flat Earth, trying to understand it from different perspectives, and
no, I mean today to unmute.
Oh, so you mean like if I have a question right now?
Right now. Yeah, I thought you said like I heard the discussion and I felt like unmuting.
Oh no! I came here. What was the discussion? I actually just got it.
Oh, I don't think we had really a direction we were going. We were just joking about ancient aliens and Nephilim and all that stuff.
Yeah. Talking about alien meth heads.
Yeah.
Aliens, think about that. If you drew anything on paper right now, if anybody just sat on paper and drew some little shape or like an idea of an alien, I bet you somewhere on the planet we got something that matches it.
What planet?
That's because
probably New York, on where we live right now, whatever you want to call it. I bet you right here on the ground, in the water, in the jungle, somewhere on this planet, plane, whatever you want to call it, that we're standing on, there's something that matches that if you draw something quirky.
There's a reason for that.
Cute and quirky.
It's because you can only imagine what's ever been seen. Someone else has seen what's sparking your imagination. There's nothing original.
Ooh, the 100 monkey syndrome. I like it. I like that.
Is the 100 monkeys just like a probability thing?
No, it's like when after so many see it, the other ones already know it, kind of like how you just said. Like it has to have been seen by someone. Yeah.
I guess that is kind of a statistical thing. Because, there may be like one thing on Earth that only two people have ever seen, and they both draw it, but they're, worlds apart.
Yeah, that'd be, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, like my whole thing is people can only imagine what they have seen. Like even like, oh, I saw a spirit entity on my trip. And it's like, yeah, but it looked like a goat, didn't it?
Oh, I see. They're going from former memory. They just don't know it. Yep, I got you.
Yeah, so it's like anything that's presented to a human, whether or not we accept that what it is actually like real, divine, or spiritual, whatever. It would always have to be in some frame of reference a human would understand necessarily. You'd have to show them a goat, or you'd have to show them an owl. You'd have to show them shapes they've already seen.
Right, and the idea of shapes too. Like what is that really? Oh, what shape is that? What shape is a squid? What shape is a fly? Like what a shape? Like what do they mean? Like
it's interesting you say that.
Like a square, something has to fit a triangle, something has to fit a shape. Like no, never does nature have to fit a shape.
It's interesting you say that, maybe because like when Enoch writes, he says that I can only describe what I've seen with a earthly tongue. What if in other words, because with stuff he didn't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so how does that explain the globe meme?
I think well, the globe doesn't exist. It's a mathematical model, isn't it?
Well, I think it's the same thing. That meaning they looked up to the sun and the moon.
Reappropriation of a shape.
I'm saying I see a circle in the sky. That's when everything in the sky is divine. Therefore, the divine shape is this sphere, and so we must be on a sphere. So I think
a particle must be a sphere. Molecule.
Pythagoras liked balls.
Everything's a ball over. From all physics makeup to a particle to an atom to a molecule to the proton to the neutron to the electron to the nucleus to the atom, they're all circles. How do you split the atom? Isn't that weird? But go ahead about the other thing.
I thought they're just informational vibrations, aren't they?
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, back in the day, how would you split an atom? What would you split it with, and where would you get it from, and which one are you splitting?
Well, isn't that the spooky part? They don't know what they're splitting?
I know, that's what I'm saying. So, and then one person told me, well, the Hadron Collider. I said, no, they're not splitting particles because that thing wouldn't exist if they were cutting atoms in it. It would blow up. Right?
I think that's why I like it. I think that's what I like. Why I used to like the string theory, because it wasn't based around any kind of sphere. Also,
yeah. I think
it should be the straw theory.
More descriptive of something than everything is physical and material, because the string theory does try and take it from saying, okay, look, clearly these things aren't physical. Atoms aren't physical. We don't know what they are. And at the very least, it's trying to get to that, like square that circle a little bit. Like atoms aren't physical. What is everything held together with? Uh-oh. String?
Yeah, you can only do material things with material things. Like you cannot. Yeah, you can't do something without a material. You have to measure material with material. You have to do material with material. Work something with something. React something with something else. It has to be another medium or something else to react off of.
Yeah. Like, have you ever seen them cut glass before and it just breaks? Like they use the scissors on the glass scissors, and it just breaks the glass. Then you put the glass under water, cut it, and it cuts into the exact shape you're doing. with just the added pressure on the outside of it. Keeps the
right,
glass.
right. It gives it extra resilience with the added pressure. Yeah,
Right.
It holds it. It kind of holds it everywhere. It's like a big hand holding it perfectly, gently on it, around it. Yeah.
Hey, you said it.
Water's a mofo. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty.
Water is that's the element, man. I don't know.
And then the next, I think the good element would be the electrical continuity between everything, the action and reaction of everything. Like what you get from that. Like that has to be an element too. Isn't electricity an element?
You are asking the wrong monkey.
Yeah, you're about to.
No, I'm just saying, not like who gets to make the stuff up? Like when you sit down in a chair back in the past, and you're like, I'm going to make this proposal, like who gets to make the words, gets to make what thing, like, and put their foot down and say that's definite, that's in the paper, not what you say. Like
you're the king, but I didn't vote for you.
Right, like who the hell keeps getting to make all these words to tell you can't make a word, and this word means this, but then we have slang, we have ebonics, we have words.
I'll tell you who does that. Go look up who named and coined the generations, like Generation X, Generation Y. Who named that shit? And who said that it's what it is, you know? And then it comes down to it, you'll find it's a subsidiary of the Rockefeller. And all those stuff.
Weird. That's what I thought.
So that's what it comes down to. You can just follow the money.
Yeah, but where does that get you?
Well, it tells you that, the Rockefeller named the generation. I don't know where that gets you.
It doesn't. I can tell you where it gets you. Nowhere. Because there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing anyone can do about it.
Yeah, but at least you know. That's the idea, is that we lift the veil.
You say it's the more you know. But sometimes the more you know.
Knowing is half the battle.
All this Rockefeller talk, man. I gotta go number 2 now.
What's the other half?
I don't know. You guys never told us.
What's the other half of the battle? Violence.
The other half of the battle's knowledge. I like to read books.
And knowing is half the battle.
I think the guns. The guns are the other half.
Yeah. Guns and blood. Timmy.
What's going on, Meme? How you been, brother?
Pretty good. Just watching people realize that the 18% inflation is hitting them and saying, I can't do anything. Because, I own a business.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, everybody. I had to raise all my rates by like 35 cents a foot. There's 18% inflation. How you want me to put... They say it's 5% inflation. I'm like, hold on a second. Concrete went from 105 to 165. That's not 5%. Because it's hidden inflation, because all the gas costs are going up too. The cost of everything has gone up. So it ends up being like 18%.
I thought it was just transitory. Joe, you're telling me Joe Biden lied to me?
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Hushama Huvada, the footsteps, the hills, the Himalayas.
Look, man. You guys are unpatriotic complaining about Putin's price hike.
I'm like,
dude, they literally said that, dude. I'm not even making that turn up. They literally got on TV. It was like, this Putin's price hike. Like, what?
Putin did that.
Gas doubled before that dude did anything.
Well, I ain't been farting.
I had to look away and say, wait a minute. Did I not pay like almost twice what I'm paying now in gas like 4 months ago? Like, what are you talking about, bro? These people are nuts. And they'll just say it with a strong face. Like, yes, believe us. It's insane.
Like the White House press secretary, that Jen Psaki, got right up on the podium and said that Putin price hike thing 3 times with a straight face. I couldn't believe it. Like, nobody is buying that. Like, nobody.
You really couldn't believe it? Really?
No, I can't. Like, no, because they've taken the lying to next level. Like, this is next level shameless lying.
Yeah.
They used to have plausible deniability. Now they've just jettisoned any pretense of plausible
it's just completely blatant now. They're not even trying to hide it. Sorry, man.
I was going to say it's 1936 Spain level line. Like it's everything's about to fall down. I swear it is. There's no way this goes on much longer.
It's probably actually a good thing they're doing it because I think it's waking more people up.
Yeah.
Well, how else does it?
Yeah, I was
going to say, how else does the construction company get paid for rebuilding Ukraine and tearing it down?
Boy, I would some of those contracts.
I'm saying, it seems to me like every time there's like some type of weird war, it's like the country's like so old that they need to just knock out all the buildings in this whole region or just like bomb it to level it. And like the cheapest way is just
they
and then go back and rebuild. You know what I mean?
Yep, they pretend there's a war. They blow up a bunch of obsolete stuff and build a bunch of new stuff. And they pawn it off on the taxpayers so that they can, we did it through war, So the taxpayers have to pay for it. National defense.
Isn't that an episode of X-Files?
Probably.
Well, then they get new missiles, new tanks, new equipment. They got to use the old bullets too. You understand that, right?
Yeah, they got to use up the
old missiles. You can't just have them all sitting around and grenades and rocket launch. And come on, got to use these old tanks. They're about to be obsolete. You got to have the new ones. What ones? Carbon ones.
Remember when?
Well, let me drop. Well, I just want to say something. We dropped this on you. They're not giving Ukraine weapons. None of these countries are. What they do is they give Ukraine a line of credit, and then they can buy the weapons using this line of credit. Yeah, like when they say, "Oh, we're giving them $500 billion." No, they gave them a $500 billion line of credit to buy weapons from them. So basically, they're selling junk that they would have to throw away anyway.
Right.
Which is a pretty good scam.
It is. That's a brilliant scam. Remember when Trump bombed that Russian airfield or the Iranian airfield? But the difference was he went on television and he said, "We got all these old Tomahawks. I want to get rid of them." Right? And he shot all these old Tomahawks and did nothing.
Well, you don't have to pay. Like you don't have to do an environmental assessment on how to properly dispose of them now.
Yeah,
because the EPA doesn't exist in Iran.
That's right. They're disposed of in a place that was essentially, let's be honest, was allowing you to dispose of them without blowing them up because nobody got killed in it. Look at these terrible missiles. They're terrible.
Can anybody confirm whether or not there's... I saw a sign driving by a Walmart the other day, a week or two ago, saying that they were hiring $18.50 an hour for a cashier and $23 for a stalker overnight. This to me,
yes,
it makes my brain explode because I'm not quite that old. And my first job, I was getting paid $6.25 an hour. And as little as 13 years ago, I was still getting paid single digits.
Mm-hmm. In 2006, good pay was really good pay was $17 an hour. That was really good pay.
Yeah.
It's nuts. But I will tell you this. One, I am absolutely 100% sure there are no strings attached to that price. Like you don't have to have some special education or degree or anything like that. And they're certainly not firing a bunch of their people for automation. Oh, wait, both of those things are true. Because you go into any Walmart and how much staff do they have in there now that they've got their automated checkouts?
True. But $18.50 for a cashier, I'm like,
yeah,
confused.
Yo, let's get it.
What Walmart have you been going to? I mean, holy shit, over here.
That's
Target doing.
That's the Williston
Greenback, baby.
Yeah, that's the Williston, North Dakota Walmart.
Hey, Target is going up to $25 an hour.
Yeah, that's insane to me.
Insane, but you go into a Target and half of their registers are now what?
Empty.
Yeah. But you gotta have somebody to. You think the robots will refold the clothes?
Oh no, they're gonna. That's what the people getting paid $25 an hour are gonna be doing.
Yeah.
Man, they should bring Target back to Canada.
Dude, you want to get rich? Invent a robot that folds clothes and fabrics and stuff. I'm dead serious. Like, it's something that's super hard to do.
Where's that at?
Super
Good
hard for a
question.
machine
Good
to deal with
question.
fabric.
It's hard enough for a human to
statement,
do.
brother.
Have you seen the automated theft prevention carts?
No.
Carts with electronic locks on the wheels.
It's already made.
Yeah, we've had them for years.
Yeah,
I have seen those.
So all you need is maybe one theft prevention officer and a few employees to run your big giant box store.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got a staff of 10 that are each paid $25 an hour, but you've cut 50.
Yeah.
Look, Walmart has, I'm pretty sure a ways back, like almost 10 years ago, they required vendors, people that give them product, to have RFID chips in every single product. And that Walmart could tell when the product came off the shelf. And then they would track it through the store, then it would be sold, and then they would automatically know to restock that item. And it didn't involve any people other than their IT department, of course.
Yeah, I know.
Well, whoever
one of the
said
guys that
robot
worked in
that
the
folds
database for that.
laundry. Thank you.
Love that picture, by the way. Anybody look at that picture that Stormfire posted? That is really beautifully put. What a great way to represent.
I want to defend clerks for a second, though, because at the beginning of the 20th century, a clerk job was a high-paying job. It was actually a good job because you actually had to know how to do math, balance books, do things like that, and handle money, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It might have just been a hard job with regular pay.
Now, give me. Who should get paid more, an astronomer or a grocery store clerk?
Whose job's real?
Yeah, whose job actually does
Definitely
something?
an astronomer.
Doesn't this go back to like who should be paid more? A teacher, policeman, firefighter, or a football player?
Firefighter, football player.
Well, I mean, there is utility as far as a football player. Entertainment does have a value, but the highest paid job I think should be a plumber. Because if all the plumbers died, everybody would. There'd be problems, like big problems without plumbers.
Yeah.
I would trade cops for plumbers. I would trade teachers for plumbers.
What do you think? In order to know everything you need to be a master plumber, how long do you think? If somebody was trying really hard to become a master plumber, what do you think the period of time it would take to be a master plumber?
I know the answer. It's as long as you need.
10,000 hours. It takes 10,000 hours to be a professional at something. To actually be an expert in doing any task, you need 10,000 hours.
Heard that twice.
Does this come from the Bruce Lee concept of 10,000 kicks?
No, this comes from basically professional sports.
Okay.
How many hours of practice you need. And it's pretty much uniform through all professional sports. Like if you look at baseball, football, hockey, whatever. Like those professional sports, they're big business. They don't just like. I mean, the common conception is I just get on the field and throw a football. It's way more than that because there's so much money at stake. They have professional trainers, psychologists and stuff, dude. They have people in their heads, like, because a lot of it's mental. They don't just get on the field and start throwing a football. Like, it doesn't really work that way. They have statistical analysis, IT departments. They have everything, like everything. It's let's call it a science, for lack of a better word, or at least technologically driven.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What is that book? It's called Moneyball. It was also a movie. Have you heard of this?
I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it.
So what basically happened was, I think it was the San Francisco Giants. They hired 2 statisticians to like go over the stats, and they went over the stats, and and basically drafted players and chose players based upon, what games, right? What particular stat do you need that correlates the most to winning games? And it turned out that it was on base percentage, which isn't a flashy stat, right? It's like how many times you get up the bat do you actually get on base? So that includes walks, outs, getting hit by a ball, all the ways you can get on base. And that correlated the most to wins. So that's what they went out and drafted. But if you look at the roster of the team, everybody was like, oh, you guys suck. And they went from first place to playing into the National League Championship game in 1 year. They had something like 43 consecutive wins. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And it was all statistics driven.
Mm-hmm.
But now what happened is everybody does it. Now it isn't luck because they had a plan. But what ended up happening is now everybody started doing it. So once everybody starts doing it, the statistics change, right? All the probabilities change because everybody else started playing different. So now kind of nobody has that advantage. But they do the same thing, but they do it down to the individual players. Like, okay, we have every time this guy was up at bat, if it's a 2-2 count on this pitch, what pitch does somebody throw where he is out the most, right? Is it a curveball? Is it a fastball? Do we throw an intentional walk and get him to a 2-3 count so the probability of him striking out is greater? Like, they go down to that level. Like, seriously, it's to that level. Yeah, in the game.
That's incredible.
Someone told me that they're putting devices in the catcher's mitt or something so that the catcher can, instead of giving the pitcher a sign, that the pitcher that he can somehow hit some sensor in the mitt that'll tell the pitcher what pitch to pitch.
Weird.
You also got to think the difference between winning a championship and not winning a championship is billions of dollars, not like millions. It's billions, not only for the players, but because you don't just sell tickets, right? And plus you get money for advancing in playoffs. The team gets money and the players get extra money, but it's the merchandise. So when you're big, when you go to the World Series and you win, even though your native fan base, that expands because there's a lot of people that jump on bandwagons. You know what I mean? So you end up getting fans that aren't even from your local area, right? You get fans even though you're San Francisco. Now you got fans in New York, and now you got fans in Canada, and so you actually end up selling more merchandise as well.
The water, the wealth spills over.
Yeah, exactly. But it's such a big business. People just think, oh, you just get up and throw a ball. It's way more complicated than that. Way more.
Believe that. No one ever sees the hard spot.
And some of these players, in professional football, they play 10 plays a game.
Teaching's pretty.
So imagine sitting there, right? Imagine sitting there for 4 hours, right? And you get a chance. You get a chance for 9 seconds. And in those 9 seconds, you would have to perform at an elite level.
Yeah.
After sitting on your ass for 45 minutes. And then 45 minutes after that, you get called again and you got to do the exact same thing. You have to perform at an elite level.
This. You're stuck in a classroom with 40 to 50 kids every single day, and what you say affects and shapes their lives with that much pressure. Also, sometimes they're evil. That sounds hard.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. You got to perform at an elite level in front of 100,000 people in the stands and 2 million people on TV.
Betting on you.
And you could be on TV as the biggest dumbass ever.
Yeah, man. Before you too.
But anyway, the statistics, someone studied this. The statistics say that roughly 10,000 hours to be an expert at any particular endeavor, human endeavor.
Yeah, I've heard that stat. That's very prominent stat. Do you guys think numbers repeat themselves over and over?
Well, statistics are just statistics, man. It's just
I'm just probability in general.
Numbers really don't do anything.
Yeah, numbers don't mean anything.
That gematria coach.
Yeah. Just because somebody uses something for something doesn't mean that that thing is what they're using it for.
Proper tool.
Yeah. Numbers are a representation of something else, right? And we turn it into numbers just really to make the concept compact. That's really all we're doing. And numbers themselves are just ratios and relationships between other things. Parts of a whole, basically, right?
Yep.
But they don't have to be represented with numbers. You could represent them like literally with anything. The length of a stick, you don't even have to quantify it, right? You don't have to put numbers along with it. You could just the same way they used to do in the old days. The Greeks didn't use numbers. Like Greeks didn't have like numbers for lengths. They compared like a length that they could draw or use, and they would compare them to each other directly. They didn't like transform it into a unit length and then like measure it like that. They just didn't do it that way.
I mean, it's like a 16-base system, like hexadecimal.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. You can use different bases and some like. It's not complicated. It's just like people think like mathematics is like some universal thing that just like applies, like any type of mathematics applies to any other type of mathematics. It doesn't work that way. Each type of mathematics is like a subset, which is self-consistent within itself, but it doesn't always just transfer to something else. And this is, to bring it back to flat Earth, this is a problem Globers have. They visualize reality as external in orthographic projection, like they're outside of everything. And they go, well, this can't happen on a flat Earth. But they're showing you like an orthographic projection, right? Oh, you should be able to see the bottom of a ship on a flat Earth. They have this concept because if I drew it from a side view, right, person on a beach, and I had a boat like infinitely far away, I could draw a straight line between that person and the boat, right, orthographically. But we don't see orthographically, right? So if I did it in a projective geometry, in perspective, right, that line eventually will appear to terminate into the horizon, and you can't differentiate it from anything else. This is where they go wrong, is because they're trying to apply one type of geometry to another type of geometry when it's not applicable.
Yeah, that sounds right. Math doesn't connect together directly like that at all, most of the time.
I think it's we have enough evidence from the 2,000 plus episodes of this live stream that most globe earthers don't understand math, don't understand geometry, and have huge spatial awareness problems. Here's an example. In the lobby,
Indio, are you trying to say I can't see a fly at like 2,000 miles away, according to the globe map?
Yeah. Depends on how big your piece of paper is, I guess. I mean, I don't know. So I had a Glober just now in the lobby about 20 minutes ago. He was like, if I look at Orion from the northern hemisphere and then I go to the hemisphere and look at it again, it's upside down. I said, yeah, draw a 2 on your ceiling, look at it from one side of the room and walk to the other side of the room. Yeah, now your room is a sphere. And he said, well, it won't be upside down. I'm just like, are you okay? So if I draw 2 on my ceiling, yeah, exactly. Like they have spatial awareness problems, dude. Like they can't visualize things in space, like in their mind. Mm-hmm. It's like something that's alien to them.
Maybe it's not so alien. Maybe the indoctrination only works if you're told the story but can't actually visualize the story. Maybe that's how the magic works.
Maybe, probably right. That it's just the story, but the story has no, like, some people can, like, someone tells me a story, I'll, like, visualize it in my mind. Like, so say someone told me the Lord of the Rings, right? I visualize all the characters in the Mines of Moria and all that stuff, right? Maybe they're just like a blank slate where they just see like a Chiron type going across their freaking brain where they can't differentiate the words. Like they can't abstract. They only see the abstracted words and not the objects that they represent.
Yep. Starting
That's
to
almost
think that.
scary.
That's why when we say things like, "Oh, this and this and this is supposed to happen on your model," and they're like, "Huh, what?" It's like, well, you're actually defending that stance right now, but you can't visualize what you're defending. What the hell? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, think about the Selenilian eclipse, dude. Just trying to describe it to them, how long it takes. Like any particular glober, it takes like 45 minutes just to describe it to them.
This is why we spend half the time having to describe to them their own damn model that they don't have. It's insane.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, that's why I love having globers. That usually that's my last straw, right? When you sit there and waste your time trying to explain the Selenilian, like, okay, dude, just go into my MS Paint, man, and draw it out for us. We get some of the most hilarious graphics, just so funny.
Get them to use that GeoGebra more. Pretty neat program.
Yeah, I use it all the time. It is pretty awesome. I don't like the 3D version though. It's kind of clunky. I don't like the way it works.
Oh my gosh. Half of my car is drifted.
Wait, what?
There's drifts halfway up my car. It's just going to be.
I thought you said drifted.
Yeah, I did. I misused the word drift, but
You have snow?
Yeah, we're having a blizzard right now. Yeah.
Damn, it's like 70 degrees here.
Yeah, it's 22.
It's minus 20 here.
I've got to.
Where the hell are you?
Did you say minus 20?
He must be in Celsius. He must be in Celsius.
Well, it doesn't matter. Negative 20 Celsius is really, really, really cold too. Where are you?
South face of Mars is where I'm at. It's pretty cold.
70 is.
He's locked in the freezer at Applebee's.
I believe. I'm guessing here. I think I'm gonna look it up. I think it's around -3 Fahrenheit, but I'll look it up. Negative.
What,
20,
on Mars?
No, negative 20 C.
It's -4. You just looked it up.
2.
Not gonna work here anyway.
-4. What the hell are you at? North Pole? Shit.
All right, negative 20. Negative 20 Celsius is -4 Fahrenheit. So I was close.
Minus 40.
What?
It's like the coldest part of the planet. It's like minus 40-ish.
Hey, so what you should do, mister, who was just talking, you should get your microphone and either take it into the house that you're in or go to where your microphone is. Because we can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Generally, how the microphone works is you got to be somewhat near it for it to pick you up. Anyway, keep going.
But yes, we are having a blizzard right now, and it's very pretty. But I also have to drive to the airport tomorrow, so it's going to be an adventure. I don't even know how they're going to be flying in and out of the airport. I don't know. Maybe they clear the runway. But yeah, there's a couple of airports in North Dakota. There's a handful of them. International airports at that. Not this one. The international airports in Minot, or at least one of them is. But I'm be going to the Williston Airport. It's an interesting state. I highly recommend it for certain people.
Alrighty. I'm gonna read something. I'm also gonna post it. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but this is just lovely, lovely humor. All right, check the live stream voice text for date, time, and weather on Mars. And it's funny. It's the National Weather Service, so it's America. But then they say, "Oh, well, here's planet Mars." Like, wait a second, America doesn't own Mars yet. Come on, guys.
Well, I clicked the link. Where does it give the current time there?
No, it doesn't. Right now it's just describing like all of Mars's stuff.
Oh,
hang on.
We don't own Mars yet, but we're arming them. We're arming them so they can become a fledgling democracy.
But wait, does Mars have oil? Because we might own them very soon. If that's
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Does the bottom of a frying pan have oil?
Oh, snap.
Mars still has the ice cap that the Earth doesn't.
Yeah. Ice cap, huh? Shoot. Okay. You think that the Martians are allowed to go see their North Pole? What a jip.
they just hijack the rovers that are up there and just drive them around.
Oh, is that where they go to get cleaned up?
Yeah, bro. Come on.
Okay,
all types of rovers are supposed to be on Mars right now. They just take them, jack them up,
Hold
They're
on,
probably doing car shows up there and shit.
Car shows, yeah, hell yeah, dude. I would, okay, so this says the planet Mars, then it says weather.gov-Sioux Falls, South Dakota / the planet Mars. What? Apparently, Mars Weather Station is in Sioux Falls.
Yeah, I see that too.
Yeah, so it says Weather Forecast Office, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So the planet Mars Weather Forecast Office isn't on Mars. It's in South Dakota.
There's a lot of weird things in Sioux Falls. I went there in January of 2020, and it's a fascinating little city. It's pretty.
I've been there a few times. I like Sioux Falls for sure.
Yeah. But how about that?
Yeah, so you don't need to go to Mars to get the weather or anything. Just South Dakota.
So you're telling me that
problem.
The moon is in England, but Mars is in Sioux Falls.
Yep.
And also Greenland? It's weird.
Right, so they film Mars in Greenland, but if you want to know the temperature and all that stuff, you got to go to South Dakota and talk to those folks.
Yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to know what time it was. What's the weather like right now? See if can we find that?
You want to calculate it, or you just want to know?
Because calculations are good enough.
Yeah.
These days. Yeah. Oh, here we go. So on weather.com, today Mars has a high temperature of -14 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of -117 degrees Fahrenheit.
The Mars weather.
Yep. The Mars weather data comes from Mars rover Curiosity, which has been on the red planet for 458 sols. Souls.
I like souls. I love
trippy, hey?
Oh my god. Okay.
Don't they call it like souls as in time extended?
SOLS, yeah. Well, and then you got the soul on the bottom of your foot, solar system.
Government wants to do so.
I love lamp.
I love lamp.
Are you just pointing at things?
Where was that from?
I don't know. Every time I hear something,
yes, thank you.
Something really just stupid.
Rick, are you just pointing at things and saying you love them? I love lamp.
What season will it be on Mars now?
carpet. I love this. Why are we speaking so loud? Loud noises.
Loud noises. What was the question?
What season would it be on Mars now?
Oh, what season? Got it. Well, that's assuming that they have just the same kind of season thing we do here, which people will do.
Do they have 5-6 seasons or?
I don't know. No, because it's gonna. If it's a planet, then it acts just like every other planet. It has 4 seasons.
Well,
okay?
but it's
Try to keep up.
I know you guys are laughing about that.
You say if it's a planet, then it has 4 seasons, but there's not just one kind of planets. There are gas planets.
Yeah, that's true. But it's going to be really confusing to try to tell the kids that. So let's just say every planet has 4 seasons, just like every planet is a sphere.
That's not accurate.
Who knows? Who knows in which season? On which season does it rain diamonds on Saturn? Is that in winter or summer?
Go ahead,
It's
Indio.
not. It's the moon, buddy.
It
It's
could
the moon.
Hey, I was going to say that the seasons are the tilt of the Earth.
Oh, so the other.
So what if Mars? So there might only be 2 seasons for orbit, or 3, or 100, or depends. If it wobbles, then it could be as many as you can count.
Yeah,
it's a tilt. But what if the equatorial plane of Mars is parallel to the orbital plane? Then there's no seasons.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I think that every planet, according to them, has an orbital plane that's parallel to the equatorial plane, and it's only Earth that has the tilt. I'm pretty sure. I think Venus might have a very small tilt or something.
I saw now the new pictures of Mars planet. You can see that it has ice caps. So they have always winter at the poles.
Hey, I unmuted you, Literal. Would you like to say hello, Literal?
Yeah, hello. How's it going, dude? Nice to meet you.
Hello. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How did you find us?
God told me about you.
Nice. So, what do you think about Flat Earth? What have you heard?
Well, maybe you should do the other thing he told you not to do. Not to lie.
Yeah. Are you still with us?
Yeah, he's still here.
Everybody has a plan.
I got a question though. Is this a voice in your head, or is this?
Is your soul moving?
Because I think they got pills for that.
Yeah, don't take pills from strangers.
Yeah, because if you see a talking burning bush, it's probably VD and not God.
Yeah, and you probably brush your teeth.
So, new guy.
Okay.
I have a feeling this is yet another pee drinker. I'm getting a premonition here.
Do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball?
No.
Do you drink your own urine?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah, same.
It's a good question. I also.
Nope.
What's the N word coming?
He came here.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be
Proactive.
Yeah.
You're not going to let us play with our food.
Sorry, just the big thing. We already we already had this weird conversation, and by we, I mean some folks had a conversation about tea earlier today and consuming it, and I'm just tired of it.
Yeah,
why do you think that's
I don't like
Chris's
that
plan?
discussion either. So
It's more like do it on your own time.
yeah,
No,
correct.
was that his plan? That's what I'm asking. Was that? Do you think he was going to go there with that?
Yeah, no, I recognized the voice, and that's why I was just basically
It's
exposing
the same guy.
He just keeps on making accounts, and here's how I also was suspicious. It was because he started off with the God told him thing, which is the exact same words that he said in regards to the drinking pee thing. So I just knew who it was this time. I'm finally catching on.
Why do they? Yeah, why do they think that's like a free pass? I don't get it.
Yeah,
it
bro.
only
Why are
shows
you
their body.
retarded, bro?
Free pass? I'm trying to understand what, because somebody else was talking. What are you referring
No,
to?
they come. They think if they come in here and pretend to be religious, they get a free pass. Like, they're not going to ban me because I believe in God or I'm religious. So because all flat earthers are religious, so if I pretend I'm religious, then they won't ban me.
Yeah.
You can believe in God and still be an asswipe. Like, what the hell is wrong with these people?
No doubt. You can actually be the most epic asswipe ever.
Yeah, and use the belief in God as the justification for it. So kick rocks with all that crap.
I mean, Catholic priests do it all the time.
There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah, just to back you up on that whole butt wipe thing.
God hail the church.
All the demons believe in God. So belief is irrelevant. It's what you do with your knowledge that matters. Back to
matter
the
of fact,
knowledge is half the battle.
Matter of fact, don't they bow down?
What was
They will
that?
bow to God.
Oh, yeah, no. Fuck the church.
Conversation for a different.
You can read a book by yourself some other day.
Yeah. Anyways, hey, I heard something the other day. It was like, you know how they say Pluto, when Pluto came out, it was Disney. I heard that Mercury, Mickey Mouse came from Mercury or whatever. He was already in Mercury with some satellite that was launched that direction.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know who if anybody heard of that before.
Disney and Pluto is definitely a little interesting.
Yeah, I've seen the Mickey Mouse and Mercury thing, though I haven't seen it in a while.
This got brought up a little bit ago, so I'm posting. Good old-fashioned etymology. Saiwalo. Saiwala.
So hey, I want to describe something that most people aren't aware of. That's really weird about the heliocentric model. Okay, so you know how the moon is phase locked? They say tidally locked.
That's what they say.
And the face always hits us. Is always facing us.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth, according to them, is doing something like the same thing. Except for it's doing one rotation and then facing in the same direction. Right? So after 24 hours go by, it's done one rotation. And after 24 hours, we're looking at the exact same spot on Earth. So if you were at the sun watching the Earth, right? And the Earth is in the orbit, it would do one rotation. And after one day, it would face, like say you were looking at the Nile, right? Say we're looking directly at the pyramids, right? You've got the tilt of the Earth and you're looking at it would do one rotation, and after 24 hours, you'd be looking at the Nile. And it would do one rotation, after 24 hours, you'd be looking at the Nile, and it does this. So it's like phase locked, because this is their reason why, you know how they, like, this is their claim why the clocks don't get out of sync with the calendar, right? I'm sure you've heard the argument, right? After 6 months, you should be looking at different stars.
Yeah.
This is why they're saying you're not looking at different stars, because it's not doing a full rotation. It's like a slip, so that you, after 6 months, you're still looking in the same direction. This is why, like in June it's noon, and in December it's noon, right? It's the noon at noon in June, the sun is directly overhead, and in December at noon, the sun is directly overhead. When if the Earth was doing a 24-hour rotation, in 6 months, it would be nighttime at noon.
Gosh, what a coincidental Goldilocks zone that we just happen to live in here, huh? Just it all worked out.
Yeah, it is really crazy. This is
it all just came together, didn't it? Just, no deliberation, just randomly. It all just perfect.
This is why they say a day isn't actually 24 hours. It's 23 hours and 54 minutes or something.
Yeah. I sought out to do the math on that, and I couldn't really make sense of it. Like it didn't add up for 12. It didn't add up for 12 hours.
Doesn't exist. That's why.
Well, that also makes it a terrible excuse, though.
Well, you have to actually. Well, you can say the excuse, but the devil's in the details. Is with everything, you have to probe deeper. Okay.
Yeah.
So probing deeper means you have to count sunrises and sunsets in a year.
Don't say probe deeper ever again.
Yeah, that's what she said. So getting off topic.
Sorry.
It's too easy to get me to start to go in the gutter, man.
I know.
So what they say, like the leap year, so this correlates to the leap year, right?
Yeah.
So every year, right, we should be losing 6 hours.
Yes.
And they say that this, yeah, okay, so after 4 years, we've lost an entire day, and we have to add a day.
Except if it's 100. Except if it's divisible by 100 or some shit. What was that thing?
Yeah, but that's not the important part. The important part, that's wrong, because if you started an equinox, right, and like this is the way you do it. Okay, so it's dawn on the equinox, and I have the sun on the horizon. I take a stick in the ground, and I stick it in the ground and line it up with the sun, and then I count sunrises until the sun rises at the exact same place. That's 1 year, right? Right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's back at the same place. It's 1 year. So I'll count 365 days for 3 years. And on the 4th year, I will count 366. And I'm talking about a sunrise, solar noon, and a sunset. You will count 365 3 times in a row, and then you will count 366. There is no half day, quarter day, whatever day. Some Russian guy found this.
Are you saying that there actually is a interval extra day?
There is an extra day. Yes, there is an extra day.
Daylight savings, leap year, all the other stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit going on.
Because you can't listen. Because there's no mechanism, right? There's no mechanism that they could ever possibly say that would just give you an extra day out of nowhere. How do you do that in a physics model? Just give yourself an extra day out of nowhere. You can't. So they have to come up with this leap year, sidereal day, all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And they try to hide it within the mathematics, but if you actually like go out to the original, I don't think anybody actually counted the days. I think they did it mathematically, but didn't actually I'm going to go out and actually count the sunrises. But this Russian dude, he actually went and counted them, right? Because if you go on time and date, it'll tell you the time of sunrise. So you can actually count the sunrises. He went back all the way to something like 1908 or something. I have a video of him. I have a video on my channel, on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
It's like the Ethiopian.
It's obviously weirder. It's obviously someone. It is weird. It's super weird. And like when I saw the video, I was like, okay, I'm gonna model this out. Like, how is this possible? Like, and this is where I came up with this is what the sun has to do to account for a sidereal day. It has to do one rotation and come in because for it to be noon in the same place after a year, that will be pointing at the sun. Always. It does one rotation, points at the sun. One rotation, points at the sun. One rotation, points at the sun. Because at solar noon, the sun is supposed to be directly overhead. You're facing the sun, right? You're directly facing the sun. It's at the highest point in the sky, directly facing the sun.
Have you seen the Ethiopian calendar?
The Ethiopian? No. I know there's a bunch of different calendars, like lunar, solar.
Yeah, they have 13 months in a year. There's 12 months with 30 days, and the 13th has either 5 or 6 days. And they're on year 2014 now.
Well, 13 months of 28 days, which the moon cycle is 28 days, gives you 364 day year.
Maybe we could talk about it in terms of day years and night years.
Maybe our problem starts with thinking about it in terms of hours and not sunrise, sunset days.
Yeah, I think things would be a lot more interesting if we operated on a daylight and darkness scale as opposed to a clock. Probably be a lot healthier.
Yeah, I feel like moon cycles tying us to some sort of month is probably a better bet as well. You have a constant natural reminder as to where you are within some sort of month or season.
I just wanted to say hi to everybody. Greetings.
What's
nice
up,
to hear all of you. Yeah, I was ill, very ill, and I'm getting much better now. I'm able to stand on my feet for more than about 10, 15 minutes, so I'm doing better. Nice to hear the conversation. I appreciate all of you being here. Thanks a lot.
Good to hear from you, Sonny. I was wondering where you've been, but I guess you've been ill.
I had an abscess and I couldn't walk, so it's getting better now.
Good to hear you're getting better. Hopefully.
Oh, you all right now, man? You all right, Sonny? You all right now?
Yeah, I'm doing better. Actually, I'm getting up. I'm trying to do a lot of like housework and stuff because I was in here. I had to like cut my own bandages, boil bandages, bleach bandages, and wash all my clothes while I'm a patient at the same time. That was a lot of fun, but it wasn't so bad except the freaking patient kept crying all the time.
I can relate. Last summer was that adventure for me.
What was your injury again, Gospel Bear?
I had who mine?
No. Gospel Bear had a story.
Oh, Gospel Bear.
No, it's fine. I had a birth defect and stuff, and I had basically a medical emergency, and they had to go inside my belly. It's really crazy and creepy.
I thought you were talking about the cutting the finger injury you were talking about the last time. Apologize.
No, not about no cutting. You're talking about when I was talking about magnets, and I cut. That was like 20 years ago. No, that was nothing. Anyway, I was just saying I could relate, City.
Yeah, so when you need a nurse and you can't afford a nurse and you're by yourself, you figure out how to be your own nurse. So I went through, it was a long, torturous, painful process, and I'm making it through the other side now. So, yeah.
Are you telling me that you're probably well qualified
grabbing your own ass
to rebuild the spaceship to go to the moon? because you have the experience of a painful process of building something.
Oh, that part. I didn't catch it at first. I got your drift. Yeah, probably so.
A long, Painful process of building it back. You know about that, apparently. Hire this guy. What in the world? I'm going to make that PSA again real quick. I'm going to put the words in the chat. Research neutrophil extracellular traps. I'm not telling you what to do. It's just a mere suggestion.
Have you ever heard of? And I'm not getting into it. Just want to know if you heard about this. The conversation about whether it was a bat or a snake.
Oh, we're getting into it.
That's why I'm telling folks to research neutrophil extracellular traps.
I mean, that's pretty much why I like.
It is related, and it will properly equip you against any possible hypothetical psyops that are hypothetically underway as I speak.
Nuclear, cellular, or what?
I put it in the chat. Neutrophil extracellular traps. NETs or NETs. Isn't it peculiar when a long technical name turns into an acronym, and the acronym ends up describing the same thing as the long technical name? Does that ever make anybody scratch their head a bit? A neutrophil extracellular trap acts like a net. Isn't that peculiar?
Okay, well, I don't know what it is.
After you research it, though.
A fuzzy four-legged thing acts like a dog.
What?
Yeah, so, I mean, if you want to explain it.
I'm just saying, a neutrophil extracellular trap acts like a net. NET, net. It's fascinating to me that a neutrophil extracellular trap also, that the acronym, it's
so
curious.
the MT-net comes from the LPS fat. Then what?
What?
What is it, man? Like the MT-net, I see that, but the LPS fat, you know, there's a whole lot of jargon here.
We got a lot of
bio degree. You don't know what it is.
You don't need a bio degree to read about a thing. You just keep reading until you understand. If you're not interested, you're not interested. It's fine. Fine. Not everybody is a nerd and into things that are nerdy.
You haven't said anything about it though.
I didn't intend on saying anything about it. I'm suggesting that people be looking into it if they are getting romanced or are interested in current quote unquote documentaries that are allegedly exposing a thing. If you don't want to be deceived and you'd like to educate yourself, research neutrophil extracellular traps.
So I have a question. What is it? Why do they die? Why does the neutrophil die?
It's not relevant. I gave a conditional statement. If you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, you don't. It's fine.
Is it like a photon? Is what I would ask.
No.
Apparently, all these neutrophils are dying out here.
Where do we find one of them at?
All right. Never mind you two. Obviously, you don't know what I'm talking about. So trying to say weird things.
I want to learn. I want to see what it is. Can we see it?
Then go research neutrophil extracellular traps and learn. Okay,
Why
I'm not
see an extracellular trap. I want to see it. I don't want to read on it.
Oh my god!
You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean because I said words that had a purpose.
Good.
I say much.
I can't read my eyeballs messed up, but I can see TV and hear real good. So like, if I can see it and touch it and hear it, and we can talk, I'm good at that. Reading, I don't really worry about that. That's just a bunch of cartoons.
I read it. It's a bunch of cartoons and jargon, and then I asked what the jargon means.
Material, real material, physical, nuclear, whatever we're talking about. The nuclear.
All right.
Forex,
Dimmick, you're both being ridiculous. Okay.
No, I want to see a nuclear net. If there's a claim of a nuclear net, I want to see one. What does it exist of? How could that be ridiculous? If you claim a particle, I want to see it. That's not ridiculous. Science is supposed to demonstrate, touch, test, and prove, right?
Dimmick, no one said anything about nuclear, okay? And no one said anything.
Whatever you say, I want to see it. The net.
We want explanations. That's all we're asking.
I want to see the net. That's all. Can I see it? If not, then I don't want to read the story.
I can't make you see something.
You can't make me see something unreal? Cool. Let's talk about something else then.
You're claiming it's unreal without knowing anything about the subject.
I want to see it then. If it's real, I want to see it.
Then go research it, weirdo.
Can you show me air?
How can I research it without seeing it?
So, D-Monk, is air not real?
All right, so this is what I'm doing. I'm going to mute you, Dimmick. You're being inappropriate. Forex, if you keep on, I'll mute you too.
I haven't said anything
inappropriate.
In like 2 minutes. I'm not talking.
Being inappropriate.
I haven't said anything.
All right, good.
Like I was the silent one, and then you come at me.
No, you were doing the exact same thing, saying that you don't understand something. I can't make you understand something that you're not willing to research, okay?
I did research it, and my conclusion.
No, you didn't. You popped up a Wikipedia article, read 5 words, got confused, and then complained about being confused, okay? That's ridiculous.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, Gospel literally prefaced, hey, I'm going to drop this name in chat for you guys to research. And within a matter of seconds, 2 people were having some contention with that without having any understanding what it was. That was the problem.
Sounds like foolishness to me.
Yeah, condemnation before investigation, right? Do your due diligence. That's all Gospel was asking.
Which might be character assassination.
It's just from being in construction, lifting heavy. What are you talking about? Your shoulder.
My mic working.
Yeah, your mic's working, Dave. I'm seeing. I thought you were responding to something, Lou, sir. Go ahead, Dave.
The Earth never was, continues to not be a spinning globe. Prove me wrong. Thank you. Just an attempt to get back on topic. Sorry.
No, you don't need to apologize. I'm over here laughing at Lou because it was inappropriate that I'm laughing because he's talking about serious issues. I'm sorry about your shoulder, Lou. But I totally thought that you were referring to somebody else's, like explaining why somebody else was having a problem understanding. And it was like,
no, man, I don't know why he took it from, like, I'm ill right now for the last, like, after work yesterday, I just felt like shit. I went to sleep as soon as I got home and slept all through the night.
Oof.
Woke up for like 2 hours and slept for like another 6 and then up for like another 2. And I've been feeling like crap. I'm cold sweats and
oh man,
migraine, headache and stuff. And then he asked for some reason about shoulders, like shoulder pinching. I'm like, I don't know what that's all about. But yeah, that's another issue I got.
Yeah, what was that about? I was confused about that too. I was like, what?
There's silence, Dave. There's no rebuttals, no disputations.
I thought we just figured out it was a misunderstanding and we moved on.
No. I'm remember Dave brings it back to the topic. Yeah, I hear you.
I guess my assertion stands is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah, I hear you.
Somebody proved me wrong.
Let's go. All right. Here, reply. That.
There's no wonder, like, when people read our stuff, like what Democ's typing right now. I don't believe in words or numbers. Do you believe in science or math, Democ? Do you believe that you can convey a message with words and that one person could understand what the other's trying to say?
You're unmuted, Demick. He's asking you questions.
Some people don't believe you speak your language, so no, I don't. Not at all. I think if you show me something and you touch me with fire, I don't care what words you got. I know it's hot, right? So the material is what matters, not your words or your numbers. You can lie to me with words and numbers. You're not going to lie to me with the material in my hand.
So yeah, forget your numbers and words that can confuse you or make you argue or do what you're doing right now. Displace my meaning of my words with yours. So it's not going to help us. At the end of the day, when we talk about something or discuss it, and we talk about a scientific method or something that's physical or tangible or provable, when a gentleman asks me about something and he says, hey, what is this cool about this? Look into it. How can you look into it without seeing the very thing? Please answer me this. It's my only question to you. How can you look into something without seeing the very material? Are you going to look into the words or the numbers? Or are you going to look into the material?
I hear your question. I just don't understand it, so I have no chance of answering it.
What are you going to look to? If I said, hey, Lou, I got numbers and math on a board, but I want you to tell me how this mechanical machine works. Are you going to use the mechanical machine? Or are you going to use numbers and math? Are you going to use the material?
Okay, here's a good example. Somebody could give me a schematic, a blueprint, say, I need this machine built. You could follow the diagram, follow their tolerances, and you could make that machine and test the machine. And if the machine works, didn't those numbers work? I don't.
The numbers have to go to the material. I don't understand what you're talking about. The numbers have to match the material, structure, support, resistance, ability, bending, temporal. You know, like you have to see the material, what it does, and then use your number to equal that. Your number's not right until your material until it matches your material actual physicality of what it's doing, right or wrong.
What if somebody would have said they touched something hot that was burning, instead of saying hot, they would have said cold?
What if they said 5-2?
Exactly.
Number 5B. Does that mean? I mean,
you have to have meaning.
Your question is completely incoherent. Like nobody can answer it.
I can. I'd rather have material. If you came up to me with a book of numbers and papers and you said, believe this, and I said, no, throw that away and burn it. Just bring me the material. We'll look at that. Then I can make my own numbers and words off that. The material in my hand, I'll make my own. You understand that?
What are you equating this to?
You understand that? Like if I'm a human, I'm equating to I'm a human. I'm by myself. Numbers and words ain't helping me. I have material in my hand. I'm going to work with that material. Anything else besides the material, the numbers have to conform to the material. If the numbers don't conform to the material, then the numbers are worthless. So are the words. So everything has to
what is this in reference to?
Because people are saying they don't understand what I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about. Do you understand that? You said, sure. I got you. We're good now, right?
Well, yeah, we don't understand what you're talking about because we can't believe words.
No. He said, you guys, look into this thing. Read this paper. I said, okay, we can read the paper all day, but what thing are we looking at? What are we looking into? Are we looking into etymology? Are we looking into dictionaries? Are we looking into material? He doesn't understand that question. Are we just looking into the etymology of words? Are we looking into a material thing that he's asking about? Where do we go?
Why don't you look into it and discern for yourself what he may or may not be trying to understand?
What am I looking at? What material? I'm asking for the material thing, the net thing that we're talking about. Do you guys understand this? If we're talking about a light bulb, how hard is it for you guys to say, look, here's a light bulb, Democ, I put it in the back chat.
If I hand you a light bulb, does that mean you instantly know how it works?
It means you handed me a light bulb like I asked, and then we're done. Pretty simple.
I put what you asked for.
For mine, I'll do what I need to do with it. You understand?
Demic, I put what you asked for in the chat.
That wasn't so hard. That's it. That's all I was asking for. That's my point. There you go. Shit, that wasn't hard. That's it. I just wanted to see what you were talking about visually. Now I can read on it and understand what I'm reading about. Do you get it?
Yeah, it would be easier to communicate the words. I'd like to see an example of what you're referring to. Do you mind posting an example of what you're referring to instead of the incoherent way you went?
Yeah, give me some numbers and material and stuff that doesn't match the material in my hand, and then go use that. How's that going to do you any good? If I have steel that does certain things and your numbers don't match that, and you say, these are the numbers for that steel, these are the papers for that steel, read on these papers about that steel. Now I can read all the papers you want, but until I work with the steel, I'm not going to verify your papers, am I? I need verification. I need both. So you can have one.
I gave you some feedback.
It's just like a glober saying, I handed you a book with, there's the globe. There's all
you don't understand the book.
Not working. I need the material, water, and dirt. I need orbit. I need real stuff. I don't understand what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. No one understood what you were talking about either.
Yeah, it's like handing me a book and saying, "There's the globe."
All right, you can move on now.
You're the one explaining it well, and we're all stupid because we don't understand it.
Yeah, I didn't understand your book.
You don't understand that if you give me numbers and paper and words, that's not your dirt and water. You don't understand that?
Somebody just gave you a word in reference to a topic.
Yeah, it's the word
and
water.
Suggested
If I
You were just communicating like a simple topic, too.
This is very simple.
Water.
This is simple shit that is done in school. It's like, hey, write a book report about this topic.
No.
It's this very same thing. It's just basic, simple research based off of the topic that was provided to you. Now, the problem is the size of the bush that you're beating around in order to make some coherent sentence as to what you're trying to get clarification from gospel for is ridiculous. Like, it's this roundabout argument, like argumentation for sake of argumentation, because the size of the bush you're trying to beat around to just simply say, hey, what you posted, is there something of material nature that this is comprised of or that I can look into? I'd be interested in more information.
Yeah. This is referred to as feedback. In other words, advice on how to communicate. When you have an axiom of words don't even have meaning, only material has meaning, it's meaningless in and of itself. But anyway, now everybody has a resource that they can click on to learn about it. I try to find neither one of those images are actually cartoons. I was purposely finding non-3D or non-representative images. Anyway. What was 58?
Oh, yeah. Didn't Democ just get done saying, like, I can say water and you might say 58? Something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Because water and 58 are synonymous. Somebody might think so anyway, and you would have no clue what they're talking about.
I really don't like these sorts of illogical, incoherent things.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. Name the movie.
Well, in it,
Full Metal Jacket?
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't know why that was so hard. Is it not? Oh, was it? It wasn't Cool Hand Luke, was it?
Yes, Cool Hand Luke. Ding, ding, ding.
Cool Hand Luke. Okay.
The warden says it's Paul Newman while I'm hitting the bush over here, boss.
Yeah, shaking the boss. Wait, shaking the tree, boss. Shaking the tree. Taking it off. Taking it off. Man, I like Cool Hand Luke. That movie is really, really a cool movie. Good old Paul Newman.
My favorite scene from that movie is when he eats the 50 boiled eggs. Remember that part?
Oh my gosh, bro. That made me hurt. Yeah. That one made me hurt for sure. I mean, that's
What do you mean? Build me a word number. The fuck do you mean?
Just sometimes it's a good time to just stop.
I mean, the hilarity is that he built this whole abstraction to begin with. Like, it was pretty clear and concise to me at least, and I think others in the room, as to, hey, here's something, maybe you guys should research it.
Yeah.
I took that something and I proceeded to do a little bit of ancillary research.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
So the article that I posted is not a bad one. PubMed tends to have really thorough information. You take it at face value, understand this, consider the source and all that. But the point that I was trying to make in telling people about this NET stuff is people are guilty by association. They're looking at the effect of something. They're looking at a cause of the effect and claiming that that is the cause, although the effect actually has many other causes. If you research NET, you will learn all of the possible causes for an NET to happen, and therefore you'll be less susceptible to the possible dupe psyop that is hypothetically happening right now. As people share, millions and millions of views have happened just in the last 24 hours on certain videos concerning this thing, and I'm just trying to provide, in a slightly covert manner, helpful information to prevent any duping. And while I'm trying to prevent people getting duped, there's a bunch of people on too much dope that don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Don't try to bedazzle me with your fancy word numbers.
What is that from? That sounds like a quote from a movie.
I just made it up.
Oh, sounds like something.
No, it's pretty much a quote from Democ, like 2 minutes ago.
Well, he's not like the guy that was in Talladega Nights. Not Will Ferrell, the other guy.
John C. Reilly's character. I forget his character name though.
Yeah,
brother.
It sounds exactly like something he would say. This guy. That's such a great gift, too. Oh my gosh. I like it. You back, Elijah?
Don't you jab that fork into your leg, Ricky Bobby.
I don't even know what happened, man. All of a sudden, I thought I was in some alternate reality for a second. What just happened here?
It was an alternate reality. It's not just the meds, Sonny.
We were in the DMOC zone.
The bleach was not getting to you, sir. Yeah, you got muted, Forex, because you incessantly were interrupting the middle of people's sentences. And you were also whining about the same thing, like whine, whine, whine. It's like, take it or leave it. Oh, well, instead of take it or leave it, I'm going to do something else. It's like, imagine being at the gas station with the take a penny, leave a penny thing. And just being like, arguing with the owner of the gas station, being like, why? why is this here? Well, it just says take a penny or leave a penny. You can either take a penny or leave a penny, or just ignore it. But what does it mean? Why is it even there in the first place?
What is that penny going to be used for? I demand to know.
Well, literally take or leave a penny, or not. So there's not much else to say here.
I'm just wondering, with 4X memes as his name, do you have some fetish with foreign exchange, or what is that?
Yeah.
See, a foreign exchange trader?
He did dip out, just so you know. I don't think he can hear anymore.
Oh, okay. In my world, 4X means foreign exchange.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah. I don't know if there's any other.
It was a condom. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, you might be right on that, Dave.
Lion squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
Well, that usage, right, it would probably make more sense to me, just based on the few things I've heard the gentleman say.
All right, we need some new people to talk to. Somebody go recruit somebody somewhere. Thank you.
Benny's Globe Skeptic. Benny's.
I'm not a globe skeptic. I just still have that on mine.
Are you skeptical of the globe?
No, I'm not. I've been on here for 4 or 5 days now. It's just still on my my tags.
So are you a globe proponent?
No, I'm a flat Earth believer.
Would you prefer to be a? Would you prefer to be a knower or a believer?
A knower, because a belief
Okay.
is like you believe in a theory or like a model, but a knower is like observational.
Okay. And what are the? Do you have any knowledge of the flatness? The flatness sounds like a band, by the way. Does anybody ever think of that? How the flatness sounds like a band?
Well, there's a band, The Darkness.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it makes
I
me
believe
think
in a
of.
thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart.
You got it. You got it. That's where my mind goes every time I say the flatness. But anyway, do you have knowledge of the flatness, Pennies?
I guess I definitely do. I'm trying to think where to start. It's kind of my point of attack.
Sure, yeah, because like a family member or person you know might ask you, what do you mean you don't think it's a ball? So you would have something you would be able to tell them as to why.
I guess it would start with like I've traveled quite a few times, so I've been in an airplane quite frequently. And when I go up above, like when I go up into the air on the plane, I'm looking out the window. It doesn't curve, but like I wouldn't even say that because it's more like the horizontal point is extending and staying level and staying flat. So it gives me an idea of that it is flat and that there's no height I could reach to ever find a curvature because I'm already up pretty freaking high and I don't see a curvature comparable to like how they say 8 miles away or a couple miles away you would see it with a boat. So just like the boat to plane theory is like a really solid one because those are two observations I think common day people witness when they say go on vacation.
Okay. So would you like me to challenge you a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So your typical person, not typical, a person that you might be speaking to that knows a little bit about the subject might tell you, well, of course you haven't seen the curve from an airplane. You're not high enough.
Mm-hmm.
What would you be able to say in response to that?
I would say that I would say that it's difficult well, my rebuttal would be something about like the optics of your eyeball. Like our eyes are so limited and atmospheric conditions might not always be perfect. Which are like two really like the perspective of the person and especially if they have like, manipulation in their brain. That's where they differ. It's almost like you have two big walls put up and I would try to go through and define optics of your eyeball, like how far you can actually perceive.
You might be making this more complicated for yourself than you need to, though.
Yeah.
So you were mentioning the ships going over the curve, right? And that's the claim. That is the claim. Ships going over the curve.
Right.
Okay. Well, if that claim can be falsified, then that's all you need. You don't need to be in an airplane or a rocket ship or any other special thing. You just simply have to invalidate the initial claim.
Right.
And there are endless examples of that. Some are easier to demonstrate than others, but for as many opportunities that you look for, you can continually find new and other examples of the falsification of that claim. So roughly speaking, a 6-foot man, 3-mile horizon, a boat of, let's say 3 foot above the water, hypothetically, if it's 5 miles out or if it's 10 miles out, you're not going to see it at all. That would be the claim. Or any other derived geometric proportionate example. Meaning at different heights, that horizon distance number is going to change. The distance of how much is hidden is going to change. So you use that math, and then you make observations. And when your observations invalidate the claim, it's game over. So that's it.
I like that. It's short and sweet versus like I definitely feel like the community, even myself included, tries to go and compare apples to oranges, if you get what I mean.
Sure. So like getting into like the function of your eyeball and technical things like that is actually fun to think about and talk about, but probably unrelated and also definitely unnecessary, because the question of geometry is so simplistic that it can't be argued. And if it is argued, you know that you're dealing with someone who is deceptive, or they're either deceptive or they're unintelligent.
Maybe ignorant.
Yeah, just something like that, incapable of understanding simple shapes and geometry. But yeah, anyway, are you aware of any of these long distance observations that invalidate the curvature claim?
Yeah, I like that. There was a picture in the chat. It was I think it was 2 oil rigs, and one was I like that one a lot, especially because when you look at the water, you see like the lavality of it. Like it almost seems, it's an interesting picture, if you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm. If you had, let me just ask you, how would you define horizon?
I heard 2 people talking about it 2 days ago. Isn't it a relationship between the sky and the ground?
Okay.
Or am I wrong? That's what I would.
You would refer to the sky and the ground in defining what the horizon is.
Right.
But relationship may be too vague.
So I guess maybe the maximum distance the observer could see.
Yeah, still too complicated.
Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to help me out on that one.
Yeah, it's fine. It is as simple as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Any other definition for the horizon winds up getting folks confused.
Can you repeat that again? It's where the sky meets the ground.
Where the sky appears to meet the ground, or whatever, the surface of Earth, whatever you're gonna be. This is not always ground, right? It could be water. Okay, 4X. I just saw you.
Yeah, I definitely. Not to get into, personal stories, but for me, I just don't exactly argue. I don't really argue it because I think the belief system to most people is what gives their, I don't know, it keeps them like in this mindset of like, oh, I don't have to worry about that, and then I can go and worry about money or a job and this and that. And so sometimes I just don't feel inclined to share my beliefs on that matter because I don't want to cause like a disruption in a conversation.
Yeah, I understand that. People have different levels of strength in regards to confrontation. So, yeah, I understand that. However, the more confident you are on a subject, like you might be able to think of a topic that you're very passionate about, where if someone was communicating untrue things about that topic that you're really knowledgeable about and passionate about, you may be more willing, based on your confidence of knowledge, to correct them.
Right. I guess where I bend the knee is kind of like when the majority rules kind of gets brought up, because I feel like mob mentality is like super big in America. So like when someone's like, well, what about all the people, you think all those people are lying to you who study space and this and that, it's not that. I just like where I would rebuttal is like they have a certain model in their head, so when they go to measure something, they don't really have a good idea of what they're looking at.
Yeah, that one's funny because really typically the masses are wrong. So when everybody's like, well, this is what most people think, it's just funny.
If I could throw in real quick, the vast majority of people are not actively lying. They've just been duped like everybody else. They just believe it. They're not actively it being a globe. They just think it is.
That's a very good point.
Well, I think I bet a lot of people do know that it's flat, but it's more, if you get what I mean, valuable to convince other people that it's not. Especially if you're like, I don't know, richer or have an agenda, if you get what I mean.
Some people don't care, even if they know. Some people are paid and threatened to never talk about it, even though they know. It's just one of those things where, like, you could say, hey, Dad, I'm gay, and he'll say, well, that's fine, son, I'll always love you. Then you could say, and I also understand that the earth is flat, and he'll say, get the fuck out of my house, I never loved you, blah, 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 blah. So it's a really stigmatized piece of truth.
Does anybody know the proper, like, logical fallacy that he would be describing when people would say, oh, well, all these people would have to be lying? It's kind of like
appeal to populace.
Because it's similar to appeal to consensus, but the person,
I guess, wasn't technically making the argument to begin with. Their rebuttal was an appeal to consensus.
And who tells us it's all a consensus, right? We got mainstream sources telling it's a consensus. You get a Glober saying 8.8 million scientists, this, that, and the other. Well, number one, you don't know that. You don't know 8.8 million scientists. And also, are there 8.8 million scientists out there talking to like Fox News? Well, it's a globe and a No, you get science communicators. You don't get scientists. This is a big deal. People aren't learning science when someone gets on the TV and says, we're going to Mars. So you're not listening to scientists or science. You're listening to science communicators, actors, and such.
And
isn't that fallacy though that you're talking about? Doesn't it have like 3 names or like multiple names? I think you guys named a couple of them. Yeah, it's like ad populum is one also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appeal to authority, consensus, populum. Yep.
Yeah.
But populace or populum is those specific for number of people. Appeal to popularity is the English for the Latin. But
yeah,
here's the rebuttal, Benny's. I'm more interested in what is real than what people believe.
Oh yeah, I say that all the time. I say, well, that's just what I see. It's all like that's my only. That's where like I'd kill the conversation. I'm like, well, you can't convince me because that's what I can see and what I can know.
And yeah, exactly. And when someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, "You don't see the curvature of the Earth from,"
that's a good imitation.
That was actually a pretty good impression.
Well, thank you. But listen. The reason he says that is because his kind is so used to telling people what they do or don't see. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think a big part of that is also, like, why would people empathize with that? Is like, oh, he's trying to job preservation in a woke nation. You know, they say, oh, you're so woke. I'm not woke.
Yeah.
I'm not trying.
Well, they ruined the word woke. They ruined the word awake with #woke shit.
Yeah, they did.
That was the plan.
I think
counterintelligence.
big people see him as like, oh, that's his job to do all this.
Right.
And like, he would have to say something like this and call out, the dumb people, or quote unquote.
Well, it's all a show. You're right. It's a distraction and a show.
Job preservation.
Yeah, it's bread and circus. But yeah, and you're right. I mean, the status quo, you got to toe the line. I want my funding. I need my funding. And these scientists get funded for whatever. They can, especially if it supports a mainstream narrative that's money-making, boy, I'll tell you what. And these people pay for their whole lives with this funding. It's not just like, hey, we're really going to crack down and we need you to prove to us that every day this money is only going towards the funding of your scientific experiment and not, paying for college for your kids, your third kid here, or something else. You just have to use the regular science money that you get from your tenure here, your career here. If you use any of that experiment money for anything else but scientific experiment here on campus, boy, I'll tell you what, you're going to get in trouble. That never happens. The scientists get a shitload of money and use it for however they want.
Oh yeah, they distribute it out for sure.
Right, and so would you give that up? Such job security, right? You got the United States government backing you because you back the globe. Holy shit, bro. Life made. Get out of here. Who's giving that up? Just for the truth. Who's giving that up to say flat earth and have everybody laugh at him? Not me, boy. I got my lab coat, I got my pens, and I got my $1 million.
Yup, and I guess Baller left. Well, in that case, yup. It's a really low energy about me. But you can say hello. Yup, you have been.
Hey, Flatty, how you doing?
Yup.
Is that Benny's?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, dude? Sorry, I can't talk right now, but nice to see you back, dude.
Oh, thanks, dude.
All right, yep. I have given you an opportunity to say hello here. You are currently server unmuted. If you leave, it'll just be muted again because you don't have a role. If you'd like a role, you can start talking here, or you can go to VC check-in at a later time.
Yep. Do you think I could get a role change?
Are any of the roles that you currently have inaccurate?
Yeah, the Globe Skeptic. I'm not a skeptic.
Here, let me hold on just a second. Here.
But Benny's, are you not skeptical of the claims of the Globe? It sounds like you are. It sounds accurate to me.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks.
Typically roles are given based on, you participate for a while, people get to know you, your understanding, your demeanor, and then roles just kind of get applied to you.
Yeah. So, for instance, skeptic, one with a doubting attitude. Do you have a doubting attitude towards the claims of the Globe?
No, I've been doing this, believing in this for 4 years now.
Benny's.
You're not understanding this question. Listen to him. Ask a question again, guys.
Do you doubt the claims of the Globe?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah. So Globe skeptics just kind of anybody at all that is suspecting or not convinced, uncertain about the claims of the Globe. So for now, it's an appropriate role, and really, it's typically necessary for you to be able to basically coherently explain why Earth is not a ball in order to get the flat Earth role.
Yeah, it's a stepping stone to getting the flat Earth role. I guess
I don't even think you get really that many privileges with just, if any. Right now, you more than likely have like image posting privileges.
Yeah. Gems
Yeah, you even have the link image. Yeah, so you're good. Like.
Nice. How'd you do that?
Did you speak?
AI coming in hot. AI coming in hot.
The winds of change.
Hurricane AI.
Has there ever been a flat Earth Discord like meetup where people actually got together somewhere and like did anything together?
I think Barrington has done that in the past. Yeah, one fella has in the US.
Yeah, people set up meetups all the time.
You saying you want to set one up?
No, I was just curious if that's ever happened before. I've only been on the server for, what has it been? I think a little over a year now, maybe 2 years now. I just never heard anybody talk about that before.
There's some bigger events like Flattoberfest or whatever they did last year and whatever else. And then there's otherwise, yeah, often, somebody's traveling or whatever. They'll find out somebody's going to be in town, maybe go meet up, have a drink or whatever. I met up with Austin Witsit Gets It last year. I haven't gone to any of the bigger events though.
Helio
They
has
haven't
made
had
ups
one
in Arkansas
anywhere
all
near
the
me,
time.
so.
Sorry, Logan. Helio has made ups in Arkansas all the time if you're near Arkansas.
Oh, does he?
I can make in UK. Come tomorrow.
Is there a meetup skeptic role?
Skeptic role. You about to set me up, eh?
Meetups denier.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Yes.
Would you say, because obviously I don't want to go off topic, like when I do decide to speak, but would you say Tartaria is an off topic conversation?
It is a non-verifiable thing. I mean, you can presuppose that there's all of this. You can presuppose it based on things that are already in existence. You know, which is circular reasoning. But this story about this earlier time where everything was decimated, and here's the evidence of it. Well, but yeah, that's circular reasoning. I wouldn't say it's off topic, but I mean, how would you talk about it?
Well,
would the sentence include flat Earth, or would it only be Tartaria?
No, it would include flat Earth because of such a people being Tartarian or maybe even Phoenician, being all around. No, I guess not all around, but traveling to each continent and establishing cities must have known that the Earth was flat, celebrated it, and also it helped them grow potentially their technology, being so unified.
And that was Phoenician?
What did you say?
And that was Phoenicians.
Yeah, some say that it's rooted, like the Phoenicians are similar, if not are the Tartarians.
Yeah, some say it's a globe.
Why not Egyptians?
I think that's what Eli was alluding to there, was that do we have definitive proof of this? We have a couple of maps. We have a couple of people connecting dots relating to the maps. But if a baller came in here with that same kind of weak evidence, we'd tear it to shreds in a minute.
Yeah, generally speaking, Benny's, we try to keep the live stream on point with just empirical stuff about the flat Earth. And what you're talking about is like a speculation topic you could talk about in other rooms. Just my opinion.
No,
and guess what? I would argue. I would argue that, you know, the thing that we, you know, when they're like, oh, we don't talk about religion, this, that, and the third. I would argue that in the context of, listen, the view that we're heliocentric or that not that the common denominator is people who claim to be people of God. So in that context, it's a true dichotomy that can't be ignored, because then we can't really talk about it then. But we can talk about how obviously there's no measure of curvature or convexity anywhere. We can talk about how there's no evidence of us moving. We can talk about how there's no evidence of this so-called medium that is the vacuum of space being a second law of thermodynamics violation. We could talk about a lot of things, but it has to be in context.
Oh gosh. I've got to take a picture of this and send it to you guys. It's hilarious.
Well, I definitely understand that, but at what point does potentially history play in helping?
Potentially history. So when I brought up, okay, the common denominator being the men who worshipped the Creator, it's relevant because whether the Earth is still or whether the Earth is moving is exactly started by two sides that both claim to be men of God. So in that sense, people might think it's religious, but actually, no, that's how the conversation began. An argument from one side saying, hey, you're departing from the book that you're supposed to be teaching others about. And now you're talking about what the earth is doing, which is very different from the creation story in this book. So historically, because it's the context, because it's the conversation we're talking about, historically, that is relevant. How is Tartaria relevant? Because I don't even have to say whether the things in the good book are factual or not, because I'm only talking about discussions between two sides that began this debate. But when it comes to Tartaria, how do you? I'm sorry, I guess I already asked you. So how do you relate it?
Well, I mean, not to go like completely off topic, but I do think that obviously, if you believe in the flat earth, you believe in creationism or some sort of divine creator. Like you said, that's a valid point into like utilizing this information. But if you start to look at the architecture and even like that is clearly abandoned ruins, you start to notice that the people were bigger.
That's what I mean is a presupposition. So you've determined. Some people, they'll say, oh, look at those mountains. Those mountains used to be buildings. Informed by my presupposition that those things were destroyed in a mudslide. But your conclusion is informing what you're seeing.
No, but what I'm talking about is the ones that are clearly evidentially
never
still
mind.
intact.
I don't know. I'm not going to get it by somebody else.
Anyway, it was informed that it's an off-topic subject, and if you want to talk about it, just go down to chill chat. Somebody might follow you.
I can tag along if you want. Oh, by the way, can I get the Tartaria thingy as well? I want to catch up a little bit. What have I maybe missing about it? Because I've been researching a little bit about that topic as well. If that's possible.
Yeah, me too. Quetzalcoatl, I just love your voice. You sound like one of the golf commentators for like one of the World Pro Tours. You've got this really calm tone to your voice.
Oh, thank you.
You got the face for radio.
I wasn't quite saying that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
I agree, sorry that he's got a golf commentator's voice. He's lining up the putt on 18 here now.
Correct. Shh.
I find it interesting to think, like, when did people start to even question the shape of the earth to begin with? Because without the teachings that we've all had in school of it being a sphere, would we even ever think about the shape of the earth? I mean, you know what I mean? And if you think about it, a lot of globers say, they look up the sky and they see stars and the sun and the moon, and they see it as being a round shape, and so they assume, well, those are all spheres, so we must be a sphere too. That is idiotic to me, and I can't imagine anybody would actually ever think that, looking up at the heavens to think that, oh, well, we must be, the Earth that we're on must be round. Like, why, when did that conversation even begin as to the shape of the Earth, and why was it important to them, I wonder?
It's a great question. Because if you actually,
didn't even start until somebody said it was a globe. But sorry, go ahead, Solon.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
I would say that for the first couple of centuries, it was always what's beyond that horizon. So what is over there if I travel that way? But when did they get to the idea of what am I actually on top of?
Yeah, because that's a different question than whether or not we're moving or not. Because I don't understand how the Greeks could have thought they lived on top of a ball, but still everything moved about them. Because there's no other information. It's almost like that's like clumsily laid there. Because there's so much more meat and potatoes looking from mid 1400s to now versus way back then, where there's really nothing other than a surface level story. But when you go from 1400s on, you get context, you get conversations, you get so much more. So because of this, we don't even know why did the Greeks think they lived on a ball? Did they have some concept of gravity? Why would they think that that's possible? Did they think that they lived on top of this ball, in which the heavenly bodies moved around? Like, what did they think? I wish I knew. Maybe I'm ignorant. Why don't one of you Globers come in here and tell us what specifically they thought about how we lived on a sphere, if they thought we lived on a sphere? Did they think we lived on the top? Do you have any more information than I just said just now? Which is basically nothing. Because when it comes to, this is heliocentrism and we're moving and orbits and we're orbiting, okay, well, that starts the 1500s. We know why that happened, specifically. That's a different conversation, though.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys watched Jeranism this last week, or I think it was maybe Globebusters. That breakdown of Dr. Dolittle. He was saying that he wants to create a short film called The Year Zero and try and do all the research that we can possibly find about BC versus AD. Now, what if everything BC is a lie? What if only after the death AD is all that we've ever had, and all of our timelines are skewed? Something that he's brought about, like brought attention to many times, is the Dark Ages, where they say for 500 years humans achieved nothing. Now, it's just not in a human nature to sit for multiple generations and do sweet fuck all. It's just not in a human nature. Even if you sat for a year, eventually you'd get off your ass and do something, or develop something, or dig a hole in a wall till you've dug out a cave. Or they just say, no, in these dark ages, human beings achieved nothing. No literature was ever written. No one wrote poems. No businesses were created. No development was done for 5 centuries. And that's just not a human trait. And humans, we're not. No, go ahead.
I want to say it sounds more like book burning. You know what I mean? So like the books, yeah.
But even the book burning, if you go look at the burning of the Library of Alexandria, they say it burned for 6 months. Now, if something's burning for 6 months, do you think that a human being would consider putting it out?
Huh?
Or maybe getting some of the books out of the other side of the building that ain't on fire yet. That would be a good idea, so wouldn't it?
Precisely. But it's on Wiki. It says that it took 5 to 6 months for the Library of Alexandria to burn. And then when you start really examining the timeline, you find texts after that date still making reference to the Great Library of Alexandria. And then prior to, you also have books referencing. So then did it all burn down, or did like a wing, like one of the west wings, did it burn down in the west wing and everything else was still salvageable? But just when you start looking through these timelines and everything to do with our history, there is just so much wrong. And if you go in there with your critical eye, really examining the evidence and think about it logically, okay, human beings, we are ingenuitive, and it's normally we try and solve a problem rather than proactively prevent a problem. So when the waters are rising, we kind of move backwards until we build a dike which can hold the ocean water back out. And then as it continued to become a problem, we develop better and better dike technology to restrain that water. So it's not like we, 100 years in advance, directed the water away from where it could potentially be a problem later on. But the moment that the problem arises, humans are problem solvers. And to suggest that for 500 years, not a single problem was solved, no human being decided to write anything down, it's crazy.
His
I can't imagine it.
I would like to put that in a can and sell it. Can we sell a 6-month fire? Because it sounds like if you could do that, you could make some good money.
Yeah, listen, the forest fires are jealous of that time frame. They wish they could burn for 6 months straight. And they're forest fires, by the way.
Well, and it would appear that the... Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say the library... Hold on real quick. The library... So how big is the library? Like a couple city blocks tops, right?
Well, maybe it was like 5,000 square miles.
Oh, right. We'll never know because we weren't alive back then. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Or 100 million square miles.
So nuclear waste can burn for a very long time. Some was dumped in nuclear. There was some nuclear waste that was dumped
nuclear,
into
dude. Stop saying nuclear. That's a pet peeve of mine. Sorry, but definitely nuclear.
So there was some nuclear.
Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry, Glad. You're gonna have to let him say it. You don't
I guess so, man. I guess so.
Nuclear.
Tomato. Come on.
No.
Move on.
Nuclear is not a word. It's the nucleus of a cell. Therefore, it's nuclear. Thank you.
Nuclear waste, since we've all forgotten the topic at this point, was dumped into a landfill outside of St. Louis, and there's been a subterranean fire burning for decades because of this. So maybe the timing and the longevity of the fire that was burning at the Library of Alexandria may be telling us something that we're not thinking about.
Maybe they were writing books on nuclear waste.
Who knows? Maybe they had some nuclear technology that was, able to sustain some type of server that was containing this information.
You got to keep feeding the fire.
Just a quick question for the room: Does nuclear waste come from aluminium
or aluminum?
What is such a
term? Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute now. Fucking hey.
Correct his phrasing there. Glad. How do we pronounce this term?
Aluminum nuclear.
It was nuclear aluminum.
You see, I still couldn't get it right. Damn.
Do the Americans
I love my...
have letters missing out of their words?
No, we can't let the Americans butcher our beautiful language, Flatty. It's not acceptable.
Did they take letters out of aluminium though, or do they just say it wrong?
I just posted it.
They take letters out.
Oh, okay.
It ends in a num, which the word doesn't generally have, but...
We can butcher the language, or we can vegan the language. Which one do you want?
Well, it's like utilize, with a Z. In the British, in English, it's with an S because it's utilization, to utilize something. But then in the American, it's always with a Z. Utilize, utilization.
Here it is. Sorry. 1812, coined by English chemist Sir Humphrey Davy from alumina, aluminae, name given by French chemists late 18th century to aluminum oxide. From Latin alum. Davy originally called it alumium, 1808, then amended this to aluminum, which remains the U.S. word, but the British editors in 1812 further amended it to aluminium, the modern preferred British firm, to better harmonize with other metallic element names such as sodium, potassium, etc.
I love this room.
So you're saying it wrong, Crypto. Long story short.
Like OCD or something is what you're kind of saying.
At the end of the day, I can always pull the trump card of you're all culturally appropriating my language.
Oof.
Oh my goodness.
That's
like a straight up Glober argument.
I know, right?
All the other words end in "eum," so this word has to end in "eum" too.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. But that's what I like about English. It doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah.
What I love about it, though, is that it doesn't make any sense, but the rules are very strict, which doesn't... That itself is strange. Like, if none of it made any sense, you would have thought it would come from someone who doesn't care for rules. But the rules are really important and strict, which is really strange.
Well, appropriation is a very valid word to describe English in the first place because English is the appropriation of a handful of different languages, namely German, Spanish, and French, and Latin.
Oh, yeah. We steal loads of shit from other languages.
And Greek.
The funniest thing I've ever heard is a British person and an American person arguing, and they were asking about currency. And the British person kept saying pounds, and the American kept saying, I'm not asking about your weight. Give me your currency. And it went backwards and forwards about the word pound being weight versus currency.
Oh, boy.
Crazy. That's how far the derivative of a language can take it.
Yeah.
Even the word indicative or indicative, most people tend to pronounce it indicative. But if you think about indicate, I'm going to indicate something to you, and then indicative, it should be the logical use of the word. It's just, English is fucked up.
But it's, no, in that case, isn't it indicative?
That's what most people assume. But then you would say indicate, indicator. I don't even know how to say it. But when you say I want to indicate, but if I want to indicate something to you, then it would be indicate or indicative.
Solar, would you say this is indicative of how fucked up the English language is?
Exactly. Exactly. And someone corrected me because I use indicative. And they said, no, you're wrong because it's indicative. Because the I after the T makes the A an A sound and not an A sound. So it's fucked up.
If I said indicative, would you be unintelligent enough to not recognize what I'm saying?
Only if you're a foreigner. Oftentimes, those little nuanced pronunciation things really throw off non-English speakers in the first place. That's what makes it such a difficult language to ascertain. And by ascertain, I definitely mean ascertain.
Yeah, but like the way we phrase these words in different pronunciations is just for ease of mechanical use as we're speaking, for cadence and function of our mouth. And a lot of other languages set up their languages for that purpose, like French, where it has all kinds of elisions where words just run into the next word.
Yep, I did that earlier today with the word correlate. I said correlate, and Elijah was like, "What?" But because that's what that word means, is to relate together, to correlate. Anyway, but we say correlate.
Yeah, and how we got onto this whole discussing words thing was we were talking about the rules and how people got to certain times where they chose to set about these rules. And then why the rules are always broken.
Appropriation. That's what I was telling JE yesterday. Look at the population charts and the fluctuation of different populations in Europe and England over the last 1,500 years. You know, maybe they're accurate, maybe they aren't. But if they are accurate, then they tend to explain pretty well what's going on with why things happen the way they did with the language.
I got a word for y'all. Kirkendall. Can I spell Kirkendall?
Yeah, Kuykendall.
One L, but yeah.
Oh, is it only one L?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known. Well, it's a last name, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from some German immigrant or something.
Yeah. Yeah, there's all sorts.
Like, where's the freaking R, bro?
I know. Well, where's the R in Colonel?
Yeah.
Where's the Y or E in baloney? There's all sorts of words like that.
I had a really sort of left field thought today. I was driving past a giant Chinese bank, and their logo was a square inside of a circle, like a small little square in the middle of this giant circle. Mm-hmm. It made me think of the plane that we dwell atop, and then the 4 islands that we used to see on the Mercator projections of our central realm, whether it be Idrisil or Jurgamir or whatever the ancient guys would call that region. And then it was these 4 islands making a square. And I thought about all the Chinese currencies are a circular coin with a cutout in the center. And cutting out the center of a coin in a precisely square pattern is not necessarily the easiest thing. You know, cutting out the side or changing the actual outer dimension would be far simpler than cutting out the center of your coin and not losing the integrity in the walls. But then I started to think about the whirlpool at the center, you know, all those different ideas. And I wonder where the Chinese started their currency having that hole in the middle of this flat disk. And if that does trace back so far, back to our question of when did people start to ask what they're actually on versus what's over the horizon?
Wasn't that for the purpose of stringing the currency for sake of ease of carrying it?
That is the mainstream idea. But effectively, they also had little pouches to carry other things. So,
gotcha, yeah.
It might work, but it might also be a really good excuse for forgetting why we took away the center in our maps or taking that piece out. I don't know. Just smelt like there's something there. But like I say, it was just a random thought today.
Seems like it might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe.
I don't know, man. That's a point because isn't China the only, one of the countries that don't follow the Gregorian? And also, amongst other things, the celebrated dragons and yada yada yada.
To me, it triggered initially. The first thought was squaring the circle, or how do you square a circle? Goes back to Da Vinci, where he drew the Vesuvian Man, where your head height to your arm width is the square, and the circle, how it's the squaring the circle's been a philosophical question for thousands of years. Do you put the circle on the inside or the outside? Yeah.
It goes all the way back to Hermes. It's almost like there's these two things that have been going in contradiction to each other for a really long time. The Mystery Schools of Babylon versus something else.
That's coincidence theory.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm really liking this Blizzard. I don't know if I'm going to be liking it when I'm going to be attempting to drive through it tomorrow.
Wait, you're actually getting snow right now?
Bruh. My vehicle is halfway. It's the snow's to the hood.
Where are you at?
At 48.9 latitude.
A state would be fine, but whatever.
North Dakota.
Okay. Yeah, North Dakota. Yeah, you guys are still getting snow. I mean, even northern Wisconsin still is getting it here and there, but almost done. We had some flurries last week, but the ground's too warm. It all melts right away when it does snow now.
Yeah. Well, it's 22 and it started snowing yesterday, and it snowed all through the night, and then all today, and then all tonight, and then supposedly most of tomorrow as well. So I don't know. This is what they've been doing. What are you? Ink blot. Is this another geo thing? Oh,
no, it's a demonstration of these little mites that they put them in a jar, close the lid, and after 2 days you can open the lid and the mites will never jump higher than the lid was. And you can pour the mites out and they never jump higher than the predetermined height from, and it's like how they control the citizenry.
This has a name. It's called learned helplessness.
Do you think the Globers are going through?
Well, yes, and a very valid question, Crypto. This correlates or correlates to my question of what is suitable falsification. And if you have been a victim of learned helplessness, you don't believe there is suitable falsification. So yes, I think it does connect directly.
That learned helplessness is a really powerful statement.
Yeah, dangerous too.
All right. Got somebody ask me what allotheophobia means. That's what I get for putting things in my description. Gotta teach people words. Maybe I should respell it though. I think I need to correct the spelling. Idaho, looking nice. Looking nice. Clean roads though. That's nice.
Yeah, we've had some peculiar weather here in the south. For this time of year, we're heading into autumn, or we're pretty much middle of autumn, about to enter winter. And we've had some of our highest rainfall. There's a part on our eastern coastline which has basically been flooded. It's called Durban. The main highways were about 15 feet to 18 feet underwater due to the rivers bursting their banks. And for this time of year, it's just ridiculous.
That reminds me of the whole Hoover Dam claim. People give history a bad rap, and they're his story, and well, you can't even know what's true. I mean, there's things that we can know, and you've got dated photos. Oh, but the photos could all be fake. It's all fake. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Look at this history of the photos of the Hoover Dam and the water levels, and then look at what they say about the Hoover Dam running out of water. It's as if there's a long-term memory failure or something. I don't know. I don't know what explains the refusal to acknowledge historical facts.
How about learned helplessness?
Is it possible that there is a psyop surrounding refusing to acknowledge history? I mean, I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist here when I suggest that history could actually be true, so at least some of the time. I know I sound like a complete lunatic, psycho person or something, but
it depends what you mean. Like, obviously the history happened, but the question is has history been represented accurately by those portraying it to us?
Yeah. I'm being facetious, obviously. My point is there are things that we can point to, like historical pictures of the Hoover Dam, that can immediately falsify any fear-mongering associated with the Hoover Dam running out of water, and yet they continue to communicate as if they're ignorant of any of those historical facts.
Right.
This is what the kind of thing.
That's the part that I find very peculiar, and I'm not sure if there's like a group of people who decide on this or how it's done, but we know that the history and all that information has been manipulated. For example, you find that something like Tartaria is not even mentioned, and that often certain individuals of the past are painted as complete villains, whereas when you go research, there's more gray to their story than you were ever told. That entire sort of manipulation, but then you get always taught about how bad the Catholics were and how much atrocity's been done by religion. And that part of the story is all intact. You know, this part here is 100% accurate. The other parts we're not so sure of, and we have to piece together all this other stuff. But this part, they wanted us to know. And then other parts they wanted to remove. And then, is that even factually accurate in the first place? Like, can you actually validate some of the claims where they say they had human torches all the way from city to city? Every couple of meters was another human body burning. It's like, have you got any evidence of that? Or, no, well, you know, there was a one poem somewhere once that said something, and then, you know, this now becomes factually the narrative. So
this is one of those things, isn't it? When
it's crazy.
Say like, oh, when people say like, oh, religion killed all these people. No, religion didn't kill anyone. People killed other people, and then they came up with an excuse. But like, this is just people being evil, right? This is just the evilness of humans. You can't blame religion. You can't blame atheism. But what you do find is that the types of people who would willingly kill others have certain, let's just say, they are interested in certain ideologies and certain worldviews, and they're also interested in maybe perverting those ideologies and worldviews. And then certain other people will come along later with maybe a different motivation. Maybe they want to smear Christians, just as an example, and they will talk endlessly about the Crusades, right? But that doesn't mean that the new person is better than the old person. This is just, you've just got vested interests standing up for their vested interests. It's really the only thing that's actually going on.
That was a good point.
Yeah, I just find it questionable. Why is it that certain parts are given to us on a platter, and then other things like the mud flood of the 1800s is missing? There's no mention of it anywhere. And you look at Tartaria, that's also missing. So which parts are missing, and the parts that are inserted, were they factually accurate in the first place? But the ones that they want us to know, we definitely delivered that message. And, you know, repetitively so.
It certainly does seem, like you said, like there is some sort of strange psyop to get people to, like, not think about history at all, because they pull, like, governments will pull the same little old tricks all the time that they, you know, did 30 years ago. And it's like, don't you people remember they did this 30 years ago, but you're falling for it again? And it seems like that happens a lot. So many different situations.
Good point. But we're not supposed to think like that.
I thought it was interesting back in high school history class. Like, I thought the teacher was cool. It was like, but when he taught history, like, it was about, this is what you have to learn. You know, basically, this is what the agenda says I have to teach. But when it came to years and stuff, like, when did this happen? When did this happen? He said, you don't have to remember that stuff. You don't have to focus on that. It's not going to be on the test, blah, 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 blah. But if you don't remember the chronological order that history took place, then it's all fucking useless anyway.
I agree. Yeah, I always felt like the way that they taught history in history class was very incoherent. They did it slightly in order, but they would also jump around, and it felt always so very confusing. And I wanted a sequential, of course, well, this is because you're a Westerner and you think in chronological order. Well, there is a move to a more Eastern thought process and nonlinear thought, and that may or may not be associated with the mystery school religions that I've talked about all day today. But that's how I felt in school, is that there was this this leaning towards nonlinear portrayals of history, and it just feels weird. It doesn't even, I don't know, it's illogical to me.
I remember my history teacher making the point that, you know, all this stuff that we're talking about in this classroom is important because without this knowledge of the past, you know, if you don't know these things and you don't study these things, then you're doomed to repeat the same failures of the past in the future. But it seems like that's never happened. Like we are still, you know what I mean? We are still falling for the same crap. We're still, we haven't learned at all from the past, it seems like.
I don't know. It seems to me like we did learn history and we're still screwing it up anyway.
No, I think the problem there is that when people who aren't actually identifying the problems in history accurately then try and prescribe solutions based on misidentified problems. And that's actually why the mistakes are being repeated, is because the problems weren't identified properly in the first place. I'll give you an example, right? So people like to talk about witch burnings, right? And how that was bad. And so they talk about, oh, well, you know, it's because othering. It's because people other people, right? I mean, that's kind of half true. But what I really think is happening is like a zealous, let's just say a zealous compliance to the mainstream is what caused those, you know, quote unquote witch burnings, which is still occurring. So and you see it all over like Twitter and all the rest. Obviously, people aren't actually being burned at the stake, but that same attitude is still in people. Now, I don't know if you'll ever get rid of that, but you can certainly at least try and address it. Of course, these people are the people who, you know, will zealously defend the current thing, right? They are these people. They are the people who would have burned witches 100 years ago. They are also the same people who would have been vicious anti-Semites in the 1930s and are now vicious anti-racists in the 2020s. They're the same people, right? So because they don't understand that they are the problem, then they will never actually stop you from repeating those mistakes because they haven't identified the problem correctly. Shit, did I just kill the chat?
Sometimes you might take me to a point, Crypto, that's your fault.
You were roboting pretty hard there, man. Dave, you there?
Sorry, Crypto. Yeah, you sent me down a deep spiral, like a deep mental path. Like I was thinking about a lot of things.
That's all I said. Your points make people think too much.
Oh, sorry.
How dare you?
I'll try not to do that.
No, don't apologize. No, the group must get stronger. We must get better at listening to that and absorbing it and being able to respond quicker.
The man has a point.
That's why I enjoy this room. Is that there's always a level of grounding. Like no matter where the idea goes, or someone always brings you back.
Yep, sometimes kicking and screaming.
Yeah. Prove your point. Where's your citation, please?
We literally always come back down to earth, don't we, Sold?
Back down to the plane.
Zooming? That's not fair.
You know, if you've traveled anywhere, you know that like this place is big. Wherever you're traveling to, you got to put many hours in a airplane or car to get very short distances on this giant thing that we're on. And it's normally what's over the horizon. It's not what is the shape of this thing below my feet. To try and assert that you can know the shape of the thing below your feet, almost like a level of arrogance. But who would have even thought about that? Because you just would have said, I wonder what's over those hills. And then you would have gone there. And then you would have said, I wonder what's over the next set of hills. And then you would have gone there. You wouldn't have gotten to a point where you're standing in some dirt one day and you're like, I want to figure out the shape of this ground right below my feet.
Yeah, but according to them, you keep going, you'll come back around and you'll be right back where you started.
Yeah, in a straight line, you know, on a sphere which has no straight lines. You just walk in a straight line, which we can do. We can walk in a straight line on this plane. But on a sphere, you can't walk in a straight line. You walk in you walk in an arced line on a sphere. But I like to think that this place is, or we've been around in this place for a lot shorter than we realize. We get fed all these stories of thousands, and tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of years. But potentially even a 2,000 year back to the BC, even that is probably inflated. What if it was like 1,000 years since the start of this place? Then the story would be a little bit more interesting. And like you say, chronologically, if you teach a child a story, sometimes they'll never forget the story for the rest of their lives. And how does a story start? It has a beginning, it has a middle, and then it has a conclusion. So that process, if it was taught to you in history like that, the first couple of classes, you just pick up where you left off from the story from yesterday. The kids will follow that shit. They know, they love that shit. If you give them a 4-day story or a 5-day story and you continue the story on, like their minds absorb every detail. And if you taught them, like you say, not necessarily, because for us it was like this weird name and some date. That's how you get your marks. So you have to get, 1862, and it was John van Ecclesteen, whatever, blah, 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 who did this. And that's the boring part of the information. It's actually the story that you need to know. Because the story is what you could then, it's how people passed on oral knowledge or oral wisdom. The story is powerful enough to be passed on. But then some geniuses in our past decided that rock doesn't weather as quickly as everything else. And they chose to put their writing into rocks, and to build their structures with rocks. And those structures still stand. And we send our smart guys there to look at the rocks that are still standing, and then they go back to their wooden house that gets blown over in the next tornado. And it's just peculiar how we study the ancients as though they're primitive, but maybe the timeline is completely messed up, and maybe it is a short amount of time. Maybe a lot of what we're told is for a purpose. You know, when Jeranism did this whole documentary thing, or he did like a long session on, when you look at the development of the printing press, they started reprinting new versions of every previous book and then destroying the previous copy. When you look at most books from pre-1600s, they were reprinted in the 1600s and the originals were destroyed. So you can't go back and find a 1300 text or a 1100 text or 800 to see how they dated their thing back then. Because we're also told that our calendar system changed from Gregorian to Julian. And through that process, all dates were changed, months were changed, how many days were in a month was changed. So if we had those previous texts, we could then see how they dated the text. We could follow some chronology through the dates on the actual text himself. Most of them are reprinted and then filed neatly into this 2,000 years ago was 0 AD. And to change the entire timeline based on a birth of a person who said not to matter, and then they've now changed why they want to call it AD and BC. For that, to change an entire dating system and every book that was ever written to fit in with this 2,000 year since that date, there's, I don't know, something smells fishy to me. And why certain books are kept in the Vatican, that you may not see them. And unless you request them by name, you're only allowed in to go see that one book, and you have to have certain permissions. It's why God? Why be so secretive? Why is knowledge kept as such a secret? I think the ignorance is profitable. Do we have any ballers in the room? Anyone who thinks that they're living on a spinning sphere?
Only new person I see right now, Solar, is Lucky Dancer. I haven't heard from them. Have you? I don't know if they want to talk.
Hey, I'd just like to tell you guys a little bit about how Mars was formed. There's a picture in the live stream voice text. For those just listening, I can help out. It's a picture of, on the left side, you have 3 different timelines, time frames, 3 different checkpoints of what Mars was doing when it was formed. So the first picture is a small pile of cocaine dust. The second picture is an everlasting gobstopper that only has 2 flavors, orange and dirt. And then the third picture under that is, I guess it's a planet with a really delicious orange sherbet core. And then on the right-hand side, you see a more blown-up version of, looks like a quarter slice of planet Mars, so that you can see all the way into the core of this planet. Now, we know that's what it looks like because we visited the center of Mars. And since that's the only way to know what's there, we made sure to stay there for quite a while. And so this is how Mars was formed. We know this because we went back in time and watched the whole thing develop. And you can tell we went because of the staggering amount of evidence we brought back, demonstrated by the picture you see above and the one I just described. Now, I know it looks like computer graphics, folks, but I assure you, this is as real as we can make it look.
Valuable information there, Wyatt. Thank you.
No problem. If you guys want to know about any of the other planets, I can definitely tell you some stories. Let me know.
You mean some facts? Hey, Glad. Because you'll get marks for them, like they're true. You get marks for true. Or false is you get a cross, but a true you get a tick. So it must be true.
Well, I mean, I wasn't on the missions to time travel back to see how Mars was formed, and then to come back. And I wasn't on the mission to visit the core of Mars in order to get the data that they did when they clearly had to have visited the core of Mars. So I don't know if it's facts necessarily. I just know what I'm shown, and I know what I'm told. And for me, that's good enough.
I might want to run it by the fact checkers just in case, so.
Ben, yeah, that's what's funny about it. So there's a guy, Ben Delight, in the YouTube chat. He says, I don't think anyone would claim those are photos of Mars. Yeah, so the reason it's ironic is that they want you to believe that they know how Mars was formed and what's in the center of Mars, even though no one's ever been there. So, yeah. That's why it's funny. It's just a cartoon. But people will believe it as fact.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding spectroscopy. You know, I can point a little device at the star and I can collect the light, and I can tell you that star, like Mars, is made of all these different things. And then I can tell you the time frame, even in the half-life, how many millions of years it'll take from the heat at the center to get all the way to the core. Now, Mars is said to have lost a lot of its heat, so it doesn't have a molten core anymore. So it's not as hot as the gobstopper Earth anymore, because, you know, we've still got our magnetic field. But Mars, shame, you know, it was a couple of millennia back. It lost some of its magnetic intensity inside, and then as it lost that magnetic field, its atmosphere started being taken, and that's when the water left the planet as well. So, shame. And we've got all of that's from spectroscopy.
So you got all of that information by shining a laser or a light or something in the sky?
Absolutely.
Wow.
You can't be a spectroscopy denier.
Man-made technology is amazing. I thought Game Boys were cool, right? Jeez. Well, that's neat. I'm going to research how other planets and their cores were discovered and fully explored.
You're right, Glad. Modern technology is so fantastic. I'm going to use sticks and shadows for the curvature.
Yeah, you can still use sticks, and to this day, there's no better way to measure the Earth, because they already did it once back in a time nobody can prove even existed.
And do we need any more than that? Just one time, 2,500 years ago? I mean,
Yeah,
that's enough,
it.
right?
That's it. Okay, so here, let me tell you. This is how it works, okay? And where you been living? Under rocks? Because this is how science works. Someone claims that they know that someone back in a certain time did a certain something, and that got us a direct measurement of the entire Earth. And it was only done once, and that's how we know it never needs to be done again.
Perfectly said. And when you start to look back at the history chronology, you'll see we hadn't discovered refraction yet. So those guys with their sticks and shadows didn't factor in any light refraction. Even more so, they assumed light beams come in parallel, which is ludicrous if you've ever seen crepuscular rays. So all of it is just assumptive base.
Yeah, it's all assumptions, but I mean, that's science, okay? So I don't know why you're coming down on it. We haven't visited one other planet, but we know the makeup of all of them and what's at their core. I think that's amazing. I think that, I don't know, it's almost unbelievable, guys. But I guess it's real. So
just do something one time. Then is what you're saying, like Eratosthenes, except with the exception of the Apollo missions, where they just shot it up there. They had no radius measurement.
Okay, here we go, you guys.
Like a slingshot.
You're right. See, it's easier than you think, boys and girls. Now listen. Here's what Bendalite said in response. We still have sticks and a light source that will cast shadows of those sticks. The Earth can be measured by anyone using sticks and shadows. They are still using that. Guys, they're still on it. They think anyone believes it.
Yeah, and then you go back on that chronology and you see that there's no metric system, so they weren't using 0 to 9 like we're using now. And then you look at their measurements were not in millimeters and centimeters like ours is now. And every single thing about it is wrong. The mathematics assumed every part of the story is we understand it in our time frame now, and it makes sense now. But if you start unpicking what was discovered, and that 2,000 years ago, they say 2,000 years ago, people were so primitive they were walking barefoot on mud roads, and you're telling me that a guy back then set up an experiment to occur at exactly the same time, even though he had no timepiece. Clocks and watches weren't invented yet. Glass wasn't invented yet. Paper wasn't invented yet.
Thank God.
It's like, you unpick this thing and it's like, this dude sitting with his notebook and his iPhone, he set the time with his buddy so that at exactly the same time they could measure these two shadows and then assume all these other distances without taking refraction into effect, and that they were using, there was another metric for distance back then. It was like, not a yard, it was a...
So I got a question then, if that's the case.
It's just ludicrous.
So if I were building roads... If I were building roads and I needed to put the lines down in between lanes, and then it's got to be specific to the centimeter as best they can, right? Because, cars are only a certain size, humans are only a certain ability to stay in between lines, right? So it has to be the same number every time you put lines down on a specific part of the street. Sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller, but It's literally against the law not to put them a specific distance on the left and the right. So, what would you rather do in order to measure the distance between the left line and the right line when painting for car lanes? Would you rather use a measuring tape or sticks and shadows?
I'd go with the sticks and shadows myself. That's just me, though.
Okay. And would you expect sticks and shadows to give you a better measurement than a measuring tape?
No, but they'll argue that all 3 lines are one rigid structure with 3 nozzles. So the preset distance is already set by the long rod. So neither a tape measure nor sticks and shadows would be required because that's a rigid painting apparatus that obviously would have needed to be measured when it was being assembled because you couldn't use sticks and shadows then.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I got another question. Which one is the direct measurement? Me taking a measuring tape to my table on the left and right sides and seeing how long the table is, or reading about when somebody might have measured it? What do you think? Which one is more trustable? My direct measurement or a story about someone thousands of years ago?
I like stories and cartoons.
Yeah.
Story. You want to do the stories? Yeah, okay. And that figures, you know.
They could never fake that.
The vast majority of the world would rather believe someone else than do it themselves. Globers and anti-flat earthers are clear evidence of that atrocity on the human race. So, sarcasm aside, a calculation is not a direct measurement. A rehashing of a story about someone thousands of years ago is also not a direct measurement. We live in a time, folks, where it's okay to say, I heard about it once, so that's fact. That's where we live right now.
And also that your beliefs are facts.
Right, all beliefs are facts, unless it contradicts a mainstream narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
Then it's, well, you're just nuts. Critical
Unfortunately, I
thinking
agree with.
is nuts. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying, unfortunately, I agree with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy. Back to sarcasm. It's amazing getting the readings. The How do you visit the sun, though? Like, let's give them planets. Say, oh, we can visit all the planets in order to know their makeup and what's in the center of them, right? We can just give them that
so
lie. Say,
easy.
okay, fine. But how'd you get to the sun?
It's so easy. You just go at night, Glad.
Oh shit, that's right. You just take off from the other side of Earth, and then boom.
The sun goes to sleep at night, so you can approach the sun at night.
I used a measuring tape bend to light because the table's not too long for a measuring tape. Lasers measure longer than what a measuring tape can measure. How is that a hard thing to understand? You didn't even need to ask the question. So, but I think you knew that. Measuring tape, short distance, laser, long distance. Yay!
Imagine they launched a drone with a 3D printer on board, and it's printing the measuring tape as it flies away from
Holy
the Earth.
fuck, yeah, let's go, let's do it.
Printing the measuring tape as it goes towards the sun, and we get some fucking distance.
It was a direct measurement of my table, Ben, because I directly measured it with a tool. What's wrong with you, bud? with an X. Yeah, also, you got to start spelling stuff right. But we can deal with that later. Yeah, so the drone with a 3D printer. That'd be a big ask for physics, though, right? Because 3D printers are still kind of heavy. Yes, no, I don't know. I've never used a 3D printer.
And they come in different sizes for different purposes.
Yeah.
They do take a long time, depending on what it is that you're wanting to do. But for example, their argument would be a measuring tape that goes from the Earth to the Sun would be far too heavy to launch from the Earth toward the Sun. You'd need far too much fuel to carry this thing up to then start taking the measurement. So then fucking get the thing up in the air and just print sufficiently at the speed that you need to be able to continue to fly. And then once you're up there, you just need the liquid printing material, which is kind of like carrying fuel up there. So then you could kind of mitigate some of the weight.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be good. I'd like to do that. Get your strongest drone and the smallest 3D printer, because you don't need a big one, right? As long as you can keep feeding it the material it needs to make the measuring tape, boy, you could go pretty far with that. I think. I don't know. Okay, so Ben Delight now says measuring tape, measure for short distance, laser for long distance. He got both of those right, okay, but then this is where he stumbles. He says shadows for extremely large distances. So he thinks a shadow is a measuring tool. I love it.
We ain't gonna miss by Ben Delight.
I love it. Two out of three there, Ben. You did okay. Remember, shadows aren't measurements of anything. No, really, they're not. I don't know who told you that they are.
Shadows never lie. Shadows never lie. Sometimes someone can look pregnant in their shadow, and they really are not pregnant.
Yeah, I can stick my belly out, and it'll make a big old shadow, like above me, or I guess on the floor, if the light source is above me, and I will look pregnant.
Yeah, shadows may lie or they may not, but there is one shadow that is an indicator that we've been lied to about something else. That is the 71-mile diameter, shadow from a lunar eclipse. A solar eclipse.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, just that little pinpoint that just moves. It's pretty good. That's a pretty good one that they expect people to believe.
Yeah, but there's multiple shadow widths that has been recorded at least since the 1900s. Some shadow widths are hundreds of miles, and then this last one was a relatively small one at 71 miles, which I think is maybe like a focal point or a focal length issue. That if you hold an object close to a wall, it casts like a definitive dark shadow. Whereas if you hold the object further away from the wall, the light kind of angles in from both sides and you get a shadow reduction. So it could be a focal thing. But we shouldn't harp on and say the moon is 71 miles because look at the shadow's width.
Oh, yeah.
But we should definitely say, why do we get variance in the shadow width?
Shadow is a result of something. It's not a description of something.
Yeah, we should ask the next Glober that comes in here that why would the path of totality change? And gravity, that must be it.
I was just going to say gravity. Okay, and I got another question. Are black holes affecting the light between the moon and the Earth? Right? Because black holes are said, not even light escapes a black hole, right? So you got to think that there's some kind of, very infinitesimal thing going on. Is there some light escaping into the nearest black hole? Go.
Yes, if you don't need evidence to prove it.
Correct. Good job.
How long do they say the longest bridge built is? It's like 100 miles.
For what?
The longest man-made bridge.
Bridge. Let me check.
Shang Ming, something like that.
Yeah, it's Danyang Kunshan.
Danyang Kunshan.
Kunshan.
How long is it, bro?
102 miles long. So
102 miles. How the hell they build that?
Somehow over a curve, I don't know. So it has held the record for the world's longest bridge ever since it was built. It doesn't say. The structure is...
I think 102 miles would be a couple of miles of curvature, wouldn't it?
Not only that, you wouldn't be able to see from point A to point B, but look, line of sight. Okay, it runs between Shanghai and Nanjing in the Jiangsu province, carrying the Beijing-Shanghai high-speed railway across the Yangtze River Delta from Danyang to Kunshan. I just wanted to say all that funny stuff. But yeah, 102 miles. And I'll show you a picture, too. We should not be able to see the entirety of it, but here it is.
You just said all those words just to say 100 miles?
Well, I wanted to send you ping chong, ping chong, ping hoo. I love that stuff.
So it's like 165 kilometers. Did the Globers have an explanation for how that exists on a globe?
No. This picture that I just posted in Livestream voice text cannot exist on the globe. I mean, we can see about 50, 60 miles of that already. So go ahead, sorry.
They've got the same explanation for that as they have for the Suez Canal and numerous other things.
Yep. We can't make large volumes of water stick to the side of balls. We can't do it. And I don't know how hard we've tried, but yeah. Especially not uniform. Like if you, hold on, if you get a basketball wet, right, you pour water over it, then it's just going to, eventually most of that shit's going to drip off the bottom, and then there's going to be some left on the sides in different amounts. But it's certainly not going to look like a uniform ocean curving over a thing. You know, if anything, it's viscous surface tension at the spots that still have varying amounts of water randomly placed all over the basketball. You know what I mean?
Yep. We've been joined by Big Wild Hard and Fast. You want to try to talk to them? Right.
I really do. Who is it?
Big Wild Hard Fast.
Ooh, Big Wild Hard Fast. Okay, so you do rodeos or what's going on?
No, I just thought of 4 names or 4 words that I liked, so I'll put them all together.
Okay, I like wild. That's my favorite word in there.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I've been here for a while. I just listen. I just like to listen. And I was here when the old server was here, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that.
I never ever talk though. I just usually listen.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm open-minded person, yeah.
So you open-minded?
I don't think you could prove. I don't think you could prove either one, really. I mean, it's so hard because there's so many arguments for both sides.
Well, it's easy enough to falsify the globe side.
I don't think you can prove that the Earth isn't curved.
Wait a minute,
guys. I'm going to mute. Go ahead, guys.
That actually doesn't make sense, not being able to prove one or the other. Seeing is that either straight or curved is a true dichotomy. So it has to be one. It has to be one or the other.
Yeah, I get it. Like the physical part of it. But like the hard part for me is actually going out and doing it myself, because I just don't do it because
it's your willingness. Okay.
Well, not willingness.
I won't get on you for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a beach. It's fairly simple, but if it's hard for you, then it would be your willingness, because it's a fairly simple task. Because your willingness to understand what is geometrically claimed and then to go validate that. But like you've said, you've been there for years, so it's definitely your willingness, and I'm not going to beat on you for that. So whatever.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man.
Glad to have you.
This, I guess this summer I do go to the beach, so I could try something with the camera, I guess. The Nikon, do you need like a Nikon camera? Yeah, I don't know how to do the test. I guess I need to just look it up.
You can do something as simple as just finding something 5 miles away with your eyeballs and see if it's low enough to the surface. You know, just put some thought into it.
Yeah, it's hard to tell really because of what's it called? Whatever the curve, like you can see a slight curve because of the optical illusion of like how your eyes work, I guess. I don't know the technical name to it, but I know that you guys have talked about that before. But it's hard to tell. I guess for me, it was hard to tell. So I'll probably try to do some kind of test.
So are there any globers in here? I just want to see a globe explanation for how they built a 102-mile bridge on a globe.
Oh, well, they would simplify their calculations by assuming there's no curvature. But that's just a simplification.
Wouldn't they just end up like
It's just simpler to pretend that the curved surface of the Earth is actually flat, you know?
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Even though it's not. It's perfectly curved, but, you know, it just makes things simpler.
I thought that'd be the answer.
That is what they actually say.
So there's like, but in 102 miles, I'm assuming, let's just be really generous here and say the Earth, like the curve drops more than a mile. So how do they create any structures on a globe, let alone a 102-mile bridge? Like, how do you create anything that's even 2 miles? It's have, you know, it'd be off.
Well, not if you just simplify your equations by just assuming that the Earth is the opposite of what you say it is.
Yeah.
Then no problem. It all works out somehow.
Yeah, it just works out. Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
Just assume it's a globe and do the math, no worries. Quit asking questions now.
Sounds like some sort of religion.
Well,
I'm with you, brother.
If you want to build a bridge that long on a globe, you're going to have to wrap it around, because the biggest globe that I could find is only 41. Let me see, 41 feet. Hold on, let me get it for you.
You got a 40-foot globe I got?
Yep, 41 feet. Yep, it's 41 feet in diameter. So all you do is you just build your little model bridge on it, and you just keep wrapping it around till you get to 100 miles.
There you go, simples.
Yeah, you could do a lot of things on a globe, man. You could let your cat walk on it. You could throw it across the room, then your cat will go after it. You can use it as a soccer ball.
You're building a 102 mile bridge, right? And the Earth is, constantly curving away. Would the answer to the nature of the ground be in the way they would do the footings? Like, would they? I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
It's absolutely ridiculous. The materials used for the bridge would be irrelevant to any curvature over the distances.
But what I want to know is, there's got to be some sort of little globe spiel, like how they usually have a little spiel. Because the way that we built this bridge, there had to be, the curvature of the Earth. Like they like to try and rub it in, Well, they've got to have a spiel for this. Not just the,
all their claims are less than the margin of error for the materials being used. So like, for example, a famous one that people like to quote is Verrazano Narrows Bridge, right? Supposedly the towers are 1 5/8 inches further apart at the top than the bottom. This is a bridge that the deck of the bridge raises and lowers by 11 feet from thermal expansion alone throughout the year. And it's made of, like cement and steel and all of this. And they're trying to tell you that they engineered the towers to be 1 5/8 inches out. Even if they could prove it was 1 5/8 inches out, how would you know it necessarily because of the engineering plans or just because of the material construction? It's like the margin of error is, it's within that, so it's pointless. Like most of their claims are just pretty much unfalsifiable. And they'll tell you this. They'll say, "Oh, the Earth is spinning, but you wouldn't feel it anyway. The Earth is curving, but you wouldn't see it anyway. The bridge took into account the curve of the Earth, but if you try to measure it, it wouldn't matter anyway." I was like, "Oh, so it's kind of like your imaginary girlfriend. No evidence."
I asked for the blueprints. Show me one blueprint where it shows the measure is curving because of the curve of the Earth. The construction. And I always get, well, no, we can't do that because they're private. We can't show you that.
I mean, even if that was in the blueprints, okay, there's nobody that's going to engineer a structure like that and actually make it so that it's intentionally 1 5/8 inches out. It's not going to happen. You think about it. 1 5/8 inches. Imagine making a perfectly square concrete pillar that's perfectly level and plumb, right? Means it's exactly up and down. And then you just shave a little bit of cement off one side. Oh, look, it's 1 5/8 inches difference. See the problem?
I don't know, because a Glober would tell you the bridge would definitely fall if it wasn't bending to the curve of the Earth.
And there was another bridge, I can't remember the name of it, where they said it had to be 2 inches longer. Okay, think about this. 2 inches longer than the span. Think about that. So a bridge, right, goes over water. And it connects on one end and connects on the other. And then you got to have pavement and all of that, right? So is the top of the bridge, if you just call it an arced bridge, would not the top section of the bridge be longer than the bottom section if you actually had two parallel arcs, right? Where the ends were square? Well, of course it would be longer because it has to travel more distance. What would that have to do with the curve of the Earth? What in the world is 2 inches going to do to a bridge, you know, that's hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of feet long, that has layers of cement and steel and blacktop and all of that wrapped on top of it?
But it's their favorite doublespeak where they can say that there is curvature, but it's just almost negligible. It's like 2 inches, you know, across the whole bridge. The same like Coriolis effect, like the Earth spins, but you just can't feel it. Like, you know, nothing really can. It should be there. We've got it there. Of course, we've got curvature.
Yeah, like, so imagine the person that went out to the bridge to prove it. So they put in this bridge, right? A new bridge, let's say. And so you guys know in your experience that as blacktop ages, it turns grayish, right? It's kind of a darker black when it begins. So you go out there and you see the dark black blacktop and you see the gray, and you just say that the dark black blacktop line is the bridge. And you measure that. And obviously they had to overlay the blacktop onto the previous stuff, right? They don't give it a perfect cut. And you measure that to be a foot longer than the bridge dimensions that are claimed. And you say, oh, look, it's Earth curvature.
No, but it's such bullshit, because in construction you call it like allowances or tolerances. So when you're building a bridge, or if you're building a wall, you've got a 1% tolerance. So the bricks can bulge a little bit here, and then you put the plaster on, and the plaster can have 1 millimeter difference from left to right to get the whole thing level. Those tolerances are all acceptable. A 1% tolerance is acceptable. But 2 inches across thousands of miles is 0.0000000 of a percent, which would actually be considered precision building. So if you're only out by 2 inches on an entire bridge, that would be fucking phenomenal engineering. Incredible engineering.
Yeah, but bridges deliberately bulge in the center is higher from the ground than the sides, and that's because when they bulge upwards, they can hold a lot more weight. If they bulge downwards, they would probably collapse. That's just how they're designed. Don't let that be confused with the Earth curvature.
Yeah, and they also allow for boats to go through. And one of the reasons why you might make the towers not parallel is for load bearing, right? So the flex and tension of the weight of the bridge that it's holding up is going. I mean, there's all these valid reasons. Yeah, there's just so many valid reasons why bridges are the way they are.
I've heard Globers tell me that bridge is bulging because of the Earth curve, bulging upwards.
It's been like 4 days.
Oh man, been crazy times, man. We've had this guy keep coming in here, pretending he's a new guy each time. He gets muted and banned, and then he comes back and he's like, "I'm a different person, I promise."
Yeah,
Weird what some people do when they come here.
and he DM me a photo of him with a finger.
Oh man. You know what, dude? You know what? To be fair, like if you have a mental illness and you just want to hang out because you want some friends, and you don't know what friends you could have, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to hang out with some flat earthers because they're cool. That's flattering. I appreciate it. But on the offhand, if you're just some obsessed Glover that's just trying to do this long, weird psychological troll game on yourself, because it certainly isn't working on us. And by all means, I mean, I would seek professional help, but, whatever. If the shoe fits, wear it. If the circle ain't curved, square it. We do. What's interesting is we do actually allow people to be here that just be themselves. No biggie. You don't got to do any weird tactics. You don't got to pretend to be a flat earther. You don't even have to pretend to be interested.
So why did they get banned?
Subversive and dishonest tactics. That's why. Intentional disruptivity. Sneaky DM corruptivity. And a general proclivity for curvicity.
Wow, did I really just kill the chat?
Yeah, proclivity to curvicity killed it.
Well, that wasn't me.
Godric, sorry to interrupt. Godric, did you say, I was just in the bakery before and I missed that statement. Did you say, like, you've asked, like, show me the blueprints so I can see this, accountable curve or whatever?
Yes, I've asked several times, several people, and the best answer I get is what's the word that means they're private? Whatever that means. Do you have any blueprints that show curving around Earth? You would think that would be like classic, a common thing. It wouldn't be a hard thing at all. Just show me the blueprints that it's curving.
It exists.
Like a long bridge or like
thrown in our face, though. Don't you agree?
Now, there's that Lido structure that we know that's fake, but they say it's 4 feet off the ground each side, right? I'm sure that you can't prove that, but if you found the blueprints of that, which probably there are none, they could fake that, but I just want to confirm this thing. I just want to confirm it myself,
Yeah, I'm just strapping myself into. I want to speak in Gem Pandas about this. I want to see what all those absolute nutcases have to say.
Are you with the flat Earth?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you should be able to. There should be an architect who can say, "Yeah, here's the diagrams. We're going out this big long structure, whatever it is, a bridge or whatever, and here's the curvature, and here it is in the blueprint." That's all you would need to know, But it's not there. It just haven't found any. And they'll tell you, "Oh, it is in the blueprints. It has to be because otherwise the bridge would collapse." Obviously, duh, stupid. I'm like, "Well, show me the blueprint then. Let me see for myself." Oh yeah, you can't do that. Yeah. Anyways, you're not a specialist architect. Anyways, you wouldn't know what it looks like, would you?
I'm just thinking, so if the circumference of the Earth or whatever is 25,000 miles, right? And you got 100, so that goes into. Would 100 go into 25,000 400 times? No.
So here's the thing.
1,600 times.
Because it's a sphere, right? The measurement is gradually increasing as you go. For example,
of course. I'm just trying to model it.
Yeah, but you don't do it like that. But yeah, you got the right idea. But if you measure, for example, 1 mile, right? We're supposed to have 8 inches of curvature. And you stop there and start it again and measure the next mile, you have 8 feet of curvature. But if you measure from mile 1 to mile 2, from mile 1 to mile 3, which is 2 miles, you have 32 inches of curvature. So it's an accelerating, increasing measurement. And it's not, you can't break it down per section. You have to use some kind of geometry to get it right.
I was just sort of thinking, someone said like there's a model 40-foot globe, right? So I feel like if we, broke it all down, we could even make that look technically ridiculous on a 40-foot globe with which I'd assume your little model bridge, relative to the 25,000 mile globe, you could actually make that structure. And correct me if I'm wrong. So, you know what I mean? You could make a tiny little thing that would go on it and still wouldn't be able to, go on it properly. It wouldn't wrap around it. Correct me if I'm wrong. So how many times does 100 feet go into 25,000? Let's have a look.
100 feet or 100 miles?
100 miles, sorry, yeah.
Going 25,000 miles? I got 250.
One goes in 25 times and then add the zeros.
Of course.
I got zeros. You can check my math. What's up,
So it's only 245. Only 245 times. So how big's your bridge for 40-foot diameter freaking globe? 40 divided by.
Can we start with a known bridge, maybe like the Golden Gate? Maybe is that one of the main bridges? How long is that?
I just went with that Zhangqing Pung one. That's 102 miles. So it would have to be 0.16 feet on your 40 foot. I'm just talking shit, really. But you'd technically be able to show, on your little 0.16 bridge.
Wait, I was wrong. Yeah, I was way off. 250 times?
Curve.
Is that what you guys got?
It's going to be off
That's what I got, yeah. I might look up the Earth curve calculator at 100 miles and see what I get.
Miles, isn't it 6,666 feet?
I will find out. Let's see. Height 0. No, it's not observation. It's a physical curve, so no height. 100 miles distance. 102 miles distance for the bridge, right? 6,936 feet of physical curvature. That's what the calculator says. Now, is that correct? So we should. So that's how much. Should that bulge in the middle that much? How do we rationalize this?
So, are you saying in the middle of this bridge, there should be a hump that's over a mile high?
Yeah, just a little over a mile high, if I got it right. Yeah, and there's also some discussion in this whether the curvature is occlusion or whether it's drop or whether it's the distance between the top of the building to the bottom of the building to the top. That's going to be covered. We have to agree on that. Like, what is curvature? Is it going to be occluding a building of 7,000 feet, or is it something else?
So basically, at the end of this bridge, if there was a building or a mountain that was a mile high, you wouldn't be able to see it.
6,900 feet. Yes, it should be covered by the hump of the curving Earth. You can argue that, but you'd have to explain it better than I did. Then you'd have to have your own calculator, I think.
You could explain it perfectly in total detail, and most of these people will just hand wave dismiss you.
Well, in the global defense, all measurements, observations, experiments of the difference between flat and spherical, as far as the Earth is concerned, are negligible, and that's kind of like what Einstein said. So it's curving, but you can't tell. It's dipping, but you can't see it.
It's moving,
unless you're NASA. You have to be NASA to go up to space 1,000 miles and then use a satellite and home in on the Earth. That's the only way you can see it.
Is the bridge going up or down?
Well, from point A to point B, there's a bulge in the middle. I think that's the best way to explain it. There's a hump, the Earth curve. Technically, it's going down from where you are, but it's also going up. It depends on how you look at the sphere.
So you're always climbing. You're always climbing the hill.
Well, you're technically going down, actually. And if it's concave, you're going up. If it's convex, you're going down, right? Because you got to get around that sphere by going down, not by going up.
Okay, so if it's down, then you're assisted in some way, right?
You mean like by gravity?
Go down.
Well, they'll say that gravity is equal at all places in the sphere, right? They say that. So you're not actually assisted. If you fall into a hole.
So gravity is really that we're always walking up the hill of the globe.
I think it's actually down. If it's concave, it would be up. If it's convex, it would be down.
Yeah, there's a
I thought
vertical
we were
drop.
falling around
It's on
it.
top of a sphere. So what do you mean by gravity?
Specific
Who said
gravity.
gravity?
Well, that's what they would say. That's what makes it hard to even climb a hill.
A plane, for example, flying around the sphere would have to continually reorientate the body downward, tipping the nose downward, to keep with that sphere that's curving downward, not upward. If it did not orientate downwards, it would just fly straight flat into space, which we know that doesn't happen. If the plane did stay with the sphere and didn't orientate downward, then after, let's say, the North Pole on top, started the North Pole on top, fly around the sphere. If you didn't orientate the nose downward, by the time you got to the bottom, the supposed South Pole, you'd be flying exactly backwards in the plane. So we know we need to orientate downward every so often. That way, from the North Pole to the South Pole, you'd be upside down in reference to the North Pole. If you oriented downward correctly, you'd be upside down. You didn't orientate downward around the sphere, you'd be right side up, flying backwards. Am I right? Somebody confirm that.
So, if it wasn't oblate spheroid, then you would always be on the tippity top of the globe. But unfortunately, it's an oblate spheroid.
I call that mass confusion, that the education and that science is spreading. You got to believe the Earth is a sphere, which is what NASA has been giving us since the 70s, perfect spheres to the pixel. You also have to believe it's oblate, which is not a sphere, which is like an oval. And then you also have to believe it's a pear-shaped. If you can believe all that, you'll believe any nonsense that they give you.
What's the explanation of going from perfectly round to oblate spheroid?
I think it has to do with the latitudes getting wider south of the equator, in my opinion.
Okay, that's great, but we're talking about something physical.
Yeah, so I think that since latitude would continue to get longer the further south of the equator.
I'm not talking about a measurement, though. I'm talking about.
So that's why they would say it's oblate, right? They would say that it's starting to get wider south of the equator.
Yeah, but how did that happen? We had a round globe of sphere, and now we have an oblate spheroid. How does that happen?
They're doing damage control for reality not comporting with what they've claimed.
Well, absolutely, but I get that. But do you know what the official, technical story, or they just said what you just said?
Yeah, gotcha.
Because it's spinning. Because it's spinning.
Okay, well, I remember that a lady who used to be in here a long time ago, she always used to say that they're trying to tell us that we spun ourselves flat. That's one day probably what our great-grandchildren will say. We just spun ourselves flat. Oh my gosh. I hope I'm not alive to witness that. So the official explanation of sphere to spheroid, all they talk about is that the latitudes, that's all they say.
Well, to be honest, that's just my speculation.
Oh, I was wanting to know what the official, maybe nobody's asked, hey, How come it was a sphere and now it's a spheroid? Nobody asked that question, I guess. Or yeah, interesting.
That's what happens when you take spheroids.
Oh, man. This can't be happening. It is, though. Hey, Hank, if you were to give a guess on the average person that doesn't go on the internet and stuff like that, how do you think that they would know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is from what media thing he was in? What's his most popular thing he's known for? To regular people, not to us, but to regular people. I mean, we're regular people, but you know what I mean.
Cosmos.
Oh,
Cosmos theories. That would probably be one. Also, he's like real popular in New York because position. The way that I heard of him was from a. Also, Joe.
You're going in and out. I couldn't hear the last two sentences. But yeah, the Cosmos. I should watch a few of those episodes and write down the stupid ass phrases that he says, like just imagine and believe and shit like that. So when people like, I don't know. Nope.
Memorized.
Hank, you got to rejoin.
We're gonna start a GoFundMe. We're gonna start a GoFundMe to put a cell site in Hank's neighborhood. It's a new cell tower.
We should. Hopefully he can come back in a second. No.
The same. It's the same.
He must be in a bad area, everybody.
Hank, you're on your phone, right? Your cell phone?
So much for satellites in space.
American network.
Hank, do you know how to reset your cell signal? To flip on the airplane mode and flip it off, and it'll set the cell signal. That helps a lot in my experience.
Nice. Yeah, it's kind of like it's an opportunity to your phone to reorient itself. Really, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, just flip on airplane mode for a moment, and then flip it back off, and then it'll reconnect to this closest cell tower.
Man, that sure would be nice if that was Hank's. If that was the answer to his problem. Somehow, I don't think so. Maybe the satellite that controls his service crashed into another satellite. Who knows? Well, is there any
that would be the first time that happened.
You're right. Is there any stormy weather by where you are, Godric?
No, we have blue skies.
Uh-huh. Are you on the West Coast then? Or the western part? Or are you on the east or in the middle?
In Cali?
Oh, okay, you're in Cali. Okay.
I
didn't want to get specific. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
So, yeah, earlier at lunch today, I was headed back, and I was in my vehicle, and there was a huge huge lightning strike. I bet you any money it hit a tree. But anyway, what kind of conversations have been going on today about flat Earth? I heard from like a day or so ago, Danny Faulkner was in here again.
Anyone record the conversation? I'd like to listen to that.
I am certain somebody has it. I would message Helioskeptic.
He was in here yesterday morning, so like 30 something hours ago, 30.
Oh, so I can find that on the YouTube channel.
Yep.
Is it labeled, you guys?
I don't think it's labeled. Maybe you labeled it. I don't know, but
yeah, you might be able to poke around and find it, but I'm sure
about 30 hours ago, you reckon?
I'm
about
sure
35 hours, something like that.
I'm sure we'll have a clip of it in some way soon.
Was it similar to last time when he spoke with Miggy?
Yep. Yes.
They didn't get
He's not
anywhere.
coming around. What a surprise!
They didn't get anywhere at all, or what? Like ultimately, what's if you were to summarize it in 2 sentences?
Dude, I Danny's, you know how he is, man. I don't have to.
Yeah,
I got all
you.
know, man. You guys all know how that.
So he's still not willing to budge. What did he get caught up on this time? Was anything new?
Nah, same shit, man.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Same shit, different day. Yeah. I like it when he gets caught up on gas pressure without a container. That's my favorite.
Really? Ooh, I'm gonna have to listen to it. Oh yes. Okay. Now we're talking. Hey, we could play if somebody finds it. Let me see. Let me post something in the mod chat, and maybe we can find out.
Did he get banned this time?
I don't think so, Hank.
Yeah.
I don't think he got banned.
Yeah, he doesn't resort to insults, does he? I haven't listened to everything.
Matthew was
He
in
got
here.
banned last time.
Matthew came in too, man, at the same time. So.
Probably because Danny wouldn't concede. Did he get banned because he wouldn't concede, Danny?
I don't know. I don't think he got banned.
Oh, I meant the first time.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean,
whatever.
He's not gonna He's not gonna trip us up, man. He's not gonna do that. You know.
Right.
Yeah, there was some heavy hitters on him. Yeah,
nice.
It's weird. You just tripped up saying "trip us up."
He can't trip us up like some.
No, but he's gonna try.
He's gonna try with some bullshit, refraction or something. He's going on about the geodetic survey and the 90-degree angle and from
what?
It's over 90 degree, that kind of shit.
Man,
fuck off, man.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Oh yeah,
shit. Anyway, just dropping in to say hi. I'm out running some errands. I heard you guys. It was kind of quiet. Thought I'd jump in. It's kind of mellow, man.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I would put up a vote, a nomination to have Danny Faulkner's latest on, our contingency playlist for in the mornings. We definitely need to replay that. Maybe we could go over the entire live conversation and maybe make pauses to comment, and we can have that recorded.
That sounds good to me, man. That sounds really good.
Tear up Danny Faulkner, whatever day. He had to know. He has to know when he comes in here that he's going to be talked about when he leaves. So it's all good, in my opinion. Anyway.
So does he work for was it Creation Ministries?
I forget his occupation. Somebody in here should know. I think he's
astrophysicist.
I'll be game for that one.
He's an astrophysicist, right?
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Right.
Okay, I'll be standing by. I'm prepared. I'll be getting back on here, so I'm doing
Thanks for the
better
heads up.
now.
Coming to a Discord server near you.
Let's do the commentary. Let's do the commentary, Jenny.
Yeah, we gotta find the timestamp. We gotta find the timestamp.
Danny Faulkner with who?
Danny Faulkner and everybody.
No, I'm saying, did they already have a conversation though, or did he?
Oh yeah,
just
it was
make
like 2 days ago, I think. Like 2 days ago.
So it was a debate.
I think it was a conversation. I don't know if they got formal or anything.
But who was it between?
That I don't. It wasn't mentioned. It wasn't mentioned by people who were here. And
I think
I'm pretty sure admins. I'm pretty sure an admin or two. I'm pretty sure. I would be willing to guess Indio jumped in, but I don't know. And then a few of the moderators. But yeah, I should re-listen to the one he did with Miggy. But yeah, we should do a reaction, a recorded reaction of the original live stream. That could definitely maybe help get a conversation going in the morning. We could talk about that ad nauseum for a while, couldn't we? Okay.
The reaction to what?
The recorded event with Danny Faulkner. I say we re-listen to it on here and then pause for commentary periodically. I think it would be fun. Because when it was being recorded, I'm pretty sure anyone lower than a moderator didn't speak. So this would maybe be you guys as silvers and golds opportunity to put in your 2 cents. So that would be fun to me. What do you guys think?
I can't find anything at the moment.
You what?
I'm trying to find the conversation.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Can't find anything.
Appreciate your efforts if you're still looking. I posted something to moderators. Maybe they can, or maybe they have it like segmented off already. I mean, we got a part 1. We're definitely, somewhere. I don't know who has it. I'm pretty sure it's on Miggy's channel because he was the one that did it.
Okay, so I'm trying to get. I had to set my mic up for GIMP. The GIMP usage. I'm the GIMP. So anyway, so is this was on live stream. This was here.
Yeah.
On the server.
Yeah. This is the second time.
How long ago?
A day or 2 ago.
Okay.
Like let me look. Hold on.
It was like 30, 35 hours, 36 hours ago, something like that. It was yesterday morning, Sonny. Early, like 8, 9 o'clock our time.
Okay. Yeah, so I bet I could find.
Okay, so I just so yesterday at 8:18 a.m. Central Standard Time. Ooh, Level Up got to talk to him. Oh, We can make that a segment about ladies' night. Nice. All right, Paula. Shout out to Paula. Woohoo!
What?
Nice. So yeah, it was yesterday. My day. I'm the bread lady now, so I'm getting trained. So like with the exception of today, because I had to be a checker today, but the 2 days prior to today went by like in minutes. Whew. So yeah, one day runs to the next. But yeah, who was looking for? Did you guys hear me when I said the time? Yesterday at 8:18 a.m. Central Standard Time. Anticipation.
It's really hard. It's really hard to work out where it is on the YouTube channel because you don't know the upload time. But I'm still searching.
Okay, so if you're on a different time zone than me, just translate 8:18 a.m. Central Standard Time to your time. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you when exactly the YouTube video was uploaded. You know what I mean?
Well, it's uploaded right away, if that helps. I mean,
Yeah, it's just a recorded, saved live stream that we normally do.
oh, you know what? Let me see.
It wasn't like a special event or anything. It just happened, and then I'm sure Helio saved it.
Yeah, one of the guys, most definitely, one of the guys I can guarantee is gonna clip that. But yeah, I definitely need to listen to it now that I know that Paula took a go at it. Go, Paula.
So is he a creationist or a theoretical astrophysicist? I guess I could look that up.
Honestly, Hank, I think there's only one person that's in the VC right now who's listened to it. I think live. Well, of course live because we can't find the recorded. But yeah, I don't. There's nobody really in here that was there.
I was there for the last part of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So did
Not
you hear
the full
Hank?
conversation? What's that?
Did you hear Hank? His question.
I think I found it.
Oh, yay!
So is he Danny 57?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yes, that's his name.
All right, so let me try and tell you guys where it is. So the YouTube channel and the second video, which was uploaded, it says 1 day ago, the one with 664 views. If you go to 2 hours and 18 minutes, he's speaking there. But I don't know if that's the start. I just can't get the exact time that it starts. But I know go to 2 hours and 18 minutes on the 11 hour, 54 minutes and 48 second video.
Is it? Hold on, they're all that long. So is it 2351? Because the one we're on now is 2352, I believe.
It's 2350.
Oh, it's
Well, this is
23:50.
yesterday
Thank
morning.
you. That helps a lot. Okay.
Oh.
So yeah, go to 2 hours and 18 minutes, and he's talking. I'm not sure how far you have to go back to the start.
I see 23:50 right there. We should just post that link, and we'll find it. I wonder, can we make bot go start at a certain spot though in a video? The timestamp.
If we can, I don't know how to do it. It's episode 2350, correct?
Yeah. Here's the link. I'll put it in the live stream.
2 hours and 18 minutes.
2:18. Roger.
But he might start. He might start before that.
I think so. So we may want to back up. I would imagine a half an hour. Because someone posted that he was talking by himself with them, and then asked others to join. And that was the time. I didn't go searching to the very ends of, so hopefully that helps us a little.
Must be pretty interested in flat Earth, this guy.
If we did a reaction event to the recording, we should make sure Miggy can be here if he wasn't there for the second one.
Someone might have to take a clip of that. So at 2:18, I'll look at it myself.
Sonny, it probably started a half hour before that, or he probably came in.
I haven't found the specific start.
I know a better way, you guys. Hold on. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Just a second.
Apparently, I don't have enough bandwidth right now to play a YouTube video and Discord at the same time. So, at least not today.
Okay, so he created a new account this time, so I guess everybody was talking about how he was banned, but okay, it looks like maybe an hour, up to an hour. Let's see.
So he's on for a while.
His first post yesterday was 7:27 a.m., so an hour prior to more than. So instead of 8:18 a.m., it would be 7:27 a.m. Central Standard Time, of course. Okay. I don't get the Danny thing. Anybody else know? Sasha? I don't know that meme. That went right over my head.
That I made it now.
Is there any substance that's lighter than helium?
Hydrogen.
Yeah, I have no idea. What
hydrogen? Hydrogen is lighter than helium.
So if you would fill up a room with hydrogen, and then you would have like a helium balloon, right?
Wait, then how is there hydrogen in the oxygen down here where we're breathing?
That's dihydrogen monoxide. That's water.
I think they mean like hydrogen gas, which is H2.
In that case, I don't know.
You don't need 200. Hydrogen.
Your robot and
Everybody give it up for Fanny Faulkner, for Danny Faulkner out there getting some attention. Good old Fanny. What's Fanny up to here? What's in the video? I want to describe it to the audience. Sasha, what'd you give to Jenny? What's the video? I guess
so. Danny Faulkner was in the other morning, and Paula talked with him for quite a bit, and he was happy to have a conversation, generally speaking, about the sky. And then when pressed on evidence that related to the surface of the Earth, he pretty much dipped out, had to go.
Crazy. And isn't he one of the more popular shills?
He's written a book about flat Earth, I think.
Wow.
I think he's a geocentrist, at least.
Okay, so he's a geocentrist.
How do you write a book?
Well, he typed stuff.
But he's not a flat earther?
In paragraphs and then published it. What's that?
But he's not a flat earther?
No, he is a staunch anti-flat earther.
He wrote a book called Falling Flat.
Well, that's what I thought too, but then when someone said geocentric, I'm just wondering... I'm trying to figure out how that works.
Somebody else, but I'm pretty sure he's a geocentrist.
Falling Flat.
You're
Falling Flat, the reputation of flat Earth claims by Danny Faulkner.
Okay.
What'd you say, Dave? He's confusing him with Robert's son, Janice, two different people.
Danny, sorry, Dave, you're roboting really bad most of the time, Dave. Right now.
The frustrating thing about Danny Faulkner is he's been in here twice, right? And if you look at the cover of his book, he's got like a pancake-like thing floating in space with a ball next to it. So I don't know how often he's spoken to flat earthers, but no one actually thinks that's what it is. I wonder if during the conversation, anyone spoken to him about that? Like, dude, you wrote a book and you're refuting something that no one's actually claiming. There's no pancake floating in gravity in a vacuum.
Oh yeah, we should definitely pick apart his book with him live on air.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Did I just describe something that'll never happen? See, the problem is these folks will go out and write and say and quote unquote do anything, but when you ask them to just have a simple conversation on a live stream about whether or not they can find Earth curvature, my friend, I thought I was a bad dancer, but these people.
Am I still a robot?
No.
Somebody was confusing him with Robert's son, Janice. Danny Faulkner is an astronomer. He's a full-blown glober.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, okay. Robert's son, Janice, is a geocentrist, the guy that did the principle.
Okay, good, because it's way easier to make fun of staunch globers than it is people who haven't even decided yet.
And he works for Answers in Genesis, which is like these dudes that they've been writing flat Earth articles since the mid-90s. Like trying to refute it.
Is Danny Faulkner And Robertson Genis, are these two gentlemen close? I thought they were, but maybe they're not. Maybe he's a full-on heliocentric model guy. I could have been equating the two, though. Falsely.
Yeah, so they've actually had a debate about geocentricity. Robertson Genis on his website has got a debate against Faulkner.
Maybe that's where I got them confused.
Yeah.
So yeah, I retract my previous statement that Danny Faulkner is a geocentrist. He is not.
Yeah,
He's
full-blooded globe.
Yeah, full-on heliocentrist.
Obviously, he knows something's up because he keeps on creeping his way into here. I think he's onto it. He knows that he shouldn't have made that pancake on his front cover.
Well, like many anti-flat earthers, sometimes the topic butters their bread, if you know what I mean. And just like the case with most of them, they tend to attack a straw man. They'll attack the Flat Earth Society claims, which, as we know, are
I
not
know it's
the
only a
claims of the race.
I know it's only a small thing, but next time he's in, I would hope that someone would care to mention, like, Danny, you got a floating pancake. Like, none of us believe that there's some sort of structure that's floating in a vacuum. That's not what we all think, bro.
Yeah, this
Not
is
what
why
your Bible, not what your book says either, bro.
Yeah, and I think this is why he ran from the conversation when it started to get away from the lights in the sky and started to go to the
ground.
actual topic at hand, which is the surface of the Earth, which, as we know, most globers in general tend to avoid the conversation of the surface of the Earth while attacking us for understanding what the surface of the Earth is, and they want to point to the sky.
Yep, when it becomes empirical, they tend to avoid the issues, don't they?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, even when he was in here, he was having a discussion and basically making the claim that all of the argumentation is philosophical in nature, which is kind of an admission that he's mainly focused on philosophy and not actual empirical evidence.
Yeah, that he's a zealot, basically.
Yes.
He's a modern-day zealot.
He has what's called sunken cost issues. He's devoted his entire career to being an astronomer, so he's not coming off the globe anytime soon.
Yeah, he's pot committed. He's pushed his hand all the way in, and he's hoping to catch something on the river.
He's all in with the globe with a 7 deuce offsuit. He's up against aces.
Exactly.
And the flop is ace something. So there you go. Doesn't really deserve any special attention, just another globe fantasist that just believes, right? Anyway.
Yeah, the globe is a belief-based system, or yeah, you have to have faith and belief in it. Similar to a religion, or dare I say, cult. It's a cult.
Yep, it's actually the largest cult in the world that nobody admits they're a member of. They all think it's factual somehow.
If they only knew the ultimate perpetrator of the deception, the ultimate deceiver.
Who's that? You're talking about the Father alive, right?
I think he's been called that.
The big cheese, the man.
I heard he went down to Georgia and he's looking for a soul to steal. He's in a bind and he's way behind. He's willing to make a deal.
I think Bob Dylan called him the chief commander.
Yeah, that's one of them. I just call him old hothead.
Big Wild, Hard Fast. Welcome to the server. You new? Don't recognize you.
He talked a little while ago. He's says he's been around the subject for a while, but he don't think he can prove it either way. That's what he said. And then Elijah pointed out to him, all he's got to do is go out to a beach, and he said he's going to do that. So,
Oh, okay,
we'll see.
cool. So he's a skeptic or on the fence. Gotcha.
Sort of. That's what I gathered from.
Unless he doesn't know what a beach is.
That's what I gathered from hearing him talk for 2 minutes. So, take that as you will. No other newbies in the house. Doesn't look like it.
Mic check.
Check. I hear you.
Thanks. I wasn't sure if people were talking, I couldn't hear them, or what was going on.
Mic check.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Indio. We're all just saying the Glober was just here and just proved the globe. So we're kind of we're crushed right now.
Nice knowing you guys.